we're noticing from NIP is a map movement up to the top half. Rocket, ooh, they're just going to use the ultimate.
They are indeed. Shook needs to get in closer if he wants to get this first blood assist. The tongue lash comes down from Sparkle. That's a fantastic trap from HQ. Ace in Foxy's hole for first blood.
If you're NIP, you have to try and make stuff happen, which is why this is a great one for Sparkle to get this kill.
It is indeed 4 members chasing Foxy. It's just a matter of time, and he gets burned alive. Hashtag profit. Kill number 2 for NIP.
And let's try and make more fights happen around the map.
All right, Rocket's trying to start a fight. Chain of corruption slowly spreading. Nagne gets caught up in front. That's a good flash taunt. And all of a sudden, NIP, they're looking for what did. He's able to walk away. Summoner spells blown left and right. Betty takes down Nagne, the first kill for Rocket. Sparkle's grey health is keeping him alive as the teleport from Profit allows him to roast Pride Stalker. Look at the lunges coming out from Foxy. Grand challenge is completed, and he gets a kill. Rocket with the second. Shook waiting to leap over the wall, but it's a flash from Betsy onto Shook. Sanguine Pool goes down, he's not able to pick up the kill, and Betsy escapes with his life.
Rocket and NIP, they have to be careful. The setup for that engagement is not as ideal as they would typically like.
Oh, Profit just gets dunked because what did the playmaker landed the root. Aaron is going down fairly slowly. Foxy is not with the team yet. There we go. 5 members inside the pit. Teleport's being channeled by NIP. Here comes the heroic entrance as a root's down. Massive knockup onto Rocket. The Baron is helping out with NIP. It's Pride Stalker, Smite Stalker that secures the buff as the fight ensues. Nagne's taken down. Rocket are wiping the ninjas. Spartle is running for his life, and Pride Stalker is just waiting for the autos. Hops across the wall. NIP are ace. Object is hit by an unstoppable force. What happens? Betsy's Banshee's Veil is popped. Shook gonna get the support of Nagne as the heroic entrance comes down. Stranglethorns knocks up NIP. What did is on a killing spree because of course he is. Just like water flows and the sky is blue. What did called it? The Rocket will win. Pride Stalker runs down Profit. The challenge is completed and Nagne's dropped. NIP's duo running for the hill.
Into the fray, doing what he can. But now NIP, they're going for a last-ditch Baron attempt.
Oh, but Betsy's already caught everyone. Jumps in at the Hemo Plague. Him and Jordan get the first kill. Sparkle's down. Nagne falls thereafter, and Rocket are just plucking NIP apart. And this is just such a great game. Rocket pull apart ninjas in pajamas. It's the sound of golf claps. Oh, come on, guys. They're not done yet. Gonna go for a dive underneath the tower. The Nexus pops and Rocket take game number 1. Rocket are looking for their first undefeated week of the summer split, and it would be NIP who they look to stomp in order to secure that.
Never doing that again.
Oh, I will make you do that one again. Remember we talked about Shook's early game impact? He finds what did. Yonna's gonna get caught up, summoning his spells already blown. Did's gonna get chased under the tower. And that's bloody brilliant, that is.
That is absolutely fantastic for the bottom lane of NIP, as we now see Pride Stalker come to the top lane.
Well, this time round, Shook not involved in first blood for his team. Wasn't necessary. Pride Stalker should be able to run down Profit. Flash away from Profit, leaped forward by Pride Stalker, and that's one of the earliest kills that Pride Stalker has picked up. Nagne continues to be the focus. No flash, remember. Shockwave catches him. Pride Stalker makes it look easy. Welcome to the early game. 2-0 from Smite Stalker and MIP. They're not done yet. Grouping up top.
Really good gank in the middle lane, but let's see if NIP can make something happen in the top.
Chain of Corruption needs to connect. Flash, and it does! Foxy gets rooted, gets burned down, gets knocked up, and Shook sends him to the fountain.
Oh, they don't know.
Don't have the support.
They've got to root this. Like, it has to feel wrong.
Well, Shook ends up into the Chain of Corruption. We doubted that for a moment, but that made it work.
To go in a direction that he was not going in. And so you end up with this mishmash as Nagne
gets the heal and the flash to save. Pride Stalker looks for the isolated damage. Tastes Nagne's fear. Equalizer not the greatest direction as Profit is looking for a reply. 1-for-1, and the tower goes down in the exchange. First blood to NIP on that one. Profit finally killed at the back end. kills are even, NIP get the tower.
Roccat will reclaim control over the Baron, but now they're just going to start it themselves.
Blast cone into the pit. Roccat all of a sudden
This is
punish
fast, very
NIP.
fast.
Teleports coming in for Prophet. Remember, it's a Cogmore with Blade of the Ruined King. Roccat take down Baron. It's gift wrap. NIP were simply not there, and Roccat punished them. Top lane inhibitor is down. Middle inhibitor is about to fall. NIP are running out of objectives to defend. Death sentence on Disbrothel not going to be enough. Now, Shook is down. That's a two-man play into the box. This could be the final fight. Bjonin takes down the tower and is spitting living artillery after living artillery onto the NIP backline. Betsy, by the way, has still not fired that shockwave. Well, for this one, especially if you're a Roccat fan, Brightstalk is looking for one last engage. He's trying to solo out Nightmare on the side. Betsy's going to get the final hit. Shook is stuck in between Roccat. Nexus turrets are falling. Equalizer finally gets fired, and Prophet is just doing what little he can. It's a triple kill for Betsy, looking for the quadra kill. He needs one more kill. Roccat are going to try, and it's stolen. Scumbag Bjonin denies the penta as Roccat kill the ninjas.
No flashes on either top lane or still the mid lane matchup. It's been NukeDuck trying to hold on. Oh! Hello, Shatter Orb. That's first blood. Goodbye, Febivin. And now Yanko's tagging in up top. Otawamne was fainting on that one, but Joko is soon to arrive. He wants to go all the way in. Look for the duress. Flashes, dashes. There it goes. 2 quick kills for Vitality. Can they make it 3? Cabo Shard calls the Meek and gets himself another.
Extra attack speed and all of that. But this is about getting into lane.
Okay, Joko. Tongue right on there, slows him up for just a second, and Yankos is going to help Febivin finish the job, so H2K collapsing.
So it's about getting into lane and then successfully being able to move around fights, but you also are a little bit easier to kill without some of the extra points in damage reduction. But Steal back trying to get away.
Flash followed through. Feathers fly for Nuclear, and now they swallow up Steal back, and Otawamne gets the kill. The H2K gang squad has arrived.
And this is for any kind of counter engage, but meanwhile, Otawamne already winning the side lane. This is the same thing again.
Flashes through. This time Noche was a little bit farther behind, but it doesn't really matter as H2K are still on the front side. You can see the Xayah took out the tower in the mid. Now Joko gets riposted. In goes Yanko's infinite duress. I'm not sure that's the move you wanted, buddy, as he gets swallowed up by Jay, who flashed forward, spits him right back on out into the waiting arms of Yankos, who picks up that kill.
There are so many fights that Vitality are outnumbered that they just never end up being able to do damage.
But they might be able to get the numbers this time around. Oh, unless Joko goes down, and he does to start things off. Jay tanks up the rest of Vitality as NukeDuck gets in around the backside to try and finish the job onto Nuclear, who gets swallowed up by Jay. Cabochard, meanwhile, trying to 1v1 out against Otawamne, but the Croc is gonna get rocked! Febivin with the finisher!
And Otawamne's teleport is available, so is NukeDuck, but NukeDuck has no flash right now, so he has to kind of run away from this fight quick. Vitality going to try and box in H2K in the jungle, but remember, Otawamne's not too far away.
Yeah, Joko's going in, but the rest of H2K, they're kind of holding the line right now, but in comes Cabochard. Yankos, he's trying to get out of there, and meanwhile, the rest of the team has arrived to steal back. Will clean up the jungler. NukeDuck coming in around the backside, manages to get an explosion onto Nuclear, but Febivin picks up steal back. It is a bloodbath, and the smoke clears 2 for 2.
In the last couple of minutes, still heavily held. Shay wants to go aggressive, taking Nuclear with him this time. Oh, that's actually right into the backline.
Oh boy, Nuclear, can he stay alive? He gets charmed up for just a second, but they are going to try to keep turning it. The shockwave will pull in many, but they have lost their AD carry. A pair of redemptions come down. I don't know if anyone's going to be redeemed after this one, but H2K got enough in the tank, and that Fiora's running wild. Febivin's helping out as well, and it's the last man standing NukeDuck as H2K look to close this out.
Shay just delivered NukeDuck as a sacrificial lamb to Vitality to win game 1.
Well, I suppose Nuclear might have been the one going down, the odd man out, as you would say, but Otawamne is certainly making these odds pretty darn even, as the Nexus is going to fall, and 34 minutes in, H2K are going to take a 1-0 lead in the series.
Now making play onto his red buff to start this game, but
oh boy,
NukeDuck,
out of the bushes. Nukeduck is finding out the hard way. You can't face check into that jungle. First blood for Febivin. Has to try and finish this off, but it's going to be spotted out by H2K. Can Jankos get in for the steal? Does not have the sight on it, but he'll go over the wall all the same. Can't secure it. And now he gets bopped up by the barrel, forced to flash away, and Steelback trying to kite from Febivin as Che is right in the thick of it. In comes Otoamne onto the taunt, finishes the kill. Hero's entrance just comes a smidgen too late, and Otoamne and the rest of H2K are looking to clean up.
Well, that actually ended up being better. Nukeduck, I thought perhaps he'd taken his teammates into unfamiliar territory, but he actually manages to get them out there. Vander and Nukeduck will be able to recall out. Joko not for damage necessarily in the late game, would be relying on. So they need to win a couple of fights here.
Well, they're starting off on one peel away from the Rift Herald in the final seconds, ticking down for him, and Vander's the one who's going to get popped by Febivin. Now Nukeduck caught up in the action. It's a three-man bop from Kaboshark, but way too late as Jankos gets jumped on by Joko in the back. Che looking to be fired down as well, but all of a sudden his teammates are all gone, and Joko finds out the hard way. But sometimes you got to defend those carries. This is a 4-for-1 trade.
Kaboshark ends up dying eventually.
And back to life. Okay, Nukeduck, he's going to get stopped up. CC chain for days as Nuclear fires the arrows with the Fury of the North. Taking out one, taking out two, getting himself a third. The triple as he just stopped for a farm looking for more kills. Vander now under fire, and he is going nowhere, and Jankos steals that kill away.
It was never to have themselves a banner of command for Che. They're going to try again. Same play, is it?
All right, let's see if they can do it. Anything. It looks like the answer is no. Before Vander even hits the ground, Nukeduck is dropped 6 feet under it, and Vander is going to have no friends there. Another double kill coming out for Nuclear. This is going to be an arrow. Is still up.
Where is it?
25
this
minutes.
Is like
they want to finish this
territory.
game. All right, well, Nuclear has definitely stood out, but the rest of the team is doing great. The arrows flashed at the last second, but it is going to be way too late to get the flash back on this game. It looks like H2K is easily going to be able to clean up, although Febivin does fall at the back. That's a big shutdown going over to Joko, but is there any more damage left in the tank? Last Nexus turret's going down, and all they have to do is turn and kill the Nexus. Jankos, Kaboshark, he's got some damage as well, but they just keep on turning for it. It's a hectic finish, but right at the end, H2K have done it to close out the series.
First round robin of EULCS is now over, and I want to highlight some of the players that have kind of made an impression this week. And the three of us have each picked out our studs and our duds, the players that we think have been doing incredibly well, and the players that we may think have been underperforming. Now, Vedius, I want to start with you. Let's get that stud first. Who do you think was a standout this week?
We talked about him earlier. I'm going to talk about him again. It is Senkirks, the mid laner for Splice. This guy, I feel, has been performing out of his mind recently. The team seemed to have made a shift with his playstyle. In the past, he was always trying to carry his team. He was always trying to pick these champions that could allow him to be like Perks, like Power of Evil, just these big carries. But now he's realized that he's much better in terms of the utility and just providing support for the rest of his team. And bringing up unique champions like Aurelion Sol, Talia, and even the Malzahar, where he's not really that frontline kill the assassin kind of carry. He's more of the defensive, I can peel, I can make defensive game-changing plays. Just seems to have unlocked this guy, and he's doing so much more work for Spice.
And I'm curious, Wadid, what your impressions were of Senkirks this week. Do you think he can still be successful when he doesn't have things like the Malzahar or the Aurelion Sol in his hands?
If you are good at pocket pick, of course you are good at just basic things, so he's still good, I think.
Definitely fair to say. Now, interesting, Vedius, this was the positive, of course. This is the player you thought underperformed, so let's take a look at your dud. Who was the underperformer? Who was the guy who didn't quite make the cut this week?
The underperformer for me this week, it has to be Steelback. As a player, I feel like he has not been living up to the hype that was surrounding him last year at the end of summer. People expected a lot more from him, like he was a teamfight god. He was always coming out with positive KDAs at the end of every fight. He as an individual seemed to offer so much to his team, yet right now, I feel like he's struggling in lane. He's not offering a huge amount in teamfights. His presence seems non-existent, and especially in the last few weeks, even against the Mysterious Monkeys, it didn't feel like he was doing anything exceptional, and he's just, to me, not living up to the expectations that we had.
And it was definitely rough for him up against H2K today. But Wadid, I want your input now. Who was your stud this week? Who was the big overperformer for you? Who was, you thought, someone that just stepped up?
I think my stud is Maxlow, because Maxlow actually improved a lot between, like, if you just compare to our Rocket Maxlow and Misfits Maxlow, he just make Misfits as a team. So I think he just performed really well at early game, and also his late game. He know how to rotation. And that means it's really good for Misfits, because Misfits needs some communication as a team. So.
Yeah, was definitely good to see. Now, Vedius, you of course had really high hopes for Maxlore coming into this season. You wanted the Maxlore Alfari. You talk about it every chance you get in the office. Do you feel like we're starting to see that now? Is this the Maxlore that you expected coming in from day one?
It's all more than I expected, right? Because when I did used to cast him back in the day, the level that he's at now is far above and beyond. And it's a pleasure to see what he is doing for the team that he is on. And you heard it from Adid, like his late game macro seems to be a god. I think there's still development that needs to be done in terms of his early game impact, but as a jungler and what he's doing for his team, his growth has been fantastic to watch.
Very good to see. Now, Wadid, we gave a little bit of praise. Now we got to be a little bit critical. Who didn't quite make the cut this week in your book?
I think NIP Shug I chose, because actually I think NIP's laners are pretty good, because Nagne and Profis are just veteran player in Korea also, and then Hikyu and Spratle was also good at their teams. So I think they have to make some play. The trigger is jungler, but they didn't. I feels like so. If he can change, maybe NIP will change.
All right, well, we'll have to see if that development can be there. Now, it's my turn. Hosts don't always weigh in, but all right, I'm going to give you my stud. And Vegas is going to contest something you said earlier, so feel free to fight me on this. But for me, Mickey X has to be the stud this week. And while you're over there praising Senkux, and I admit the Malzahar was good, the Aurelion Soul was good, but every single one of those fights, this man, that smug face on his look, he was flaying people, admittedly once through a Blitzcrank hook to get Caitlyn pulled, not as good, but constantly setting up these team fights, constantly making things happen, and for me, he was just a standout performer.
I thought that he played well, for sure. I think it's nice to see that he is being a big contributor for his team, but I think that Mickey has always been a big performer for Splice. I think looking back to when he originally joined, there were a lot of doubt around how well he would do on Splice, and then he was that big playmaker. He was bringing out champions like the Bard. He brought out the Camille last split where they made the Ziggs Camille bottom lane work. Like, this guy, to me, has always been one of the more consistent outplay performers on the side of Splice, which is why, to me, his recent performances isn't much of a surprise.
Oh, wow. I love how you turned that against me. All right, well, humor me a little bit. Wadid, how did you feel about Mickey X? You mentioned that he was really solid on the Recon, but give me kind of an impression of how you feel about him overall.
Yeah, he played really well. That means he can be a best support in EU, but that means I can be also best support in EU if I beat him. So next match, maybe we against Splice. So I just expect against him.
So it's gonna be
the battle
support.
for the best support in EU.
Yeah,
no one will get to play Recon. I can almost guarantee it. All right, well, to round it out, one final dud. And I feel bad, a little bit bad saying this, honestly, but this week it was, for me, it was Exile. Just, unfortunately, way too aggressive in the laning phase, getting punished so consistently, and it just did not come together for him and the Unicorns of Love this week. And for the first time in what I feel like since his first few weeks on the stage, I felt like he was more of a burden to the team than he was a boon. But that's one of those things that I think we have to hope improves in the future, because he has been just such a huge key to success for Unicorns of Love in the past.
I also think that it could have just been a bad week for Exile, right? Like, you have to remember that Unicorns still sit at a 3-1 record. The entire team is still playing very well. And while he may have had this week a bad individual performance, we know that there is more to Exile. And so coming into the next few weeks, especially cross-group play, I'd like to think that he will change his playstyle up and look to respect the mid laners that you have over in Group A.
Absolutely. Well, there you have it, folks. Our standouts of Week 3. We'll see what they bring to the Rift next week for the first cross-group matches of the summer split.
Hey everyone, and welcome to Flashback. Week 3 of the EULCS was full of upsets, with the underdogs taking the lead in several unexpected series. The Mysterious Monkeys looked strong early on, with Jisoo managing to turn around Joko's gank and picking up first blood. But Vitality took back control, with Nukeduck roaming up top and securing a double kill. When the Monkeys attempted to take Baron, Vitality aced them and claimed the series.
The spike goes down. It's stolen away by Joko. And now it's time to clean up.
In Game 1, Soaz was so hench on Gnar that he could bench 3 members of Roccat and pick up a kill. But that overconfidence led to Hjarnan completely outplaying Soaz's tower dive, and it began to look like a legit clown fiesta when Broxah unexpectedly succumbed to Lee syndrome. Fnatic should have had the game in the bag, but when they committed 2 bot to deal with Faxi, the Cats came back and Fnatic were goners.
Foxy, Rocket, go! Cataclysm! Rocket are turning around the Nexus turrets. We need to look at the Fnatic base. Rocket are doing it.
In Game 3, Hjarnan and Wadid's insane catch on Reckless gave Roccat the momentum they needed to claw the game back into their favor. But it was Pridestalker's 2 Baron steals that sealed the deal.
Planted already. That's a stun down.
Does it again!
Again! Pridestalker gets the Baron.
All eyes were on Maxlor after a confident pre-game tweet claimed he was feeling the free win against G2, and he delivered when he landed his Q on Perks.
Maxlor, he finds Perks, and Perks is down!
And it was all over for G2 when Power of Evil secured a quadra kill on Orianna. In Game 2, the Samurais were in control from the start, and they were able to counter Misfits' attempts to make plays.
Now Alfari's left alone. Alfari trades 1 back. It's a double kill for Trick.
G2's Dragon Call in Game 3 led to their death when Power of Evil boxed them in with Weaver's Wall. The Kings of Europe clung on for dear life and managed to stop Misfits' final Nexus push once, but with all towers down, it wasn't long before the Misfits took the win.
Nice. I just baited them.
Guys, I told you I had a feeling.
Splice and the Unicorns looked evenly matched in Game 1, with Xerxes and Vizichachi hunting down Wonder in the early game, and Mickey X channeling the spirit of Mad Life in the mid.
He's a monster. He's just unstoppable on this thresh.
It all came down to one fight at 31 minutes, when the Unicorn magic kept Samix alive for an ace. But in Game 2, Splice had the Unicorns running for their lives. With the Splice's fangs sunk in, the Unicorns simply couldn't recover. And that sums up Week 3 of the EULCS. Group A standings were shaken up when the Kingslayers Roccat took down Fnatic, and Misfits beat G2. While in Group B, the Unicorns, H2K, and Splice are all now tied for first place. Now, things are about to heat up, as EULCS heads into the first week of cross-group play. Don't miss it.
When you
come back from a longer period of time, you play kind of sloppy.
Going in onto Jankos. Jankos potentially in trouble. Blue Collar does connect. Should be okay, but everything's going to be burned. Now pull back into the team. It's the cannon who's caught out. Surprise!
Let's focus game by game.
For days as Nuclear fires the arrows with the fury of the North. Taking out one, taking out two, getting himself a third.
I mean, I think the result is good overall.
In the wings.
Ulti, baby!
Here we go, Reckless delivering! The other Ninja right on top of Sven, and that puppy is going down.
H2K is gonna do a lot better than what they did against us during Spring Split.
Pipe is used, and Cap to the voice of light picks up what is a solo kill. Boxer jumps on the chain for the second of the fight, the double in the exchange.
We'll just have to keep playing, keep adapting to what is the patch now, because there's a lot of different things.
I mean, Saz is looking at me like he wants to kill me, so I don't know what to say now. I'm really scared.
Hello and welcome to our first week of cross-group play in the summer split. Top teams H2K and Fnatic are facing off later tonight, but getting ready on stage right now are Misfits Gaming and Vitality. The crowd and the Misfits fans are super hyped in the studio van. They're all smiley. Those power people slightly more stoic and serious, as well as Maxlor shaking hands with the Scrim God, allegedly.
The Scrim Gods.
Gods together. They're
Nuke
both Scrim Gods. Nuke I guess everyone's kind of a god in Scrims, but how can they do on stage is the question. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Eva Schock, supporter, joined here by the Scandinavian duo of Martin de Fischer Lunge and Henning Eklund. How much is Denmark considered? I actually have no idea what exactly, which countries all are in Scandinavia. I think Denmark is a little bit too warm.
What? No. Denmark is a massive part of Scandinavia.
It's tiny.
Actually, to be clear, there's...
Sure, it's a tiny... Well, tiny. You say size doesn't matter.
Okay.
You know, the country delivers.
I'd say size does matter because Sweden is almost twice as big, so...
There we go.
We just started.
Yeah, well, we got off to a fantastic start, and I should have done my research in terms of Scandinavia. So let's take a look at how the teams line up heading into week 4. And obviously, we have a bit of a shuffle there because Misfits Gaming was able to beat out G2 Esports. Splice was able to beat out the Unicorns of Love. Henning, why do you think these things are happening and these lower tier teams have an easier time beating the higher ones?
We did see a lot of upsets in the last week, as you mentioned, and I think it's interesting because just looking at these groups before the split started, a lot of people, including myself, thought that this was going to be a clear 2 top teams in each group. Well, Misfits and Splice showed last week that that is not simply true. There's going to be at least 3 top teams in each week. And looking at Rocket right here, I think they're looking to slay some kings as well.
That's the thing about Rocket, you know, they always seem to come in the end and start annoying people a little bit. Just when you think...
Week 3.
Fine, that was maybe a little too early to say. At the end of the first, group stages, they did appear in and saying like, you know what, guys, it's not just about the current top teams. We also want to join. So it is super hard right now to predict who is actually going to beat each other, which is why it's super fun to watch some of these games.
That it is, but what does it mean? Is everyone worse?
It means that we are lacking 1 or 2 top teams that is a clear step above the rest, which going into international tournaments is what you actually want to have because they show that kind of like 1 level above the rest of the league. We don't have that at the moment. Obviously, we have a lot of teams who are pretty good. We're lacking the one who's super good.
Yeah, I think we have a lot of teams trying to find what their style is. We see a team like Fnatic has already found something that they're very confident with, but some other teams like G2, for example, are kind of still trying out like how do we want to play on this current patch and how do we match up with the current meta game.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's how I also seen some changes in champion priority last week as teams are looking for their styles. Let's take a look at the most important ones. More priority on Shen, on Fiora, on Rakan, and not as much on Xayah and Lucian. Obviously, you always know or assume that the Rakan and Xayah are connected to each other.
Sure. Luckily, some teams did figure out you could play Rakan without Xayah, like Kalista AD carry suddenly fits in with him, so we see him a bit more. And then, of course, we have a lot of teams in Europe who just loves to play Shen.
Yeah, some teams, especially like the Fnatic, like the EULCS, really love to have that team utility coming in from the top lane. Can get punished by a lot of carries, so it's just why we're seeing Fiora Heralds, a champion like Kleb can come in and try to punish Shen in the extended 1 versus 1. But if you're a strong Shen player like Soaz, like Visichachi, you're going to be able to go toe-to-toe in those carry matchups as well.
And then obviously Lucian went downhill a little bit because
well, a lot of our Lucian mid games didn't go too well for certain players.
It's all Perks' fault.
Kind of, you know, we are looking at Perks because Febvin is doing well, but I think more mid laners have realized that Lucian is really hard to execute on stage because he's so reliant on actually snowballing early on, and that's where maybe some of the teams have now moved away from him.
Yeah, if you're able to snowball early lane as Lucian, you can go to a side lane and be very hard to deal with in the 1v1, but getting that snowball rolling can be difficult versus a lot of good mid laners. Also took a couple of nerfs, both the Blade of the Rune King and his own mana costs. Took some slight nerfs, so that could also play into it.
Yeah, and a bunch of nerfs and buffs on 7.12. Especially in the support range. A lot of items got touched as well. And the feature, I saw you on Twitter being quite excited about what we may see.
Yeah, that's like, may see is the key point.
Yeah.
Because there's so many new ways you can actually build support. It's no longer just Rush, Redemption, and Locket, because they've now kind of been split up. So Locket is mainly for the melee support who's stacking HP, and Redemption is not as strong as a first item because it needs other items to buff it. So therefore, there's a lot of freedom now, I feel like. And a lot of different paths you can take. We're going to see some weird stuff. And it's going to take some time for supports to figure out the optimal route, I feel like.
Yeah, for sure. And we've been seeing, at least here in Europe, that melee supports have been very high up in the meta. We've seen Thresh, Braum, Tom Kench, Rakan, these kind of champions being very popular. And I think that's not going to change with this patch. I think if anything, melee supports have been even stronger, like with these changes, especially with the Locket Knight's Vow as well, a new item that I'm looking forward to with 10 CDR. It's a lot better as a support item.
Yeah, definitely agree. Also, a few other picks maybe in other lanes we're going to see, like Corki mid lane is probably going to happen.
I heard you were crushing on that.
I was really good at this one solo queue game on it. Rek'Sai jungle got a buff as well. That's pretty good. Maybe some Jax top lane, I'm kind of hoping, but I'm not too sure.
Buff. Well, we'll see what happens. Today also marks the beginning of cross-group play, and the first AV clash is just minutes away. Misfits Gaming are going to square off against Vitality. Fnatic versus H2K are coming up next, and just maybe shortly, Henning, watching the two teams, or the two groups rather, played the last couple of weeks, have you got an inkling on who's better, Group A or Group B?
I'd say that it's pretty close, but if I had to choose someone, I'd go with Group A. I think that the top three teams there are stronger, with G2, Fnatic, and Misfits. I also think Rocket is stronger than Team Vitality for the 4th place. So even though it's close, I'd say that Group A is the stronger of the two.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair to say. I'm kind of looking at H2K as the team I'm hoping from Group B can kind of pull them forward. Like if they take down Fnatic today, it looks like the #1 team then in Group B is slightly stronger than maybe the #1 and 2 teams in Group A. But it's pretty damn close. And also with G2 probably getting back into shape soon, it makes Group A
Hey, maybe
stronger.
it never happens.
Maybe it never happens, who knows?
And yeah, whatever group you pick, I think we're about to find out this week.
Yeah.
Definitely so. And immediately it's time to kick off another week of action in the EULCS. So let's send it over to our casters for game number 1.
Thank you very much, Sharks. And Henning said it best. We will find out this week. It is Misfits Gaming taking on Vitality to start off the cross-group play. I'm Trevor Quickshot Henry. He's James Stress O'Leary, and I'm excited for the first match of A versus B.
Yeah, why wait? Let's check out the starting lineups, get right into it. Starting on the blue side of the Rift, they won the coin toss. They get side selection for this best of 3. It's the Misfits. In the top lane, Alfari. In the jungle, Maxlaw. In the mid lane, Power of Evil, AD carry Hans Sama, support Ignar, and their coach Hussein.
And of course, Ignar looking off into the distance, looking for another win on the horizon. His opponent today will be Team Vitality, with Cabashard returning in on the top lane, Joko in the jungle, Nukeduck the mid laner, and Steelback doing his best Lucian impression in the AD carry role with Vadnais support and coach Yamato Cannon. And it's going to be an uphill battle here for Vitality. They've been struggling all split long. I was very nervous at the beginning of the split for Misfits, Stress, because they changed Kakao out for Maxlaw. It did not look great in the opening weeks. But last week, they definitely shut me up. Maxlaw had a lot to say on Twitter. He backed it up in game. And Ignar as well really stepped up.
Right, Ignar being some of the instigator on a lot of the combos we were seeing. And, you know, the Thresh hooks, the Blitzcrank that we saw really worked well for Misfits Gaming. And when you look at a player like Ignar, some of his best performances have been on these pick-style champions. And that's the type of thing Misfits Gaming were playing last week. When you look at it, the Thresh, the Blitzcranks. It won't be seen in the support role anymore, but days gone by, it was the Malzahar as well. So this is a playstyle that worked very well, that allowed Maxlaw to then combo from to give them a really good basis to build against G2.
One of the big stories we had for Misfits last week was, like, individually, do those players even rank in the top 4 or top 5 for Europe? And literally the question, the day you ask that, they all show up. We turn our attention to the other side of the Rift, Vitality. the 5 players have been struggling for maybe a longer period of time. And if Maxlaw, the man on your screen, did really well last week, Joko, his opposite number, is still struggling to find his form, you know?
Right. It may have been a little mistake, but I like the word you made up there, strungling, which was kind of what has been happening with Joko, where he goes 2 kills up and then dies a lot. Like, his success in the early game is a lot more limited than we've seen in times gone by, whereas you compare it to Maxlaw, you can see how well he did last week, saying, I want to be one of the best junglers, if not already, and he really showed up. So I think Joko, the pressure is so heavily on him today to try and at least combat some of Maxlaw's strength.
It really is, because in weeks 1 and 2, Joko picked up first blood for his team in every single game, and then fell off the map last week. The problem for me for Vitality, they seem to have some early game moves that are okay, and then when you look at the players, Cabochard has had pretty good CSD at times, Joko's had first bloods, Nukeduck has dealt a huge amount of damage on Assassins, but they all happen in different games at different times, and they never combine. The stars never align for them to win a series more often than just against the Monkeys.
Exactly, and it was really just Nukeduck and some sense of Cabochard that really gave Vitality a big edge against the Mysterious Monkeys. I still think the question has to be posed about all of their carries, and the jury is out really on how well they're performing. But honestly, Vitality, this is the kind of time where picking up any one win from the team in the other group is a massive, massive boost to their standings.
Stress, you said the jury's out. I say the jury's looking towards death row for a few of them. And that's something that we need to see, because Vitality going on another split, and it's a disappointing start. Let's jump in to pick some bans. It is patch 7.12. We heard the analyst days talk about some of the changes maybe to the support role. Right. I'm hoping to see some of that. Misfits last week, they played those very heavy pick-style compositions, and let's see if they get those hands on those comfort picks.
One of them's gone already with the Blitzcrank. I would anticipate Vitality to ban away the Thresh here, otherwise Misfits will first pick it. Now, Misfits relied heavily on a lot of the same champions coming through. It was the Renekton, it was the Lee Sin, the Thresh, the Ashe. These kind of picks comprised the composition out of Misfits that they played time and time again, and it worked very well against G2 last week. With the Elise off the table now, Lee Sin is higher in priority, as you can see on the bottom of your screen. We were talking about the compositions, but I still think Thresh likely comes out as a first pick for Misfits.
And of course, that may allow Joko to steal away the Lee Sin, but something that we did forget, the Zac. We got so excited about every other lane that Zac is open, Lee Sin is open, Thresh is open. A lot of these champions that are very important, and Maxlaw is going to lock in the Zac.
So Zac is by no means a bad pick, but I think that the Thresh here, unless Misfits have been playing around Thresh specifically in the bottom lane this week in scrims, is a difficult pick. You're also giving away a pick that Steelback likes in the Caitlyn that pairs very well with the Thresh. Difficult to punish this lane in the laning phase, so now we have to look at what Misfits have as a reply, but what the Zac does give them, really strong gank and teamfight presence for this, you know, like high-impact jungler, just like we saw Maxlaw do last week.
Yeah, exactly. If not already the best jungler in Europe, maybe he will be. So Zac did get some nerfs on this patch, as did Rakan. We'll talk about them in-game. They're both locked in. Just interesting to note that of the 10 games Maxlaw has played on stage, 7 of them have been with Lee Sin, 2 of them have been with Zac. So this will be the 3rd time he's had the opportunity to play it. And some quick lock-ins, Rakan, Varus, and Ivern.
Now, this Ivern is not necessarily a dangerous pick, but in the sense that you won't punish the Zac. It's difficult to punish him anyway, but now you're looking to kind of scale up at a similar tempo. But the Ivern's role will be somewhat around that sieging with Daisy and protecting Caitlyn along the same time. So there's a couple of different things in this jungle matchup to a lot of jungle matchups we've seen recently. This one might be a lot more hands-off until post 6.
Well, let's find out if Maxlaw or Joko can make a play happen. It's a big departure for Joko, the Ivern. A lot more scaling, a lot more team fight, and maybe this is a good thing, because that was some of Joko's weaknesses. We alluded to it a little while ago. Joko had the ability to find first bloods, but often then kind of squandered those advantages. It's a little more difficult when you're on a champion like Ivern, because you have to play around the team. We're into phase 2 here, Stress. Cassio off the table, LeBlanc off the table, Kennen as well.
Syndra is still there if Vitality want to grab that, but Nukeduck's played a lot of Echo, can play the Fizz that we've seen into it if that's where Parabeeble ends up going. Vitality may look towards Cabochard's pick to start off this second phase of the picks. However, for Misfits, they're getting rid of one of the stronger mid lane picks, perhaps against something like an Orianna that they might be looking for here. If Power of Evil picks up the Orianna, pairs it with the Zac, that would be a good combination here. And then Vitality can just kind of pick whatever they want into it. But with this Rumble being picked up, we have to ask the question now for Alphari, where's he going to go? Shen is available, one of the few drafts that is here, and can, of course, at least hold its own and then stand United into a fight.
Yeah,
if
definitely also adds or removes that maybe from a Cabo and the likes of this Protect the Caitlyn comp. And see how these two teams round out. That will be a Corki locked in. If anybody is going to run that in the mid lane, Power of Evil would be one of those guys. Has played it a lot when it was one of those champions, has played AP Ezreal in the mid lane when it was a thing. And of course, Corki's new 80% magic damage from his autos. It'll be interesting to see how Vitality itemize and deal with it.
It gives him another ridiculous spike. When you get Void Staff as a 4th item, you just end up hitting people so heavily with magic damage that it's difficult to deal with. But another pick, we spoke about it being a staple pick for Misfits in their win against G2, this Renekton. Playing up against Rumble, of course, very different instances of impact on the game. Rumble will be more about that team fighting around the dragon, jungle areas, whereas Renekton, he's going to want to try and control the laning phase as always, push up, try and control a side lane forever. But maybe he's going to have a Talia coming up to that top lane along with the Rumble, along with the Ivern for Nukeduck.
And of course, Talia into Corki. Feels like it's going to be a fairly neutral lane, but Nukeduck can just jump into a side lane whenever he wants to. Try to help out Cabo's Rumble, maybe jump down, combo with Joko in one of those setups, and it'll be interesting to see how Nukeduck plays the map.
It's a pick that can also match the package timing for Power of Evil as well, when you look at this way that the Talia against the Corki will work out.
And of course, the utility combination here between Joko and Nukeduck. Another little flavor change, maybe. With Nukeduck, we really liked him on Assassins, on Playmakers, and while you can do that with Talia, definitely more impactful if you use that Weaver's Wall effectively and combo with the rest of your team.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how Nukeduck can have an impact in this laning phase. We haven't seen a whole lot out of Corki mid up until this patch for obvious reasons with a lot of the nerfs that Corki was hit with before, but it is a fairly poke and harass heavy mid lane matchup. And could be a fun one to watch.
It certainly will be. There's a few other fun ones. Zac once again for Maxwell, the 3rd time this split. And by the way, Ignar, he has played his 8th unique champion in 11 games on stage. And this will be his 1st time on Rakan. So let's see how well he performs. It is Misfits taking on Vitality. Group A taking on Group B. And for Vitality, this is where they need to prove that they can hang with the big dogs. Misfits, led by the Kingslayer himself, Maxlaw, managed to pick up a victory last week. Let's see whether or not they'll get stopped in their tracks by Vitality.
So the most important change on 7-12 is already in effect, Trevor.
What's that?
New refillable potion icon.
Oh, but what else changed?
So, yeah, some actual important ones that changed as we're seeing Misfits again. We are into a brief pause, just coming out of the gates.
It would happen as I take my jacket off.
Vander seemingly, we'll see what is up with Vander at the moment, but one of the changes that did come through that is going to be significant, the Doran Shield change. We'll still see it in the bot lane, in the top lane, maybe not quite as commonly as before. The change that happened was they increased the cost of it by 50 gold, essentially to withdraw that 2nd potion that you used to get for Doran's Shield, and it just makes the sustain a whole little bit less.
Okay, so we'll see how well that impacts the laning phase. I am hearing from production that it is an in-game setting related problem, I believe with Alphari, in fact, who actually called the pause, despite the fact that Vander was very animated on stage. Somewhat irrelevant at this stage.
Maybe his hand was just raised to answer questions about the patch.
Could be, could be.
You were asking, like, what else has changed?
It was also nice. Hearing there is actually something Vander's discussing with the referees and technicians on stage. We'll keep you guys apprised as we go forward. But yeah, talking about some of those Doran's items changes, I'm personally happy that the Lord of the Rings is now no longer possible.
Okay.
The unique mana back, the mana back, sorry, per minion kill has now been nerfed. It's unique. So we're not going to see another stacking. I want to see whether or not we see any more of those Gragas top lanes, etc., that were so prevalent.
But if history has taught us anything, Trevor, it's after The Lord of the Rings, it means you have The Hobbit. And if the top lane turns into how bad the Hobbit movies were, that's not really what I want to see. But you do raise a valid point. Some of the top laners, like a Gragas that unfortunately isn't in this game, won't be stacking those Doran's rings. However, Renekton wasn't looking for Wizard Lizard on this one. Same with the Rumble, not really opting for that as a bonus for them. So this game, it won't have the impact, but Vitality early on, making a move into the bottom side jungle, trying to just secure as much vision as they can. Maxlor and Alphari, as always, will do the same thing in response, make sure they can get it topside.
And of course, we need to keep our eyes on Cabochard's Rumble. Definitely got hit by the nerf bat and the adjustment bat a fair amount. Changes to his heat, changes to his Q, W, and E, respectively.
Yep.
Theoretically adding some more decision-making to as and when you use your kit, and making a little bit more clear when you can actually pick those fights around the Flame Splitter.
Yeah, a lot of people talking about it being a nerf with regards to some of the push potential and the way you can actually manipulate the heat bar. It was always very easy to just maintain in the yellow area of his heat bar where you get that bonus damage. Now it drops off a whole lot quicker. The increased cooldown on his Q makes it trickier to balance that. So I'm expecting, you know, some of the more seasoned Rumble players to continue building the pickup, but maybe those that haven't had a massive number of games may drop it, and we'll see other picks come to fruition in the top lane.
Yeah, keep a close eye on it. Nukeduck is actually moving in to try and harass Maxlor's Zac. Got some early vision on him, and Power of Evil on this recently adjusted Corki. Also going to be sitting in that mid lane. Started with the Corrupting Potion, and you have to feel it's going to be difficult for Nukeduck in the opening levels. But once he also gains some levels and some AP, he can easily just push that wave and keep Corki at bay.
The important thing there, as we were seeing on our screen that I was just double checking, was Nukeduck did kill 2 of the Raptors. That's why Maxlor is only level 1, has only just hit level 2 now on his Wolf Camp. And that is a big detriment. We were talking about how normally you want to put Zac behind, and Ivan isn't a jungler that can do that. Well, if you've got a Talia that'll come in and take away some of the early camps, that might very well affect that matchup.
I'm interested to see how Vitality play this mid to late game. It has been one of their many weaknesses in the summer split. And with an Ivern, with a Talia, with the theoretical ability to play around a Rumble top or a Thresh Caitlyn bottom, you've got a huge amount of tools, a huge amount of opportunity to make, you know, great plays. And it's going to be up to Joko to be in the right place at the right time and not make the same sort of strategic mistakes that we've seen out of the squad that is currently 1 win and 3 losses on the splits.
Yeah, and it's a team that hasn't necessarily challenged the teams above them either, and I think that's one of the difficult parts, is that you can see in the opposite group Roccat go and pick up a win off the group leaders, whereas Vitality haven't really had that same kind of performance, and that's why we want to see more from them. We want to see when the stars align, how they actually can perform. Because right now, if you're a Vitality fan, it probably isn't looking all that convincing.
No.
But to start this game out, putting Maxlor a little bit on the back foot, as Joker's going to go and clear up his second route through his jungle, should give them a slight advantage, but I don't think it's going to be enough to kind of break the game open. 2 Raptors are not going to be that different.
And Stress, you mentioned in picks and bans. Zac into Ivern, it's not going to be the most explosive of early games. It's going to be an interesting mid to late game, though. The team fights and how different they are. Maxlor's definitely going to be looking to scoop somebody up with that Let's Bounce ability. Give a little bit of stretching strike attacks, pull people together. So there's a lot of tools, and they'll do things very differently. This is Maxlor and Joko as the game progresses.
Yeah, they, as we see Joko lining up around this Raptor camp, a lot of fighting over this. Rakan's coming up too, Parameval over the wall.
All right, Valkyrie's in. Joko's not going to be able to find the root caller and ignore on his first roam. Seismic Shove is sidestepped. And we see a little hop over the wall for Maxlor. Cabochard's overheating. Going to force the flash from Alphari, winning out that trade 1v1. That's a good sign for Vitality.
Yeah, it's a great sign for Vitality because Alphari has been a lot about dominating the laning phase. One of the best laners statistically in the EULCS, but at the bottom lane, Ignat having to dash his way out of the fight rather than looking for any further engage. Hansama was too far away.
Now, no support, and of course, that's a good sign for Vander, by the way, finding that death sentence onto a very mobile Ignore. but it didn't result in anything, unfortunately.
No, wasn't enough to get a kill, but we talked about the mid lane matchup and how Corki normally is a harass-based and, you know, decent laner. Well, he's down 50 CS right now, has been constantly shoved in by Nuketug. And of course, Nuketug's still going for double Doran's Ring. It is only the mana back from killing minions passive that doesn't get shared by Doran's Rings anymore, so you still get the health, the AP, the base mana regen, and now you get to roam because you've been pushing, you hit level 6 early. But Alfari, even though he's got no flash, has max lore around. Cabochard wasn't level 6 himself, so Vitality back away from the dive and just look for vision control.
This is a good start for Vitality.
Yeah.
Nuketug, a gigantic amount of CS ahead of Power of Evil. And Nuketug has been one of those players that I've been extremely critical of in the past, but 2017 Summer, he has been showing up and he has been delivering. Is this going to be another one of those games? Death Sentence catches onto Ignar. Ignar looks for that grand entrance onto Steelback. Unfortunately, steps on a trap on the way out. That's a summoner heal from Hans Summer just to keep him healthy.
Ignar's not necessarily found the mark on a lot of these plays here. It's difficult to kind of cold get that engage with Rakan without landing something else first. Obviously, post level 6, you can kind of alt flash in and get the easy charm down, but kind of want to watch how the Misfits bot lane is going, because we talked so much about Ignar and Hans Sama as a duo. When they entered the LCS, they had looked so great previously, but doesn't feel like they've been dominating every laning phase. They are slightly ahead in this one. Excited to see where they can go with a lead like this.
Yeah, exactly. And who's going to pick up that first blood? As you mentioned, Joko actually had really, really good first blood statistics for the opening of Summer. His early game play was his strongest suit. So you kind of go, okay, well, if he can do that, let's pick a jungler champion that can scale, and he has to play around it a little bit. That's something that maybe he's moved a little towards. Steals away the blue buff right underneath Alfari's nose. And Joko's just going to waddle his way to safety. There's a little candy left behind. And Nuketug should be able to pick this up as well. So double the bonus off a single steal.
Yeah, the easy blue buff going over for Nuketug there as well, as you said. And we'll be able to, this will just maintain the mid lane push forever, basically, on this Salia. We didn't see that roam at the level 6 point work out for Nuketug, but certainly he's in no hurry to go and finish that off. Although we are starting to get to the point where the package is going to be available. You've got to match that ultimate for passive now on the Corki. And that is one of the trickiest points playing around a Corki, is whenever he shows up, you forget how quickly he gets back into lane. You can just go aggressive.
Yeah, that movement speed buff is significantly large. Cabochard's going to run into Maxlore in the jungle. Electro Harpoon comes down, and there's no additional play that comes for it. Let's quickly look at Maxlore before any action breaks out. And some of his stats between weeks 1 and 2, and then in his series last week against G2, higher jungle proximity, spent a little bit more time with his laners, significantly high kills plus assists at 15, and then look at that. First blood participation and the additional gold from the early game plays working in his favor.
Yeah, this guy was on fire last week on the Lee Sin. You can see just how his activity, or at least the success of his activity, went up. He's looking for some activity in the middle lane here if he can catch Nuketug.
Wow, stretching strike, and the elastic slingshot misses. Nuketug actually uses the seismic shove, and that ends up saving Maxwell from some damage. The threaded volley is starting to miss as Joko's rejoined the mid lane. That was just a ghost from Nuketug, nothing further, and Joko takes advantage with some vision and yet another buff steal. So that's 2 already in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, this is, as you said, both sides of the jungle have been taken away by Joko. We were talking about how they need to put Maxlore on the back foot. Well, now that Maxlore's first engage post level 6 doesn't go his way, it's another moment where Misfits have not been able to contend with the early game out of Vitality. And in previous games, we've talked about how Vitality have been good at pushing towers early, good at securing first blood. Well, they haven't done it yet, but they're in a good position to do that kind of thing with such a gold lead.
Yeah, and look at these CS differences, guys. It's 10 minutes in. Power of Evil is still down 17. That's just shy of 3 waves. Cabochard in the top lane, thanks to winning that 1v1 earlier. He's got himself 11 CS in the advantage. And I like cutting between Corki and Rumble at this stage, because you have an equalizer, and you have the package, which is an even better equalizer, but slightly less damage. And I'm a big fan of when you have 2 of those burning trails on the ground. Because no matter which team you're on, you're screwed.
Yeah, X
Somebody's
marks
burning.
the spot of somebody dying in the middle of that fight when they cross each other. But you saw Paravival looking perhaps for a roam up towards the top side, getting the vision down, clearing out the control ward. He's looking for that pathway up to the top lane. Deny the ability of Vitality to react with a teleport or any kind of play like that by looking at the bot side of the map. And then build around this package. Remember, the package has a limited time. It must be used before it expires, which means a lot of people will just throw it into the lane to kill the minions, but they go on Nuke Duck.
Now Nuke Duck gets caught, gets rooted, gets knocked back, gets charmed. Nuke Duck's down for first blood.
All the good work from Vitality around this mid lane. Nuke Duck building himself a lead. Joko giving over multiple buffs and unfortunately not playing around the package. And Rakan not being in lane makes it very difficult for Nuke Duck to stay alive. Didn't even get a chance to flash out of that. You can see that Ignar, his flash, his ult, the ignite, everything is down. And Misfits punish him in the mid lane.
Yeah, there was just too much CC and it was chained too effectively. And Misfits, despite being down 1,000 gold, they make the first blood play happen. It not only lands in Paravival's lap, but he's even able to bounce back with the CS. And here's a replay of just how it started.
Yeah, of course, we initially had the Vitality vision, so Ignar goes in, ult into the flash. Doesn't even matter that the root caller hits Nuke Duck, or hits to try and save Nuke Duck, but Misfits easily able to hang on through that one as they just get an easy kill, back themselves out after the first package play of the game. And that we have to now look at every couple of minutes. That package is going to be available. We'll be able to power back into a lane, get a fight started. And it's so difficult to play against if you haven't been playing against it recently because it's kind of like a teleport almost.
Yeah, in some ways, that adjustment period, right? Just reminding yourself of how it all works. Ignar, can you use that battle dance? Sorry, correction. W grand entrance out to safety. Manages to do so. And that's going to be one of the challenges for Vander. Because if you look at the targets, you don't really want to catch a Renekton or a Zac. And Hans Summer, he's going to be the only sort of juicy target as Joko is going to have some support here from Nuke Duck Stress. It looks like a tower dive is on the horizon.
Yeah, it looks like they're building up towards it, but as Ivan actually backs away, Maxlaw, I don't think he got spotted, but there certainly is a little bit of security. There was an Ivan bush down there that may have caught out Maxlaw on his way through. He was just checking what Ignar was skilling. We've seen a lot of difference from Rakan's. Ignar actually putting a couple of points in Q early. Not something you normally do. Normally you put it more in the engage so you can make them happen more frequently.
All right, there's the knockup. No, it's interrupted! Vander with the lantern. Man, that was milliseconds away.
And that's one of the reasons why you can play Thresh into Rakan. If you can get the Lantern out, it's you know, a reliable way of avoiding the Rakan engage. But speaking of why perhaps he put the points in Q, if he can stack up that Spell Thief's Edge quest, complete it, and get even more movement speed after, you know, hitting the Q, it makes Rakan a lot more powerful. But at the same time, I think in the lane, you kind of get so much from those constant engages that I want to see if more Rakan start skilling into Q more often, because we've seen a whole lot of the knock-up, the grand entrance being the primary focus.
Yeah, new patch, slightly new meta.
Yeah.
We'll keep our eyes on it as the weekend plays out. But Dragon #1, Stress, goes over to Misfits. Uncontested by Vitality. And despite being down in the lanes, Vitality really didn't, Misfits really didn't flinch. You know, Paravival's got his Trinity Force completed, he's got his Cull already stacked up, and Steelback is doing Steelback things.
Yes, we got a Steelback special. It's the early QSS in a team comp that is almost made to protect him fully. I don't quite. I'm not a massive fan of that, but Steelback has done it even quicker in previous games. Remember there was a Varus game where he actually built it first item before anything else?
Hey look, that chain of corruption and charm from Ignar, that's very, very important. Vitality, they fancy their shots at Tower First Blood. Hans Summer and Ignar forced to run away. Gleaming Quill will offer some HP back as Hans Summer's zoned away. Steelback with that QSS, not too bothered right now. The Blade of the Rune King hasn't even been finished, and Hans Summer can't even kill the Toad because it has resets.
Vitality will get the advantage on this topside tower, or at least they looked like they would, because Misfits were trying to recall out. I think they're actually just going to back away here. Daisy gets popped, tower's going to go down easily for Vitality. So once again, Vitality playing tower game in the early game very well. Now Cabo goes to defend the bottom side, neutralizes anything, but hang on, you just use your TP in the face of the enemy. Misfits want to engage.
Vitality did not back away. It's a 3-on-4. Alfari puts down the Dominus, and Maxlaw's got Let's Bounce, ready to scoop up any victims. Here comes Power of Evil from the mid lane. Vitality, that was shocking.
Greedy TP there coming through from Cabo Shard. Misfits were able to regroup, and yes, Vitality secured now a couple of towers for themselves, but you lost a lot on the top side. You accelerated this Corki's build, and theoretically, Misfits will be able to secure the Rift Herald, maybe look to equalize the tower game from themselves. But Vitality, that was sloppy to TP that early into a situation where you didn't need to go so quick.
And not back away.
Yeah.
You know, kudos now to Misfits. Let's take nothing away from them. They reacted very well. Power of Evil dodges a lot of the volley from Nukeduck, puts down the package and knocks Nukeduck backwards. His spell shield gets popped. The exhaust is down on Cabo. PoE was running that one. Power of Evil has his 4th kill already.
And another greedy play from Vitality. Nukeduck pushes mid, doesn't recall, goes towards the bottom lane to try and help Cabo Shard, who, yes, they got the tower in the end of it, but you gotta look at what they're giving away for this. Extra kills. This Corki will be a late game monster, and there's not really gonna be any way for Vitality to deal with it.
No, there's not. And I think you definitely mentioned the fact Vitality are still 3 towers to 0.
Yeah.
All right, so let's not take that small success away from them. However, they've given up 4 kills to the Corki, and this was, of course, the play that started it.
Yeah.
Teleport completing by Cabo down bottom.
And look, steal back. Okay, this team comes built to protect him. Well, you don't have the numbers to win this fight anyway, so he ends up dying easily. Power of Evil comes into the fight. He's able to just put a massive amount of damage down, even though it's early on. It's not just a late game champion. He's very strong at that point, but...
Oh, look at that face! I love seeing Power of Evil on screen. What a personality, and he's got this humble aura about him. He's definitely a competitor, and he's definitely showing up today. New pick, new patch. Power of Evil definitely not afraid of new, unique styles.
Yeah, and look, we talked about the tower lead that Vitality had, 3 towers. Well, look at the bottom lane on the minimap. That tower is low. Mid lane just died because they picked up Rift Herald. And top tower, yes, Vitality will look to defend it for a while, but look, if Misfits bring everything up to the top side with this Corki, with the package soon, it's going to be a difficult one to keep alive, and they're just going to go!
Maxlaw, let's kiss, he yells! Scoops up Vitality, Steal Back and Vander are in trouble. Power of Evil was cut off from the engages. Nukeduck was roaming. It's still a 3-on-3 in the top lane, and Vitality are able to clear the wave. Maxlaw almost made magic happen.
Yeah, good engage, but no real follow-up. It didn't look like Misfits were prepared to commit. Cabo Shard's TP was still down, and Power of Evil wasn't roaming up towards the top side, so Misfits didn't end up getting the tower, but they know they're playing a bit of a slower game. Get the tower bot lane, Alfari drops back, you can reassess the situation on the map.
And that's exactly what Misfits do. Misfits grab themselves that 2nd tower of the game, extend their gold lead to 1,000, and they've got 2 towers now to the 3 conceded of Vitality. Those CS numbers don't matter. And you know what? I love the teamwork from Vitality, Stress. As a team, they agreed not to make the right call around Cabo Shard's teleport. And as a team, they agreed to gift 1 kill each to Misfits, right? This is cross-group play in extreme mode. If this were Doom, this would be Hurt Me Plenty. This is the game mode they've opted into.
Yeah, that one killed me. The Doom reference, I like
you a
it.
little bit on that one.
You didn't lose me. I was trying to figure out if I could make a flashlight or gun reference from Doom, but unfortunately I got lost along the way. And Vitality, they got lost along their way as well, because they were trying to build towards these good damage items, and then a QSS comes around and looks like a great item to build, but you realize on Caitlyn you really need to get completed items. And now you're so significantly behind in damage. This Varus was going to be strong earlier anyway. He's got a Blade of the Ruin King, he's got the Zeal completed. You're sitting around with QSS and BF Sword, waiting for damage to arrive when you just don't have any.
Also, Power of Evil on a Corki already has his Shiv and
Yes.
Trinity Force.
That too.
So what's next? Infinity Edge into Void Staff. Is that what we're looking for?
That's one of the more traditional routes when you look at it. It actually would have been traditionally Infinity Edge before, and then we see some Rapid Fire, some Static Shiv, but that Void Staff as well, as you were talking about earlier. Because of the increased magic damage that Corki now does, Void Staff is that much more potent.
Yeah, of course, for anybody who hasn't caught the specifics on Corki on this patch, 80% of his auto attack damage is now magic. And look at this, just a little. It was changed from 50-50. It was 50 magic, 50 AD previously. And look at that tower top has now fallen. The Ring of Vision in Vitality's jungle means they are currently burning down as Misfits are strangling their half of the map.
That's why it's disgusting when you get Infinity Edge and the crit happens and it gets converted. Oh, disgusting through all of that magic penetration as well. If you've ever played up against a late game Corki, you know how that feels when you get autoed twice and you lose all of your health. But at the same time, he has a lot of poke, he has the engage, he has the escape. Very, very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, indeed. And I'm still waiting to see the some of these new support-based items and where they're going to slot in. At the moment, it's just damage for days, really. Static Shift for Steelback, still going to be working towards that eye edge. His spike or his ability to make significant impact in this game is so heavily delayed.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a 30-minute spike. It's going to be closer to a 40-minute spike, maybe.
It will. It really will at this point. He's only down 600 gold himself, but when you put yourself further because of the QSS, it actually means you're closer to 2,000 gold down on your opponent when you look at combat stats. Now, everybody always makes the argument, if that means nobody throws crowd control at you, you survive for longer, but if you get hit by one and then you QSS and get hit by another, still doesn't help.
Wow, great CC chain thus far from Vitality. He managed to get 40% of Max Law's life, and he's able to just walk away. Starting to get very, very beefy with that Warden's Mail. Almost a hit track in Ruby Ruby. Missing one more. And Misfits now need to set up Baron. We've seen good Barons from them this year. We've seen bad Barons from them this year, and this is now like kind of school lesson mode. I don't even know what the word is. Let's see how well they set this up and play around it, because as it stands, Max Law a little bit aggressive on that start.
Yeah, this is, if you're in school, you're trying to answer the question before they've even finished it, because you're trying to do this without setting everything up. But if you get this pick, that'll do well enough.
All right, respect flash from Vander. Joker's the target. He gets rooted down. That's a decent seismic shove coming out of Nukeduck as the teleport from Alfari will complete. Vitality are able to disengage. And now Misfits are grouped inside Vitality territory. Cabochard has held onto his teleport, and he's going to continue to shove that lane. See whether or not they can apply any tower threat. It'll be a while away as now Vander just out of range of that stretching strike.
The package is available, so if they want the Corki to go back, pick that up and get back into lane, that would be one option here to reset the thing. Push mid, go back, get the package, and look to engage again.
Let's find out what happens in these next few minutes as Cabochard shoved backwards. All right, Misfits, they didn't necessarily set that one up. Felt kind of like a rushed play to me. I'm going to go back to the drawing board, pick up a couple more control wards. You can see a number of them in Vitality's inventory, but now they're fighting to regain vision. Max Law and Ignat, they're going to look for some targets.
Ooh.
Nothing happened. I was excited.
Because they're looking for Hans Sama in the top side. Look, Nukeduck does not have his ultimate. It is not available after the last fight. Otherwise, Hans Sama will be dead here. Misfits are able to back away. And Vitality will have to look for another play.
Man, the bravado. Hans Sama did not step into vision of minions there, and I actually think Vitality knew he was there, but they couldn't get it quick enough.
Yeah.
Allowed Hans Sama to escape. Has that Hurricane, has Blade of the Rune King, makings of his next Zeal. And you know what? Misfits are saying this is fine. We've got Corki, we've got Varus, we've got Zac. We're happy to play a little bit later. Keep Vitality at arm's length. But this is also good for Vitality because it's allowing them to scale up. Vander's got another QSS as well. Get some more survivability on the support. As Ivern and Caitlyn continue to scale, Vitality are going to be happy with this slower pace.
Yeah, they will be if they get enough time to get late on into the game, get that Caitlyn to that 4th item point. Should be able to output a significant amount of damage, but now mid lane.
All right, Steelback takes a lot of damage. Good root down onto Maxlaw. Cell Division passive is available. Let's Bounce comes down. A Cell Division is popped. Hans Sama is simply too far away, and Misfits get caught out.
Hans Sama was top lane when Maxlaw and Power of Evil went aggressive. I wonder whether that was Power of Evil trying to time the package out before it finished, looking for a replication of the play they made earlier, but this time everybody on Vitality was available. Misfits didn't have the same vision control on the top side.
It's onto Hans Sama, but Vander doesn't follow it through. The quickness into the entrance, and Power of Evil's unstoppable. Instant reply as Vitality were not close enough to respond.
And just as Vitality get a positive play, Vander is caught out looking to get a ward down and just can't survive. It gives away all of the ground that Vitality had just claimed. That right there, killing Maxlaw, should have opened up at least the vision control of the Baron pit, but Misfits are able to punish Vitality for once again sloppy setup, and now Misfits, they're going to start this out themselves. Zac is nearly there. They will have their smite available, and this is a significant amount of damage that can be done quickly to the Baron, but see if Joko can get in there.
So important. Equalizer and threaded volley are available. Maxlaw helps out Power of Evil to get his 6th kill of the game. And while Vitality stop the Baron, again, this is just Misfits very happy, very comfortable in this play style. Man, they're just going to back away and going to keep using Baron as a bait. And come on, we dare you to fight us, Vitality.
I think Misfits were looking to actually take the Baron afterwards because they had enough health in their minds, and then Steelback headshot Igna, and that actually reduced his health so low that I think the whole of Misfits decided not to. So this was the play. Look where Hans Sama is. That's just not a fight that Misfits were ever going to win here, because yes, okay, they get the engage, but it's a 5 versus 3 for the majority of this. Alfari didn't have TP, Hans Sama wasn't there, and look, Vitality, if you all go together to get this vision, Vander maybe survives. Nukeduck and Joko go towards it, start to go with him, but look, the damage backed away.
Yeah, no Rumble, no Caitlyn.
Joko
As
dead.
we jump out of the replay, we can only assume Maxlaw was able to scoop up Joko. His ultimate is on cooldown. Vitality now getting pulled apart. 3,000 gold down as we approach 30 minutes into the game. I really want to see what Ignar decides to build. He's got that Aegis of the Legion. And Aegis has got a number of different build paths. Look at the damage on Nukeduck. Power of Evil and Hans Sama get the double team. Vitality are stuck inside Vander's box. Power of Evil gets his 7th, looking for his 8th, but won't be able to secure it. Hans Sama denies it with the double kill, and now this should be a safe and easy battle.
Yeah, once again, a single pick against Vitality leads into a small skirmish going in Misfits' favor, and Steelback is left running away at the end of the fight, not even autoing for the majority of that skirmish that just happened. And this has been a problem that has been just symptomatic for Vitality week after week, is they cannot team fight together. Either Steelback dies or Steelback is running away in fights, and there really is no middle ground. This was the pick onto Joko that started it all. It's an easy pick this time.
Good.
Maxlaw catches it, gets that first kill, then we go into the fight. I'm going to keep my eyes on Steelback for the majority of this one, because look, he's positioned in a way he doesn't want to get caught. So he gets over the wall, and then look, no autos, 1 auto, nothing further. He's running away. There is no damage because the team is dying in front of him. He cannot output that damage or he'd die. And this is one of the reasons why Vitality's carries have exceptionally low damage ratings, is they are not team fighting at the same time almost ever.
They absolutely are not. Stress, you did a fantastic breakdown of the lack of damage from Vitality in team fights last week in front of the Telestrator, looking at Steelback, Nukeduck, Cabo. We talked about at the beginning of this game. Yep. Vitality have had flashes of brilliance at different times. And now look at this game. The only flash is Vitality's deaths. 7-0-3 for Power of Evil, and towers are just falling everywhere.
And that's the thing, is there's no way Steelback can move forward into that fight, because there's a 6th kill at that point, Corki, that wants to hit him with 2 autos and kill him. So if the rest of the team isn't alive, there's no way he can survive against this Infinity Edge Corki. Really, truly no way.
No, none whatsoever.
Interesting. Not opting for Void Stuff as a 4th item.
Listen, when you are given so many kills and towers and Baron,
Exactly. You don't need the extra magic pen when your opponents haven't really been able to build enough magic resist, so you just go rapid fire cannon after it, and you're able to just hit them from further away. Misfits are in total control of this game. From what looked like the 3-tower advantage for Vitality, they haven't expanded on that in a good 20 minutes.
And it didn't feel like Vitality really had a chance. Nope. You know, it is a little harsh to say, but Misfits just really, really comfortable. Keeping Vitality, like that really tall big guy at a gym that holds the really short little guy on the forehead.
What kind of gyms do you go to?
Swing, come on. Imagine Deficio holding Pyra. Like that sized it. No, Medic holding Pyra. While the base is being torn apart. Tower in the top is down. Vitality not able to put up any sort of defense as the inhibitors will be the next target. It's a great visualization, actually. Let's see how and where Vitality decide to fight. Baron, 3 minutes of it has been used. Vitality haven't been able to stop any sort of bleeding. Tower bottom, inhibitor top, like there's just nothing Vitality can do.
You can't get these waves away. With a Talia and a Rumble against the Baron buff. Now look, they've tried to catch the Corki.
Yeah, but look, here comes Ignar. Come in, get down, rushing with the quickness, and Vitality are charmed up. But there's not enough damage for Misfits to get their 12th kill of the game. Instead, they are just going to disturb Vitality's base and take down both inhibitors.
I'm all in a land of confusion right now over what you were trying to do with some of those lyrics. But at this point, there is no confusion for Misfits. It's a recall and the game phase for them because they are so significantly far ahead right now that what was a 1,000 gold lead maybe 5, 6, 7 minutes ago is now 10,000 with the package. Now Power of Evil feels comfortable. Rapid fire cannon. He built a QSS, but it's so far into his build because he hasn't really been caught out so much that his damage is through the roof. And Steelback is not even close to being a 4 items.
Oh, stress. Not only is Steelback nowhere near, look at that Baron power play.
Yeah, there you go.
6,800 gold. Now, while it is impressive from the Misfits side, remember that Vitality just said, go ahead. We don't want to fight you, bro. They didn't try to defend their towers, didn't try to defend their inhibitors, and they don't have a team comp that's particularly great at starting fights. You know, yes, they can rely on a death sentence maybe, but they want to fight peel backwards with Ivan, Caitlyn, and Talia.
And they don't have a whole lot of option because they're going to need to fight once, or this game is going to end once the top and mid super minions push through into the base. That tower is already low enough that, look, next time Rapid Fire Cannon gets charged, energized, and a hit at that tower, it's probably going to be enough to deal in the damage to kill it on its own. Like, look, there you go, 2 autos from Power, and in Misfits go!
All right, where's Let's Bounce? Still on cooldown. Alfari is flashed forward. The Equalizer gets dropped down. Power Beaver gets his 8. Power Beaver gets his 9. That's a triple. Looking for the quadra.
Can he get it?
There's a pentakill on the horizon.
They've left it.
Nobody from Misfits is
he's
trying
dead.
to take it because he's down. The quadra from Power of Evil will not result in another pentakill. Nuke Duck is running for his life, gets caught by everything from Misfits. The ace secures the base, and Misfits obliterate Vitality. It is a crushing defeat. And the Nexus falls, Misfits 1-0.
And Power Evil was smiling while it happened because he knew how close he was. Second would have been, well, it's the second quadra, would have been a penta for him.
It would
second
indeed.
penta of the split.
It would have indeed. Our league second penta, and another one to complement his Orianna Smite penta from last year. And Misfits, just, you know what? It's just a clean game, you know? We can talk about those towers earlier, but the moment Cabo Shot finished that teleport, Misfits channeled theirs, took control of the game, triple kill for Power of Evil early, and that sealed the deal.
And that really was the turning point, which sounds weird because normally a turning point is a Baron fight and the way you turn around a Baron, but that TP into the bottom lane opened the game up. It allowed Misfits to at least, you know, get catches, win a couple of fights and win the game, but there were a couple of moments where like Max Law got caught out, that one engage in the mid lane that Misfits still looked shaky on, but I have no confidence in Vitality's ability to punish a mistake that their opponents make.
And on that bombshell, Misfits Gaming picked up a dominant victory. Analyst Desk, Shocks, what do you guys think of how they did it?
Thank you very much, Quickshot. Well, I think it was super impressive from the side of Misfits, and what Stress said there, Vitality not able to capitalize on any of the mistakes that their enemies make, because after that they always make an own mistake, so they kind of seal their fate. But however, we did want to start with something positive for Vitality.
We're nice guys.
We're nice guys. No, it's actually what happened in the game, and Joko was someone that we were looking at because he always seems to take one step forward and two back, and there was a different plan for him here.
Yeah, I love the fact that they actually put him on Ivern, a champion where he didn't need to go and fight the enemy jungle a lot early game. So we saw a really smart start where Nukedog was kind of sacrificing himself in the early game to get some pressure on the Raptor camp, and then Joko can also invade the blue buff here and steal it away.
Yeah, for sure. The early game was actually really solid here. It shows that Vitality came in with a plan, and I like to say that I'm okay with leaving OP meta picks open if you have a plan for it. And this time Vitality showed that they had a plan for dealing with a sack, and it's to invade him over and over. He's not as strong of a duelist as other meta junglers like Lee and Lee Sin, so Ivern can't be punished as easily.
Yeah, and obviously we also saw Misfits forget how to play against Ivern level 1, where if you start your Raptor camp, and obviously you can actually get interrupted there, well, it's really easy for Ivern to steal away your blue buff. So if you don't run to his blue buff, well, then you're most likely end up just losing your buff and not get anything in return, and yeah.
Definitely. Oopsie there from Maxlor as well, but in the end, this was kind of the only thing. We saw there a replay of where Ivern gets the upper hand. They get a good trade in mid, but what else did it yield them? Yeah, they got a couple of blue buffs, they got a couple of extra buffs, but where did the pressure go for Vitality?
I think they actually came in with somewhat of a solid game plan. They have the Ivern that to really have a lot of synergy with the Caitlyn of Steelback. They also have the Talia to get her rolling in the bottom lane. They have Rumble, one of the champions with the highest TP impact.
Great
so
theory.
They have all the tools to get Steelback going and then protect him. The problem is, as you said, Martin, it's Steelback.
Damn, boy!
Whoa.
Well, he did brush a QSS, which was definitely not necessary, but the problem for Vitality was everything they built up with this early start of trying to deny Maxwell.
Gold was still even. Everything's
Gold
good.
was even. They got a top tower, and we can just bring up that next replay because that's technically where the game is decided, even though it's so early on. And as you highlighted, Henning, here, they're trying to get this comp that can protect Steelback, and then the problem here is Coppershot, he leaves, he's peacing out. The rest of Vitality needs to then also peace out because they're now maximizing farm on Rumble, but they push forward. And now it's like a Caitlyn that's level 9, so her damage is useless. And it's the easiest fight in the world for Misfits to win.
I think this fight, in theory, if Rumble's here, Vitality has a chance. They have a level 11 Rumble, which is a good power spike. They have the tools to win a mid-game team fight, but just in a 3 versus 5, you're not going to be happy. And look at that power of Evil. Corki came in for a couple of kills there and played so well on this new champion.
Yeah, he got kills there, got another package, went bot lane, got another kill with that package. He already picked one up earlier against Nukedog, and he was 4-0 suddenly. Trinity Force static shift completed before anyone even got close to 2 items. Well, Corki mid lane on 2 items is pretty damn strong. We got to see that once again.
Yeah, I think Corki, he scales so well because he builds these expensive items. He has to build the IE, he has to build the Trinity Force, which are 2 of the most expensive items in the game. But when he gets rolling like this, gets 4 kills early, I mean, you're going to get 2 or 3 items before the opponent AD carries a 2.
What do you guys make of the static shift as the second item?
I think going for a Zeal item second is a much faster 2-item completion than if you go IH. And I think also the static shift was for him to a little bit extra, upfront burst, both against the wave, 1 hit on the wave plus your rocket, and that wave is gone. Or if you actually manage to get some long-range poke, it can be pretty good against a team that's already behind and stuck together under a tower trying to defend.
All right, well, it went well for him. He had a lot of kills. He was able to do a lot. And of course, there were some moments where Vitality got the upper hand, but then they almost every time kind of gave it away. One that comes to mind is around Baron. And we're going to take a look at then the final fight, or the Baron fight, that completely sealed the deal, and where Misfits get another fantastic engage off.
Yeah, we see Joko here on the Ivern getting caught out, and there's just not enough vision. They don't have enough boot trinkets. They can't contest this whatsoever. And then there's a fight afterward. In this fight, Power Evil has level 16. He's up a Trinity Force compared to Steelback, which is supposed to be the big carry for Vitality. So he just out-damages everyone on Vitality by I mean, it's not even close.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just really good to see Misfits after they did have some issues with Barons. If we go back a few weeks, Maxwell lost 1 here and there. Seeing them once again kind of relearn, okay, what is the proper setup here when we have a big advantage, disengage from Baron, take the kills, take the fight, because you're obviously really far ahead. Then you can go back and get your objective after. And it's just good to see Misfits, and actually more of the European teams really starting to pick that up.
Yeah, and it's more from what they've shown the last couple of weeks. If they have a big advantage, if they get Power of Evil rolling or anyone rolling, really, they don't have a lot of trouble closing out the game. And it's very hard for the other team to get back into the game. And with that, Misfits Gaming, they look super solid in Game 1. We'll see if they can close out the series after the break.
Just throw it into the lane to kill minions, but they got Nukeduck. Now Nukeduck gets caught, gets rooted, gets knocked back, gets charmed. Nukeduck's down for first blood. Power Wheel from the mid lane. Vitality, that was shocking. Oh, look at that face. I'm ready. Equalizer gets dropped down. Power Wheel gets his 8. Power Wheel gets his 9. That's a triple. Looking for the block. There's a point to kill on the horizon. It's he's trying to take it because he's down. Fits obliterate Vitality. It is a crushing And welcome back to European LCS, where Misfits is up 1-0 against Vitality.
And Brains beat Brawn in what was an excellent win for Misfits. And realistically, that's what we've got to commend, is the fact that Misfits, it was a bit of a rough early game, but ended up dominating for the rest of what was like the last 10 minutes.
They did indeed. I couldn't tell if that was Stewie or Brain, so I'm going to be Pinky and say, what are we going to do tonight, Brain?
The same thing we do every night,
Try
Trevor.
to shoutcast Vitality not making mistakes?
I was just going to go with custom LCS, I don't know.
That is what I want to see. That is what I want to see. We saw the team backstage, Vitality in a big huddle with Yamato Cannon, and we have to see some growth with Yamato talking to the boys and fixing some of those, what feel like obvious mistakes.
And realistically, you look at every time Vitality start to make a play on the game, whether it's towers going down or making a catch, something bad is around the corner every time. And more often than not, it is either Joko or Vander seemingly getting caught. And it's just every time they have this opportunity to come back into a game, suddenly the wind gets taken out of their sails and Vitality go back onto the defensive foot. And there's no way for them to actually build a lead.
And they just bleed out slowly as the mid to late game plays out. Let's look forward. Let's hope we can see something a little different from the Vitality squad this game. They have side selection in game 2, and they picked blue side. Do you think we're going to see anything different here? Giving over the Zac was a risky option, and Maxlaw definitely made Vitality regret that decision.
Right, but I think that if Vitality take it, Maxlaw just goes, okay, give me Lee Sin. I will have the impact in the early game and actually make my presence felt, where that's what Vitality didn't do. They picked the Ivan, which the analysts were talking about has its strengths, very much so, but it didn't really put the Zac behind too much. It didn't have a massive impact in the game.
No, it did not. We can see on the big screen here in Berlin, Hussein and Yamato on stage coaching their teams. As we jump into picks and bans, right out the gate, it is a Rakan ban. Ignaz had 1 game on it. He went unkilled and got, I believe, 14 assists. It was a fantastic performance.
So in this setting with Zac banned now as well, Thresh goes way up in priority for that first pick for Vitality. We'll have to see whether Misfits ban that away, but Vitality singling out that Kennen for the top lane. We of course seen Alfari in splits gone by playing the Kennen. He's played 1 game of it in the summer split. We'll have to see if he gets his hands on that anymore.
And of course, with the 2 jungle bans here for Misfits and the Blitz being banned out, it feels to me like a Lee Sin for Thresh trade.
Yeah.
And I wonder if Misfits will be happy enough with that. There are some options. Of course, Maxlaw has run Kha'Zix only once in the past, and that's still in the pool too.
If Thresh goes to Vitality here, Misfits can likely just pick Tahm Kench. You just pick it up and go, okay, whoever you hook, I'm going to eat. Everything's fine. They take away the Galio from Vitality as an option for first pick as well now. So you're looking at maybe that Lee Sin, Tahm Kench, whether it's a Xayah gets picked up is remaining to be seen. The Kalista was another pick that was not available in the last game that actually is an option this game now for Misfits.
And of course, Thresh, by the way, is the only champion that remains 100% picked and banned in the summer split here in Europe. Kalista was in fact banned by Vitality in game number 1, and Hans Summer has picked that in the first rotation. No surprises. Maxlaw is playing his signature champion right now for the 8th time this split.
And Kalista opens up so many options for support that Misfits actually don't need to rush towards Tahm Kench now for themselves, because with this Kalista, you just put anything. You can put like a Taric in there, anything, you just throw him at the enemy and everything's fine. But taking a long look at Joko, he's just locked in the top laner for Cabochard. Remember, in the last game up against that Rumble was the Renekton pick for Misfits, and it didn't do great in the laning phase, but then neither did the mid lane, and Power of Evil started crushing the later it went.
Such a difficult situation for this Vitality squad. Joko, as you mentioned, stern, serious looks. He's going to run the Kha'Zix into Lee Sin, so 80 carries potentially to be banned out. And there's the Tahm Kench that you mentioned several times, Stress. And priorities now in phase 2. Do Misfits just remove some opposition to Kalista as far as the 80 carry pool, or once again look at those mid laners like they did in game 1?
I think you can ban Caitlyn and then not really look too much more at the 80 carry pool here. Xayah if you're really scared of that lane, but I don't necessarily think it's that important. I think they'll look towards mid laners like this Lucian ban coming through. as Misfits. Maybe it'll be a Syndra coming out for Power of Evil here. The Corki also worked great. No reason not to pick that up. There aren't too many matchups that dumpster it so much that you don't get into that late game phase.
That's a really good point. Power of Evil will pretty comfortably, pretty happily run a Corki again. It's a cleared ban out for Vitality, so trying to get Cabo Shot a little bit more of a comfortable matchup, I feel.
One thing they're scared of here is if you play Kled into Rumble, you can very easily set up ganks with this Tahm Kench. Renekton will do the same thing though. Like Kled maybe has more sticking power.
Oh, that's true. And something that also benefits Misfits here, they can just leave that Corki for last pick.
Yeah.
They can counter pick the Rumble top, see what Vitality run, and decide if they want to opt into that matchup. I mean, Syndra's still up. Orianna is still up. A number of power picks.
I'm not expecting it, but of course there are every so often Tahm Kench top players. We saw it at the MSI play-ins. Saw a couple of games of Tahm Kench coming out as a bit of a special
So technically what you're saying is...
Don't start this. Don't you start this.
I have one of the most fantastic stats, which I will tell you about in-game, Stress.
Great. I look
the
forward to
stats
this.
team has been feeding me those useless quick shot stats that only I love. There's a few guys in the audience shaking their heads going, oh, bugger.
He fights most of them, and then at some point goes, oh, okay, I'll use it, I'll use it.
Well, we'll find that number out a little later. Renekton into Rumble, there'll be no surprises there. It worked really well for Alfari in the last game, despite actually getting bullied at like level 3, level 4.
And look, we were talking about this a little bit here with the Tahm Kench, that Kled was banned away for some, reasons towards that side lane presence, not being able to catch up. But look, Tahm Kench, Renekton does the job just as well. If Renekton's in lane, you go in, land the Ruthless Predator, in comes the Tahm Kench, everything is great. And that is a pick that we don't see all that often out of Steelback himself with the Twitch. Played it one game this split so far.
I hope he doesn't pick QSS second. And we'll have a little bit more well-roundedness, if that's even a word, from the Orianna. And for Vitality, just, I think, a good combination. They've got some teamfight power, they've got some pick power, got a lot of wave clear, a lot of wombo combo if they get to a position where they can.
Yeah, and Misfits did give a couple of opportunities in the previous game, so I wouldn't be surprised to see the Corki locked in here. Gives them a lot of strength, as we saw in the fights, that you can just move around, make sure you can poke from a distance, and then land a couple of autos. Misfits have a pretty strong lineup, pretty similar, perhaps, to the last game. This Kalista maybe is the biggest departure. Of course, Lee Sin, Renekton, nothing new for the Misfits gaming top side.
No, very interested to see just how Misfits play this team composition out, and whether or not Steelback's Twitch is going to have a decent impact. He lost that game that he played last time. Ended up going 1 kill, 2 deaths, 0 assists on the champion. Going to need to have a significantly better matchup this time round. However, I do like the idea of a roaming Twitch that could jump on a Renekton from behind or could try to flank a Corki in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Combo that with the Rumble and the Orianna. There is some potential for insta-giving.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of teams utilizing that. Fnatic have done well with that playstyle, where you bring Twitch in from the side lane and get that kill, 2 versus 1, but that takes a lot of coordination, and that's been one of the weak points of Vitality, is when people are out on their own, they get picked off.
Yes.
So we need to see it work efficiently for Vitality here, and not just have them throw caution to the wind and go in aggressively.
Well, we need to see them go in. That's step 1. As Vitality are down 0-1 in the series, you saw the team comps a moment ago. If you have a Twitter account, jump onto Twitter, hashtag EULCS, at LOL Esports, and let us know, is this hashtag MSF win for the Power Bunnies, or is this hashtag VIT win for the struggling Vitality?
And if you don't have a Twitter account, it's 2017, what are you doing? Get a Twitter account.
You should, and you should tweet us. It's Game 2 cross-group play. Misfits taking on Vitality. And it's story time as we wait for this game to warm up.
Ooh, okay.
Stress.
Yes.
Do you know that Power of Evil has a very exciting record?
Ooh, really?
That he is the #1 record holder in.
Interesting. Okay, tell me more, Trevor.
For 35 games in a row,
that's a lot of games.
Power of Evil has given up at least 1 death. And that previous game, because he died going for that pentakill, he continues that streak.
Ooh,
35
safe.
games. Do you want to know what the next death record is? The next person?
Tell me.
Mickey.
Okay.
With 20 games.
Ooh.
So what you can tell is if you want to score fantasy points against anyone, Power of Evil is guaranteed to give you some fantasy points every single game. That's what it means. And that's my stat story that I care about, that I'm very invested and interested in.
Is it 2 points for a kill?
It is indeed.
Wow, so you can chalk up 2 points if you're playing against Power of Evil in any week. That's going to be a winner. Right
Guaranteed. I did say a few people in the audience were shaking their heads. They continue to shake their heads.
I got booed by them last week, don't worry.
I know. But I've been there. They've not always been receptive to my story time. And well, maybe I need to get better stories. Maybe that's what it means. Maybe our stats team, Ica in particular, is giving us bad stories.
Wow, okay, this is calling out our stats team by name.
No, just him. The rest of the team's great.
Ooh, interesting start here. So Vitality, sorry to cut you off on the stories, but Vitality setting up the red for a quick red take from Joko. So he only gets the small raptors. This is going to escalate and accelerate his early pathing. As is he going to head back, clear out this, and then look towards Rift Scuttler after? It's a little bit weird on the pathing. Does sacrifice the bottom lane for Steelback and Vanda. I want to see what impact this actually has, though. Is there any tangible gain from Joko here?
Well, that's what we need to find out. Misfits were able to pick up first blood in the previous game, despite Joko historically being good at it. He's still struggling to find his form. Kha'Zix's early cheeky play, maybe that'll work.
So the reason he does it tangible gain is he didn't use Smite, Maxlord did. So it does give Joko the option if he wants to go and invade, wants to go and try and steal, it's quicker, but that's not what Joko is doing. You can see Ignar has gone up out of the lane to make sure that they can get a ward down, try and spot out any kind of aggressive play from Joko, but it's just ever so slightly faster on that next Smite usage, but doesn't actually amount to much yet.
Concedes some control in the bottom lane. Hans Summer, a minor advantage. Joko's now going to finish his clear. Allow that red buff to tick over. Jumps on to Gromp. And I'm looking at the minimap. Maxlord making his way to Gromp. So far, even Stevens?
Yeah, it's not a whole lot difference. Had Joko wanted to go mid lane or top lane early on, that's where we might have felt that quicker pathing actually be successful, but it doesn't really come out. We see teams do this every so often. You give that fast deletion. Sometimes it leads to a 10-second window where somebody's not expecting a gank, but that hasn't happened in this game.
And I'm looking at the minimap. Misfits were pinging their own Krugs. You can see there's a ward that I believe Joko just hopped on top of. In fact, it's his ward. So he's going to make sure that's safe and available. By the way, while Vitality were making their way in, this little play, small advantage gold-wise, small advantage CS-wise. And Alfari, going to see the Krug there and realize something fishy is going on.
Also manages to get a ward down on the exit path there as well. Power of Evil, heavy trade.
Exhaust is already used by PoE. A lot of mana burned through by Nutek and the Ghost. The command attack falls just short as Power of Evil is able to Valkyrie away. So they trade those utility summoner spells, the Ghost for the Exhaust.
Yeah, and Power of Evil's now out of corrupting potion stacks and Joko's around the mid lane, but look at the good job warding the Misfits have done. They know Joko is here, so Maxlo is just here to counter gank in the event that Joko goes aggressive into the lane, but they back away. Maxlo now going to try and secure some more of the jungle, gets the ward down just in time before Joko crosses through the bush, and no real information gained by Vitality, and Misfits are going back to the mid lane.
Nuke just wanted to ward Sonic Wave into Resonating Strike. Maxtor finds first blood!
Easy first blood just from the extra timing where he gets the ward down, spots Joko going through. Nothing really that Joko could have done at that point, because by the time he realizes that Maxlaw is going into the lane, it is too late. Nuke late on the ward. Vitality punished in the mid lane. You can see Nuke knows something's up. The lane is pushing. He's like, okay, I'm going to ward it as it connects. The Q comes through from Maxlaw. First blood, easily done for Misfits.
Just great patience as well. Maxlaw kind of sort of waiting for that flash. Unfortunate for Maxlaw, for Nuke rather. He gives up first blood, loses his summoner spell in the trade, and Misfits just a nice early play.
Yeah, the importance there is the fact that Nuke knew. He knew Maxlaw had been there, but wasn't likely there anymore. And then Maxlaw turns out, no, he's actually standing right in that bush, right with an easy Q opportunity and no vision.
Oh, Fari's still taking an absolute beating from Cabochard. A couple of changes to Rumble on this patch. Not going to affect his early trading, and of course, Rector needs some items before he can really go toe-to-toe with the little Yordle. This just means that Alfari is going to be happy to concede the early game.
Yep.
Knowing he'll bounce back a little bit later.
But the problem that you have in this matchup is that obviously everybody talks about how Renekton's influence is lower. I want to see how Alfari compensates for that, because Cabochard has had his number now in both games, but Misfits trading heavily in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Hans Sama and Ignar definitely not afraid of Steelback and Vander, despite the death sentence connecting. Ignar's Devour just allowed him to continue the trade. We caught both teleports being used in the top lane, and a little earlier I talked about their death streak that Power of Evil is on. The previous game for Hans Sama, that was his 14th deathless game of EULCS, so 0 deaths to his name. Great performance. It just tells you how far ahead his team was and how well they played on the front line.
And also gives you a lot of insight into some of the strengths in the last split, where Misfits did so well, and their AD carry didn't die, so it's not like he was running away from every fight, right? Whereas an AD carry that doesn't die, but the team's losing, probably just means you were just running away from fights.
Correct. You're talking to the number 4 team from the spring split.
Yeah.
While they did get crushed in that third place game against Fnatic, for a team fresh out of Challenger with some roster swaps, it was a good start to the year. It's been at least a few hours since we quoted the one-year plan for Misfits that Hussein spoke about, but it is something that as an organization, Misfits have said, we're aiming for Worlds.
Yep.
We want to get experience in spring. We want to be good in summer. And Max Law was the move that they made, despite how good Kakao was and the impact Kakao had on the Misfits game in spring.
Yeah.
They felt the potential of Max Law could be higher due to the communication benefits that he brings.
And Misfits getting a win over G2 may very well be one of the things that stamps a passport to China for Misfits right now. When you look at their emphasis on where they're putting priority, you've already got a win over one of the top teams in the group, a team that has the championship points to start building towards Worlds. So for Misfits, maybe they're trying to run the same kind of path as Splice did last year. They're a team that did exactly this. Came in spring, said, okay, we need a little bit more time, give us till the summer split, and suddenly everything came alive.
And one of those things that we talked a lot about in summer last year with Splice was the team growth and the fact that Yamato was leading them.
Yeah.
That was a team that 5 players became greater than their individual parts.
Oh, yes.
And let's not misrepresent summer last year. A lot of EU teams were struggling.
Sure.
We'll continue the story in a moment. Max Law's going to ward hop to safety. No flash available. The equalizer, not the direction you wanted. But Max Law gets taken down. Nukeduck secures it, and he gets the red buff.
Didn't even matter that the equalizer was off point, because they easily get the kill on Max Law. No flash from that early gank. And that means that finally Misfits are able to punish one mistake being made. You can see Joko's kind of been farming up heavily now, looking in for the mid lane here. Power of Evil, no flash either.
Power of Evil's going to go down. Shockwave into Dissonance. Easily picked up. Joko has no tower aggro yet. Ignar's looking to devour him. Joko's going to get command protect. The man that needs to carry for Vitality now has 2 kills.
Yes, that's exactly what Vitality needed, and this is the kind of opportunity they don't get often without giving away. So now we need to see Vitality hold on to this lead. We need to see them just kind of clench and make sure that they hold the lead in. Make sure everything goes their way.
Yes, and of course for Vitality, I was starting to get to the Yamato cannon point.
Yep.
We need to see Yamato cannon have a bigger effect on the Vitality squad. Point out some of those mid-game mistakes. Maybe this team composition and this playstyle is the way to do it. Alfari's got dominance and flash. Slice, dice, flash, Vander. Swing and a miss. But they get the flash out of Alfari, and going to be a little slow to the tower. Misfits will get tower first blood.
Yeah, they'll get tower first blood, and that means Vitality kind of swap out of the lane that was not going well for them, try and just get something, get anything on the top side of the map. You can see Joko's already set up the Rift Herald for his team. Maxlaw's closing in as well, but no smite available. If Ignar can get there fast enough...
There's a package.
There's a package. Hang on.
There's a package. Here comes Power of Evil. Oh, he's done it again. Another kill, this time comboed with Max Law. Come on, Shockwave, not available for Nuke. The equalizer burns Max Law. Power of Evil forced to flash away. Rift Herald was helping out Vitality. That's 2 kills for Vitality. Ignar delivers a gigantic crocodile to Vitality's back in, and the Fate Call knocks Cabo in the air. Steelback is the man that suffers the exhaust. Shockwave onto Alfari. Alfari dips and dives and ducks and dodges and survives. The Pierce onto Nuke. He's running for his life. A dash, a stick, and Hans Summer gets a triple.
Oh, Nuke desperately trying to turn around that engage, manages to take Ignar out on the backside, but okay, a lot happened over the last 30 seconds of that game. So Joko tries to set up the Rift Herald for the team, but it's an easy read for Misfits. They've seen this type of thing before. Ward over the wall. Joko tries to hop out, but the flash into the follow-up is an easy kill from the pair with that Thunderlord's Lee Sin as well. And you can see from them, Misfits not quite able to deal with some of the damage that's coming through from Nuke, but look, they've dealt enough, they've done enough at this point, and here comes the Tahm Kench. This is why it was such a high priority for Misfits when it was available. You bring in Hans Summer, you bring Ignar to the party, and then it's an easy takedown to finish the fight. Or is it because Ignar not quite strong enough to hold through the attack and the dissonance that comes through, doesn't pop the grey health, isn't really expecting it to kill him, but Hans Summer with a triple kill.
And so much credit to Hans Summer, flashing over that command attack as well. I think that would have killed him. I didn't quite see if the burst damage, how much of it connected, regardless of that fact. Misfits are in the lead. Power of Evil velks to safety. Nuke is ghosted up. There's a shockwave available to him. Does not pull the trigger. Stress. I'm glad to see a proactive Vitality. They went at Misfits, made the plays, and you see the gold from game 1. Because Vitality did not make plays, it allowed Misfits to just accelerate. That Mount Everest at the end, that was the Baron power play.
Yeah.
That just accelerated the game. And this time around, Vitality are trying to get some shots back.
They are trying. They're definitely making proactive plays. The difficulty for them is they haven't been clean. And that's a lot to ask. And I know it sounds like now we're getting to a point where everything Vitality do, it looks like we're kind of downplaying. But look, when Vitality are making these plays and they're still behind, that's a dangerous point. Here's the Tahm Kench impact that we were talking about. They don't get the kill, and Vitality have to peel away from the Dragon, but still, I'm glad to see it. You're right on that. You're glad to see the plays actually being made.
And it is still even as far as gold is concerned, but the Rift Herald in Max Law's inventory and Infernal Drake under Misfits already.
Yep.
This could be a Smite Rend fight, which Misfits should win. Joko goes for it, and that is what you expect. The Rend, it doesn't make it 50-50, closer to 60, 40, 70, 30. You've just got much higher bursts.
Yeah. A lot easier to just take that down. Maxwell didn't have his smite, so they were relying only on the Rend coming from Hans Summer, but gets the timing down, gets that kill onto the Infernal Drake. That's a second Infernal Drake by the looks of things coming out for Misfits. That's, I mean, when you look at the amount of damage they already have on their lineup, now you've got that extra 16% AD and AP. How are you going to deal with that?
I don't know if you can.
No.
That's the problem. But Vitality are at least giving more of a fight here to Misfits. So map is opening up, 4 towers down. There is a Twitch on the side of Vitality, so Steelback, where are you going? You've not picked up a QSS second item, which I'm happy to see.
Not yet.
Not yet, touche, touche. It's a matter of time. And if you look at the wards, by the way, which the observers are highlighting, Vitality have got a lot of vision inside this right-hand quadrant from Misfits, so they can play around any positional moves that Misfits are setting up.
Yeah, they can, but the play that they have to play around is Maxlaw, who's about to activate the Eye of the Herald, because like he's got the control ward, he knows nobody can see him, and he's running out of time. If he doesn't do it now, Misfits won't have anything really able that they can do with this Rift Herald play. He doesn't actually activate it yet. Can't be too much longer on that timer.
And of course, into the Orianna, it's one of our favorite ways of breaking the Orianna mid-tower defense. Maxlaw, the channel, man.
They're waiting for Power of Evil's package.
Got it.
They need the package to arrive. That's what they want to go with. Looks like there's a combo, but...
All right, Rift Herald
still unactivating.
Not pulling the trigger. It's been a long delay. Maxlaw and the rest of Misfits dilly-dallying around the mid lane. but maybe for good reason, okay? Power of Evil's rocked up. He's got the passive package. He's got Trinity Force completed.
They're trying to set up a pincer with the Rift Herald in the package.
Okay, who is the target? Power of Evil. Package onto Nukeduck. Fakes call. Not going to be enough. And Vanda with the hero play again. Pierce this time round unable to find Nukeduck. And here she comes with a gigantic headbutt. Death sentence onto PoE. The Flay as well. Valkyrie into the Devour. Joker was caught and devoured and spat out. That's a great ward hop for Max Law. Sets up another kill for Power of Evil. Cabo Shot's been able to arrive and he's able to burn down Misfits. Ignores the target. He flashes defensively. Alfari's now on the front line. He's looking for steal back. The AoE damage is immense. And the Shockwave catches onto Hans Summer. Devour saves his life. His fights are messy. PoE looks for the big one. Cabo Shot flashes away and the tower survives the exchange.
Everybody's so low on vitality. But what it results in is the fact Power of Evil will sit around in this middle lane because nobody can afford to defend against him. He will be able to get this tower down. Misfits threw everything at the tower, and Vitality with a good defense for the majority of it just couldn't quite weaken Misfits enough to finish out a fight. But you see the AoE damage once again coming from this Corki. It was a good shockwave on Hans Sammer that really stopped a lot of this fight going through, and Igna playing bodyguard for a lot of the members of Misfits, holding them alive. Kick goes on to Joko to start it off. That should theoretically give Misfits the numbers, but look, in comes Cabashard. Equalizer burns down Max Law along with the poison, and then Igna isn't healthy enough yet. Look at how much damage he took just before activating that grey health, and now just the poke alone would be enough, but with Hans Sammer getting Shockwave, Power of Evil tries to flash to get a little bit of extra damage through, but can't quite connect to get the kills. Means that it's just the tower at the end of that fight going towards Misfits.
Yeah, and Misfits just extend that lead. A few thousand gold, another tower in the advantage. And just before this next setup, I want to quickly remind everybody that Rift Rival tickets go on sale tomorrow, 5 p.m. Central European Summertime. That's here in Berlin, Germany. See the absolute best teams in North America and EU do battle, as well as Phoenix One. And games will start in about 2 weeks' time. Thank you for those of you that caught that one.
Ouch.
Of course, we'll be seeing Fnatic a little later today. They will, of course, be representing Europe.
Don't make Ryu mad. He's coming back. You want Ryu face over?
How would you know if he's mad? Ryu space, no face. We can welcome him back, but this time as an enemy. As an enemy to Europe and the EULCS.
Ouch. Wow, that's some propaganda starting up here.
Can you imagine if Huni and Rainover had come back in a NA versus EU matchup when they were playing on the same squad?
No, because they didn't do well enough to be in that kind of position.
Just like P1. Misfits, at the moment, are now continuing to push into Vitality territory. Stress.
One of them now plays on SKT. I can't really say they're not doing well enough.
Sonic Wave onto Steel back. But not going to be following through. Max Law not suffering from the syndrome that afflicts so many Lee Sin players.
But Hans Sammer is just going to take that red buff. He doesn't mind what's going on with everybody else. It's an easy rend for him. Misfits. I was going to say, looking for a play. There was a lot of chatter going on in the studio here. Oh, Nukeduck's caught.
Nukeduck's dead.
That was clean.
That just looked really good. Well, really good.
That's why Tahm Kench is banned in Game 1, and that's why Misfits take it in Game 2 in Phase 1. And I mean, any team that is good playing around Tahm Kench will look very quick, clean, swift, whatever word you want to use to describe it, but their enemies will fall very quickly.
And Misfits at 20 minutes will secure their 3rd dragon, and lo and behold, it's an Infernal. Stress, things are getting hot in here, if you will. And this was what all the yelling was for on stage.
Yeah. Oh, easy kick. Easy kick onto Nukeduck, and just there's no way he can survive from that. Didn't have flash available, tried to ghost his way out. Shockwave didn't even finish the animation, so it didn't go on cooldown, and that's how they're punishing this, you know, fed Orianna, is just go in behind it with the Tahm Kench, get the kill, easy. Orianna's off the board. Suddenly, Cabashard and Steelback have a lot to pick up when it comes to that slack in a team fight.
And what I love about that type of engage is just the versatility that Misfits comp can offer. If Max Law is inside Ignar's belly, you can get a kickback on a priority target, and then he can kind of dash to safety. if you want to deliver Alfari to the back line, then Alfari can run amok with his ultimate and eventually will look towards that Gargoyle Stone Plate, become unkillable. And then you just pull Ignar out, thanks to the Kalista.
Yep.
Send him back in for more CC. So there's a lot of ways in which Misfits can engage and use that Abyssal Voyage. That's why they've got themselves a 3,000 gold lead, and I'm expecting to see more of it as they can push this further.
And while it's not the same setup as their performance against G2 when you look at the Ashe, the Thresh, those kind of picks, it's the same clean team fighting that we're seeing out of Misfits. When the crowd control gets layered, it works well. Ignar into Maxlaw is working very well. Alfari locks down the team fight, and suddenly Misfits... No one saw that. It's all right. It's a moving target. It sways in the wind.
Oh man, the simplest shots are sometimes the hardest to connect. Power of Evil was the man that was delivered by the Abyssal Voyage, and he's going to use the package. Teleport completes from Alfari. Vitality are split up, and this fight is a little messy. Cabo Shot running from the river. He cancelled his teleport. It's on cooldown. Shockwave is available to NukeDuck, and the re-engage is on the cards as Vitality look to sting.
Yeah, Misfits with a bit of a reach there, trying to get on to NukeDuck. However, here we go.
Fate's Call is going to connect. Shockwave only catches Ignar. It's a support for support. 4-on-4, and Hans Summer needs to be careful. Power of Evil's low and down. That's the kick. Maxlaw finds NukeDuck. Hans Summer takes him out. So far, it's mid laner for mid laner. Let's see which lane will sacrifice themselves next on the next episode of Vitality versus Misfits.
It's a good trade for Misfits. It's actually a good trade, for Vitality, because they were able to neutralize Misfits going towards the Baron. Vitality are now able to push the mid lane in, and what should have been a pretty precarious position actually ends up going against Misfits. They looked for the engage, couldn't find NukeDuck, and even trades with the tower going over towards Vitality was stemming some of this bleeding.
Let's take a look at... This is now the second half of the fight.
Yeah, and this is where you got to watch it, because Maxlaw still had kick available. They go aggressive onto Vander. Damage comes down, and as you said, Shockwave, Ignar doesn't even get to finish, or at least cast the Grey Health coming through on that thick skin. Maxlaw gets gifted the way in, but has to flash onto NukeDuck to make sure that they can pick up that kill, and then it's a 1-for-1 trade. Vitality push down the tower, and that could be what builds them back into the game.
All right, it's still a 2,000 gold game. Damage difference between the top laners. One of the biggest impacts, that equalizer really cutting off Misfits' retreat or re-engage options. But Stress, as we're 25 minutes in and more AD, more AP is being built, the triple Inferno is really going to be paying dividends here for Misfits.
Yeah.
Because they just want to keep fighting. And we've had some of the more chaotic fights that we've seen between these two squads, which is exciting for me. And very interesting to see how Misfits play them.
You know what else you might find exciting?
Tell me.
The streak.
It continues. You know, I'm so glad you bring that up, Stress, because 36 games in a row, Power of Evil has guaranteed a death. Baron will be secured really easily here by Misfits. And the Shockwave not pulled yet. Hans Summer gets caught and is shut down. A solo kill. As Misfits unable to get away. Hans Summer had flash, and he still got caught by that one. He was expecting the Devour to maybe be more valuable in that scenario.
Well, the Devour looked like the animation started, but it wasn't quite enough. I guess we'll end up taking another look at that one, but we asked NukeDuck to output damage. We asked Steelback to start performing. In this game, more so than any we've seen recently, they actually are starting to step up to the plate. And as we take another look at this replay, this is the tail end of the Baron fight. NukeDuck just walks in, says, okay, I've got 5 kills. Let's see what we can get. So Kalista pulls him in.
Yeah, Shockwave could have been flat. Ooh. That's the W.
Ooh, that was close timing.
Yep. Good play there by NukeDuck. Sorry, Statsin, can you confirm how many games have Hans Summer played this year for me? 54 games for Hans Summer. 14 of those he's gone deathless. And unfortunately, because he died right there, this will not be number 15. Thank you, Stats team. Vitality take Baron off. 2 members of Misfits. They even out the kills, Stress. And this is now where they need to defend against a team that really does know how to use Baron well.
You're full of it sometimes, Trevor. That's like when a kid, like you give a small kid that played telephone from like the early learning, whatever it is, and the dad goes, "Oh, hello, it's for me. Yeah, I'm talking into the phone. This is how a phone works."
But I was talking to someone, I promise. They really did talk to me. It's not just voices in my head.
Sure. Okay. Understand. Okay. Fair. Well, I'll give you that one. But
well, you can't prove it, so it's fine.
I am glad I can't prove it. But what I can prove is Ignar knows how to play Tahm Kench.
All right. Steelback is currently invisible. Will get spotted out. Sidestep everything. And that spray and pray means Steelback turns it around. 4-1 and 2. And after all the criticism of game 1, Steelback laughs in your face. Vitality have the kill streak, and it disappoints a Misfits fan in the audience. That was the ultimate facepalm. And is this how Vitality mount their comeback?
This would be exactly that, as long as they just continue along this path, where you look at the way Steelback could punish that play. 1 versus 2. Misfits thought they had the engage, couldn't quite get it. Maxlaw didn't have flash, couldn't get on for the kill, and I said Ignar knows how to play Tahm Kench. Like, he got that bit. But then Steelback just is so strong. When you look at this Twitch, able to kite back around, Maxlaw leaves Ignar for dead and just goes, oh, okay, we don't want this one anymore.
And by the way, thanks to that kill, it is now allowed Steelback to complete his Infinity Edge. Blade of the Rune King, Eye Edge, Hurricane. Now I'm gonna let you build a defensive item, Steelback. You've got enough damage to work with. There are some concerned faces off screen by the Misfits support staff, and Ignar takes a lot of damage. Joker and PoE go toe-to-toe. The package is used, and look at the crit! The long-range spatula serves Joko up on a platter. Shockwave is available for Nukeduck if he needs it. Another crit. Look at the Eye Edge Rapid Fire Cannon Triforce. Power of Evil goes down, and the Shockwave was not used, nor was the Equalizer. If Misfits overchase, Vitality can turn it around.
They can, and Nukeduck may very well have Hans Sammer closing in on him, but Hans Sammer backs away. Look, Misfits want to reset this exchange. They don't want to get caught out like they just did against Steelback. Because as long as they can get these damage threats when nobody else is there, Misfits can actually close out fights very quickly. But if Steelback is given the ability for people to peel for him, Nukeduck lands that Shockwave. That's where Vitality's team fighting is so much stronger.
Good death sentence by Vanna, but it doesn't equate to anything. Another Baron power play, this time significantly different. Because, of course, Misfits lost multiple members. And Vitality, a good number of exchanges.
Yeah, so Power of Evil knows he can win this straight through the exhaust.
Look at the spatula. Boom.
A lot of damage from that crit. Yeah, I was going to go somewhere else on that, but didn't think it was safe for broadcast at that point. And it wasn't safe for Power of Evil to be in the jungle afterwards. Kabashar just comes in, picks him off, and we're getting to the point where everybody is so strong that given the space and time, like Steelback can kill everyone, Nukeduck can kill everyone, Power of Evil can. Hans Sammer has shown somewhat of a reluctance to move forward in these fights, and that's something I want to watch as the next few fights unfold.
Yeah, exactly. Steelback, however, is going to use an ambush onto Ignar. Grey Health and Fate's Call is used. Ignar fires himself to safety. Look at the minimap. Misfits are split up. It's a 1-3-1. Power of Evil is not having the same performance he did in game 1. And in terms of itemization, this Infinity Edge 4th is going to be fairly delayed. But Stress, the thing that comes to my mind, after the heavy criticism we levied at Vitality, their play style has adjusted for this game. They are being more proactive. They are looking to start fights. And importantly, they're punishing Misfits over-engage.
Yes.
They are still behind, but I don't think it is significant enough at this time in the game.
I think gold-wise it's not significant enough, but those 3 Infernal Drakes stand out in the back of your head. I agree that Vitality are looking stronger than the last game. They're giving the Misfits more of a fight. You can see it has heavily been favored for Misfits over the last 15 minutes of this game. Only a small duration that Vitality were actually ahead. Not the largest gold lead either, but this is the kind of thing that at least gives you a little bit of confidence, a little bit of hope looking at the Vitality lineup for some of the matchups they're going to have in the coming weeks. I mean, you put this Vitality against, you know, a NiP lineup or maybe a Roccat lineup. I still think Roccat probably have the edge, but I have more confidence in Vitality on that than I do Mysterious Monkeys pre the changes.
Yep, I agree with that, and I think it'll be interesting to see how Vitality handle this late game now. We're definitely heading in that direction.
Yeah.
Vitality have struggled in all of their other series. They only got 2 wins under their belts. That was against Mysterious Monkeys, so it must be another game win. Vanda winds up the death sentence, but a devour from Ignar. He's going to keep Power People alive. Okay, another proactive play. Misfits have been bitten in the butt before. Death sentence between the uprights. Not going to be a goal. Maxwell will find it. But it's onto Vanda. That's not one of the carries. Fate's call will buy some time. Alfari is being burned alive. Alfari is roasted alive. It's Steelback that poisons him. Now Nukeduck's the target. The shockwave's available. Spatulas to the face. Taken down. Hunt Summer is leaping, hopping, using that martial cadence. The ring and Pierce take down Steelback. Hunt Summer is in a 1-on-2. And he's got to be very, very careful. Another messy team fight.
Important shutdown at the end of that fight as Hansama took out Steelback, and Maxlaw tried to get into the fight. He could only find Vanda because as Maxlaw went in, Steelback disappeared from vision for a split second and Maxlaw could not connect. Otherwise, that would have been horribly worse for Vitality, but Misfits, considering it's 3 Infernals, considering their lead, come out with just a couple of scratches and bruises at the end of this fight, and they're not able to connect with the Baron afterwards. So look at this engage coming out from Maxlaw. Misses the first Q, can't go in, tries to go aggressive, only can get Vanda on the angle, and then from there, Steelback locked in the side, can't quite do much more at first, and then is able to open up this damage into the rest of the fight. Look at the damage coming from Power of Evil, though. There is no way to stop that man if he gets a bunch of autos out. And from here, damage from Maxlaw to even up the fight, some from Hansama just to get that shut down. And overall, the numbers go to Vitality, but Misfits hang on with the lead. And I told you that last week, Steelback statistically was the least efficient AD carry in terms of damage output. That does not hold true when he's playing Twitch.
Yep, this is the game. He's starting to show up. Good damage onto Maxlaw. Do you believe Vitality can turn this around? They are still trailing in objectives and gold, but their team fights are working. And what's been beautiful about this game is you've seen how well the Misfits composition can work when we've seen those Tom Kench engages and kicks, and then we've also seen how bad they can be. Flash away from the shockwave, but Steelback almost 2 shots. The Misfits backline. Hunt Summer takes down Steelback at the cost of Maxlaw and maybe Alfari. Joko tastes his fear and sends him to the fountain. It's a 1 for 2, and that's what we're talking about. The complexities of the engage.
But look at it, 40 seconds on Maxlaw. They got Steelback, yes, but nobody else on Misfits can really punish Vitality right now. But Hansama had a Guardian Angel, so he at least felt more confident being in the front of the fight, but Vitality only lose 1 member. And Misfits don't get heavily punished. Vitality don't rush towards the Baron. Maybe that would be a bit of a mistake. They got vision control off the back end of this fight, but look, aggressive play. He's actually looking for Nukeduck, but saw Steelback. Maxlaw gets the kick. Everything looks good for Misfits, but then Power of Evil already at the back of the fight. Low. Alfari, low. Ignar, no Devour cooldown available means Vitality can just walk forward and get an extra kill for themselves.
Yeah, they really can. 18 kills in favor of Vitality at 35 minutes. Vamp Scepter picked up for Steelback. He's gone the opposite of defensive. Gonna go for another offensive item. Whereas Hansama, as you mentioned already, Stress, got that GA available. Power of Evil working still towards his Infinity Edge. We've not seen that Void Staff yet, which is something that we see in solo queue a little bit with the changes to Corki. And as we go down the list, not a lot of control wards. Inventories are starting to get full, and you know what? These teams don't care about the objectives, they just want to fight.
It's fun to watch with these two, but at the same time, you can see how sloppy it can be. Joko gearing up in that middle lane by the looks of things, but it's just Vitality pushing the tower through. And this game has not been about the towers so much. Only 4 for Misfits, 3 for Vitality. Maxlaw's still trying to go, but he's on a ward here. He's just not able to get into the back of the fight. Look how far back Steelback actually is.
Look at the minimap again. Misfits have been a little bit more willing to push those side lanes out. Maybe not diligent about it, but we've seen them a little more frequently going back, shoving the wave out. Alfario teleport available. He's going to push that lane down, and we're just setting ourselves up. ARAM mode means a team fight is going to hit at some point.
Yeah, at some point, and the team fight is going to hinge on Steelback living or dying, and Power of Evil, whether he stays alive with all of his damage being actually useful, because the last fight he had to kind of back away. He was so incredibly low. And this is, remember, one of the areas where Misfits struggled in spring. When they started their downfall was actually making plays in more even games was a real struggle. With Kakao, that's why they subbed out Kakao, put in Maxlaw. And I don't feel like they've shown us that in every single game that they've struggled, but you can see how Misfits feel burned by the last engage on them. They don't want to just go aggressive into the fight, despite having 3 Infernal Drakes and the lead.
I just wish it happened a few engages earlier, because Misfits have been counter-engaged multiple times. Alfario's actually flashed in for the stun. Fate's Call as well. Steelback is exhausted. He's the target. The Death Sentence catches onto Ignore. The Devour allows them to kill Steelback, but Power of Evil goes down. Nukta gets another onto Ignore. Where is Hans Summer? He has to be the carry. He has to be the damage. Misfits are running for their lives. Another 1 for 2 in favor of Vitality.
And you talk about how Hans Summer has to be the carry. Well, he doesn't quite have the positioning available. Without Igna, he doesn't feel confident. Despite having a Guardian Angel, he can't push forward in these fights because he is still squishy. And Vitality are breaking this game back into their favor.
Oh, this is going to be a gigantic advantage for Vitality. Maxlaw
kicks up.
Dragon's Rage is up, but it's a 2-on-4 in the best case scenario. He's not going to go for the engage. The huge minion wave on the bottom lane, pushing onto the Vitality base, and
Vitality can't all recall here. If they all recall, then Hans Sama and Maxlaw will go to Baron, and you won't be able to stop it. Ignar has his ultimate available too. They may still just rush this down. Look, Twitch will show in the bottom lane, and that's going to be enough for a blast cone over the back. Misfits know they have the positioning. Vitality are making a critical error, and it is all on Joko for a smite steal against Kalista. Likely not going to happen.
No, it's not. Joko not going to be enough. Oh no! He's taken down. Misfits. Oh, they punish a mistake that I cannot believe I am still seeing. And on this stage, in this environment, Misfits, Baron on 5.
Vitality, most of them recall out. It's one of the most punishing things that a team can set themselves up for is when you withdraw all control against a team, especially with the Kalista. But this was a fight. Look, Alfari knows if he just stuns Steelback, then he can say his job was done in this fight as long as the rest of Misfits clean up that kill. But as you said, Power of Evil dies in this fight, and that's the significant point here because it is a 2-for-1. But Vitality, push up, get the inhibitor, and then take the eye off the prize. If anybody else sticks around with Joko just to get vision control, maybe they don't lose that Baron. It's still, Misfits are going to rush for it, but maybe they don't lose it quite so easily.
Well, Misfits have regained control of the match, nearing 40 minutes. At 20 kills on the board, Vitality have now scored more kills in a single game since Spring Week 2, okay? That match was against Origin, and they got 27 kills in that game. Now, you can take that as a good or a bad thing, that they have gotten that many in this game, but it is not over yet. Misfits need to use Baron to try and break open the base, and there is a lot of territory to break through. Vitality are not done yet.
And a reminder that Vitality in Group B last split, Origin were the only team that they could consistently beat. The same thing seems to be happening this year when Ninjas in Pajamas are in the other group. Mysterious Monkeys were the team that they could consistently beat, but now Mysterious Monkeys have made changes. When we go back into intergroup play, we'll have to see how that ends up going. That's a few weeks away. We still need to see how Vitality can do against Group A for now.
Well, we do indeed, and as we've got so late into the game, 2 Knights Vows have been picked up. Just another reminder and some of the changes. It is, of course, Vander and Ignar that have picked those up. No longer grant the health regen, a little bit additional cooldown reduction, and that's crucial when you think of the death sentences and the lanterns, and more importantly, the devours. The Abyssal Voyages for Misfits and Ignar.
A lot of things benefit from cooldown reduction.
All abilities, I think. It's
funny
fun
that you're
way.
naming them, and then I'm like, oh, that's a lot of things.
A lot of things indeed.
I love how we were talking about the diversity in support itemization, and then you get into a game and everybody buys the same item, and then log it, and then Knight's Vow, and then we'll see what happens next. See where they go next.
See how they mix up the builds, if at all.
Now it's where you go Warmogs, just to make sure you get the most out of the locket with that health scaling.
That would be fantastic. Alfari, by the way, is able to break open the base. That's the first open window onto the inhibitor.
And we're getting a game long enough to make the point about Gargoyle, Stoneplate, and Locket of the Iron Solari. So the way Locket now works is you scale off your maximum health plus bonus health on the shield that you apply to your teammates. So if you stand in between the enemy team, hit Gargoyle, Stoneplate, get 100% bonus health, you get like 5k health, you pop a Locket, everybody gets a 2000 health shield in the perfect scenario. That of course means you need to be next to all the enemy team and next to all of your team. But it works in combination fantastically.
Stress, this game is the perfect storm to see that happen. Because there's a Tom Kench that will deliver Alfari to the wrong place, surrounded by the entire team, allowing the Gargoyle Stoneplate plus Locket benefit to pay off.
It's so disgusting. You can basically out-shield a Rumble ult. If
How
your
about you,
team is,
how about you out-shield a Shockwave?
That would be fun. That would be nice.
That's exactly. You know what? This is next level. Hans Summer and PoE will say, you know what, Alfari? We trust you to hit number 3 and number 4, whatever your item slots are, and then we'll just eat the Shockwave and then we'll win the fight.
We'll
right?
win the fight. They trust him so much, they'll be next game, just play Windspeaker's Blessing. But Steelback found Maxwell.
He has indeed. Puts a lot of damage down before he's forced to run away. The rest of Misfits have given up positioning in this mid lane. And Vitality, they've got an open inhibitor, remember. They've already had super minions pouring into Misfits' base, trying to set up to do it again. Maxwell has a flanking opportunity as Earth signals his intent and damage. Vitality are on the inhib.
Yeah, Vitality, though, they know that they at least have one of their flanks covered for now, and they can't quite push up towards the base. Misfits are going to just back them out. And again, we go to what is a surprising game where Misfits have a 7,000 gold lead, 3 Infernal Drakes, an Ocean Drake, a Cloud Drake, and are on the back foot, which is something you don't often see, but Vitality playing with a confidence that we've not seen out of them in a long time, based around the fact that Twitch, that Orianna are actually strong in this game. They are significantly fed to the point where they can win a team fight, just the two of them, if they can connect with their damage.
And they've done that multiple times. It was a couple of team fights in a row where Steelback was able to wreck Misfits. 13 of the 20 kills he was involved in. Unfortunately for Steelback, Misfits found a way to get to him a couple times as well.
Yeah, and unfortunately next time they do, it's going to hurt, because that's an 865 Corki that does have Infinity Edge and does have that Void stuff that we were talking about. So this is going to really hurt when Power of Evil starts attacking people. It's already been strong enough. This might just be the icing on the cake.
Yeah, Guardian Angel picked up for Joko, so he fancies a little bit more of a shot, but look at that spatula. I need to stop saying spatula. I was very invested in the Earth Rider Corki skin. Power of Evil keeps getting crit after crit. And you know what? You know what I love about this game?
What do you love about this game?
We've gone back in time, all right?
Okay.
We've gone back in time, and we're going to have ourselves a good old-fashioned Baron dance. At 45 minutes in, 37 kills so far. We are unfortunately quite far off the kill record. The kill record was Origin versus Rocket, 54 kills in a single game.
I hate to disappoint you. I don't think it's going to be much of a Baron dance. I think it's going to be a Vitality go to start Baron, and then Alfari presses TP. Power of Evil just picked up the package, so Misfits are going to engage very soon. And if Vitality don't put themselves in a defensive situation, they will get punished. But Misfits do not have vision on the Baron. So if they start... Oh, they did just secure some. Now Misfits are looking to go for the aggressive play here. Tam Kenshin from behind.
All right, Ignar's coming from behind with Power of Evil. Joko's on the front line. All 5 members of Vitality are grouped up.
dead.
Power of Evil's down. It's a 5-on-4. Joko's the target as Maxlaw has found Steelback. Look at the damage to Shockwave. The Shockwave connects, but Hans Summer does not care. Misfits have got 3. Nukeduck's running for his life, and Joko is just left alone in the river. His Guardian Angel brings him back to life, and that was a team fight victory for Misfits.
Yeah, and I think Alphari connected on that shield. I want to watch that fight again in slow motion because both Stoneplate and Locket of the Iron Solari are on cooldown at the same time. And you saw how good that shockwave should have been. Ooh. It looks like Misfits just weathered through all of the damage coming through. There was a lot happened, and we will take another look at that. But Hansama on the end of it has the damage. Blade of the Ruined King, he's got 5-6 items, no boots, into the Phantom Dancer, plus everything else combination. And Misfits, we talked about how it would be Vitality that could team fight, but at this point, Misfits just hold on through and easily crush through that fight.
It's a 10,000 gold lead. It's Baron. There's 5 dragons for Misfits. Elder Dragons coming up. If anybody has Misfits as a team in fantasy, this is doing you wonders.
So,
let's keep our eyes on Alphari.
Yeah, well, this, first of all, is a little bit of an aggressive play with Power of Evil coming through here. He actually ends up on the blast cone and I believe takes it by mistake. So I'm looking at Alphari as to when he pops the locket. I believe it may have activated there, but look, Hansama just able to jump into the fight, gets caught, and a massive amount of shielding comes through again from, I believe, Ignar on that fight. Then the redemption comes through, and despite losing Power of Evil by him blast coning himself into the enemy team accidentally, Misfits still are able to hold on.
Man, Vitality, you have to rewind. The fact they gave up that first Baron, completely blind, completely for free. By recalling. That's what got Misfits back into this game.
Yeah, and Vitality realistically should have had full control. They should have been in a situation where they were closing this game out. The inhibitor was already down in their favor. But Misfits, these Infernal Drakes have done so much work in
really
keeping them in the game.
So much benefit from Misfits. Vanda takes a couple of shots. Doesn't fire the death sentence. All right, Elder Dragon is just spawning into the pit. Gonna set ourselves up 5v5. Remember, the kill record is 54. Alphari's on the front line. He gets devoured up as Ignar's caught by the death sentence. Alphari pops right back out. Don't think he's used that shield yet.
He has not used it yet. And Elder Drake will reset with all of those Ren stacks inside. Ignar has his ultimate available, so he can, if needs be, cross to the fight quickly. Of course, has Home Guard as well coming back through. Misfits are going to back themselves away. And Vitality, I mean, this is an insanely powerful Elder Drake if this goes over to Misfits. Like, can you imagine 3 Infernals, 5 total Dragons, amplified then by the Elder Drake?
I mean, that would be the
That's
GG.
disgusting.
Sonic Wave onto Cabo Shot. Maxwell doesn't follow it through, but look at that. QW onto PoE. He's got Ninja Tabai. That's not going to help you against all of the magic damage that Nukeduck has put together, and this could open up Elder Dragon if Vitality wanted to.
This time around, though, GA on Power of Evil, of course, now synergizes better for more damage to come through. It's meant to be a marksman item. Well, Corky's a mid-lane AP marksman, basically, at this point. So, Ren stacks. Stacking up for Hansama. Oh, Elder Drake actually resets Vitality.
Yeah, buy some time. This damage onto Ignar. The death sentence pulled him forward. Maxwell's looking for a target as Joker's on the front line. There are so many Ren stacks on that Elder Dragon. The smite is going to have to be godlike. It's picked up by Misfits. Elder Dragon secured. No shockwave damage means Misfits maintain control.
Hansama over 2,000 damage with that.
Whoa! Steel back destroys the GA of Hansama. Vitality bait and outsmart Misfits. Alphari throws down the Gargoyle Stoneplate and buys a few seconds of time. But all Vitality get is one single kill.
But is it enough to slow down Misfits? Because look, Misfits just pick up the Elder. They have to deal with topside. They're pushing back the wave. They are delaying everything Misfits want to do. Remember, Misfits had Baron. That is now gone. They have Elder. It will fall before Baron comes back up, and that is the opportunity for Vitality to hold on. I believe it's just over 2,500 that gets rendered down by Hansama, and Misfits look like they just don't focus on clearing out the ward here. Double recall comes through, Steelback sneaks through, and easy to take out that Guardian Angel, but Vitality don't push even further forward. They don't have a read on Ignar. They knew it just recalled, and then they just take Alfari out and back themselves away.
Oh man, Vitality, they're not giving up. They've not conceded this game. They are still behind. We are into the longest game of the summer split at 50 minutes. Thank you, crowd. That is a record we've broken. I like the claps. Remember, 54 kills is the kill record we're going for. And around 80 minutes, the dream is the game record. If these teams continue to be so sheepish with playing the map. But I don't believe we're truly late game until I see a ZZ Rot portal.
That's very true. That's the moment where you know you're late game, and there's a Zeke's convergence coming through for Ignar, trying to just power up a little bit, get a little bit of extra cooldown, extra resistance, all of that stuff.
And throw that storm onto his allies' autos. 280 carries on the side, that's going to be hugely beneficial once he uses his ultimates. But look at Misfits. Elder Dragon's going to be wearing off fairly soon. The base is still available, and Steelback has sold his boots. So we're going to the epic 6-item territory. So let's see how much gold these guys have. 3,000 for Hunt Summer. We're getting close to that time. And how the hell do you play this late game, Stress?
Well, you basically try not to make any mistakes around Baron, or anywhere, really, because we're well into the point where these Guardian Angels... Look, Hansama sold his GA that was on cooldown to buy a Sterix Gauge, so just trying to keep himself a little more alive.
A little more alive.
A little more alive, just not quite dead. Still has 1,000 gold in his inventory, but we talk about not making mistakes, like recalling on a ward. That was the mistake Misfits made that has slowed their game down. And that Elder Drake is just about expiring, I believe. May even have just expired.
There's one thing that's very important to note.
Okay.
Look at all of the Misfits' vision in the bottom and left-hand quadrants of the map. While Vitality is being highlighted now, anywhere Misfits want to try and punish Vitality falling back, they'll have a few extra options. That Abyssal Voyage, that teleport, and there's a minion wave. I believe that's pushing to the bottom inhibitor here in favor of Misfits.
But the key place they don't have vision yet was on Baron Pit. They did just place one blue trinket in. It was Hans Sammer, so they know that they're not starting it yet. That gives Misfits the ability to move as a team. Look at how Ignar blocks on the way through to make sure they can clear out the vision. You mentioned the Zeke's convergence. The difficulty for Ignar is that ultimate may not always be used.
Look at Steelback! Look at Steelback! He's stunned and caught up! He's got no GA, but Max slows down! Misfits may have lost the fight! Alfari's trying to do what he can! Hunt Summer's on the front line! That's a double kill for Steelback! He's looking for the triple! Ignar is the target, and Cabochard takes him down! Misfits may have lost the game! Power of Evil not gonna find Nutak, and Hunt Summer will get just the GA from Joko. Look at the Lantern coming up for visibility. As Power of Evil and Hansama start to recall, Shockwave misses, and Vitality look for the inhib.
Hansama, of course, doesn't have a Guardian Angel. Power of Evil does, but he needs this recall to complete. Nobody has vision on him. TP coming through. If Vitality try and overpush this, there is a significant amount of damage left on the Misfits lineup. They have to be very, very careful not to eat the poke.
Look at the mini-map. There is a minion wave of Misfits down in that bottom lane. Hansama's down! There's no one left to defend but Power of Evil. He's got a Guardian Angel. He's going to find Vander. The Nexus turret starts to fall. Power of Evil looks for Joko. He's using the exhaust. The Nexus is the target, and Vitality force a game 3.
Vitality have taken everything that has been criticized of them, and in one game show us that it isn't always true. Significant amounts of damage coming out from Steelback and the rest of Vitality's team composition that, quite frankly, delayed Misfits to a point where Orianna and Twitch can just dominate the late game fights.
Oh, I love games like that. They end on 48 kills. 54 minutes. No, it's not the prettiest of League of Legends, but it is hella entertaining. And the two guys we talked so much about, Nutak, who's on the Talia, was on a utility pick in game 1, didn't really help his team out, couldn't help his team out. And Steelback, man, he silenced some critics with this Twitch, 10, 5, and 8.
Yeah, that was the best performance we've seen from Steelback this split. Maybe even of the year. Just in case of, in the sense of putting out damage. On this Twitch, the pick is useful for it. He outputs so much damage in the team fights. And finally, Vitality can say, okay, now maybe we can start getting some more wins like this.
Well, they find their third game win of the split. Let's see if they can make it their second series. Vitality stay alive in the series. Shocks, break it down for us.
We will, and we got a bit of a discussion point going on here on the desk because Steelback's, best game of the year, maybe, probably, yeah. But you guys were saying he didn't actually play it that perfectly, and you want to give a bit more praise to Nukeduck instead. I don't know if we should get into this conversation straight away, but say something about it, guys.
Well, I personally think that a lot of these fights was so much more about Nukeduck and the pressure he actually brought from the Orianna. Not only in the fight itself, but also just before the fight would even happen. He would get some super good, poke damage onto Misfits that would actually allow Vitality to get further into the game as well. And I think also the early game was just more Nukeduck doing well that actually allowed this team to not just lose the game in 29, 30 minutes.
Yeah, Nukeduck and Joko had some good synergy going on with the Orianna and the Kazakhs. I agree with Martin. He was the reason that the Twitch was able to get to 3 items. And sure, when you are at 3 items, when you got your Infinity Edge completed, you're going to be able to do a lot on that Twitch. But that's not due to Nukeduck being a great AD carry player. That's just due to the champion.
You just don't want to give him any praise, do you?
I mean, it wasn't too bad. He had some fine openings in the end. Definitely want to give him credit there. But
no, I'm kidding.
It is a lot of these late game fights is so rarely about one guy,
Yeah, and there were so many fights, so that's why we have a couple of those lined up. And the first one I want to take a look at, the first couple of fights were in the mid game, around 30 minutes into the game. And the fights are always good from Vitality, but after they mess up a bit. But at least the fights go well at this point.
I'm kind of like the last game, and what we've seen is so far this split. I like the TP here from Alfari into kind of start the fight because it looks like Vitality are a little bit cornered. But then Maxwell, when he jumps in, because Nukeduck flashes early, he ends up getting just Vander with his kick. And he's now actually trading himself for the support, which is obviously in favor of Vitality. And it also means that now there's no pressure on a Steelback when the fight actually starts, because Maxwell already used his engage on the support. And that's when suddenly Twitch can open up. But then Hansama actually ends up outplaying him at the end of it. And here's Steelback trying to start the fight, but he's not with his team all of a sudden. And he actually ends up dying without getting a whole lot in return.
Yeah, Lantern not available from Vander, and everyone just flashes. Everyone on Misfits just flashes on Steelback, are able to bring him down. Afterwards, Vitality win the fight. They are able to get up to the inhibitor as we fast forward here.
All good, all good.
All good so far, but it's going to turn sour for Vitality here because they get the inhib, they get the recalls off, but they're recalling all at the same time with Baron available, Martin.
Yeah, and that's just the thing. You can't do this in the late game, especially not against Kalista, who obviously is so good at securing the Baron in the variant. Time Kench ulti as well, so you can't all just start recalling. You need to go back, at this point, one by one almost. So some people are staying to stop them from rushing Baron. Joko also, I think at this point, this late in the game, don't even try and go for steal against Kalista, just because it should be impossible when you're all alone here. But funny enough, Misfits were never able to push it all the way down.
Yeah, at some point they were able to 1-3-1 a bit and go all the way up onto the inhibitor turret, but never break that. And as the fights went on, Vitality did find their form in those fights. There was one glimmer of hope, rather, for Misfits that we're going to take a look at, thanks to... Actually, we have to check it out, because we thought it was a lockout on our next one, but it must have just been the lockout on Ignar. Let's take a look.
It was a big shield, but first, what happens here with Power of Evil?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Power of Evil's Corky, we praised him so much in the first game, but then accidentally hits the blast cone, gets us into the team and bursts it out immediately. And the thing about Misfits comp right now is that it's a 2-threat comp. It's Hansama and it's Power of Evil. And when you get to 6 items, Corky, with triple Infernal, you're supposed to be able to put down the damage, but when you get bursted immediately, that's a sad place. And although with that said, Hansama was able to carry that fight off the back of it.
So Henning, they win the fight here. Misfits grab another Baron off the back of that. How come Misfits that we've praised for being better and being able to close out games, can they only do it when they're miles ahead? Are they not able to do it as easily when it's close for them?
They didn't really have the tools in the draft, I think, in this game. They like to pick these sort of pick supports, get the Thresh, get the Bard, get the Blitzcrank to be able to fund the picks. But right now, in this game, you saw Alfari flash stun someone on Renekton. You saw Maxler really trying hard to get the Lee Sin engages and not quite being able to do so. So the normal pick style that they like to play on Misfits, they were not able to pull it off.
And also when the game goes longer and everyone has armor and everyone has a Guardian Angel and everyone has everything, then it's much harder to get those picks up.
Exactly, and Renekton and Lee Sin are not exactly famous, big late game tanks. So when they try and go in for that flash stun or kick from a Lee Sin against a 6-item Twitch and 6-item Orianna, you die extremely fast, and that's why in the very, very last few team fights we did see Steelback being able to take down 2 or 3 guys extremely quickly with the help of Nuke Dog. And then the late game scaling just went in favor of Vitality with more damage on their side.
And let's take a look at the final fight that brought Vitality to victory here unexpectedly over the Misfits, and how it turns out it is Misfits that wants to pull the trigger.
Yeah, look at Steelback just opening up here, and so much is used to take him down, but they're not able to. And I spoke about the 2-threat comp from Misfits. It's just Power Reveal, Evil, and Hansama that can put out the damage. Meanwhile, look on Vitality, they have pretty much 4 damage dealers on the team. So even though it's a 6-item Corker with triple Infernal, they're not able to lock up Nuke Duck.
They had so
and
many
Steelback.
dragons.
Although it's very close there towards the end.
It's also very interesting to look at the 280 carries in terms of their late game damage output. Like if you look at a Kalista, if she gets down 2 or 3 hits in a fight, you don't really yell, wow, that's insane. She's just getting sick crits everywhere. She's killing almost the entire team. Like she needs a better time before she really takes over a fight. Twitch opens up, closes his eyes, 6 items, pops his ulti, gets crits through the entire team, and in 2 or 3 shots, he's killed half the enemy comp. And that's where, again, the late game Twitch just kicked in for Steelback and managed to secure that, because that was a good engage from him in this last fight here that then allowed them actually to win.
So Vitality, we talked about, is a Joker that needs to get them started. Do we need early kills? Do we need this? Do we need that? Maybe we just need team fighting and brawling for them in the mid to late game.
Works for some teams in Europe.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to play
broad,
the perfect macro game if you can.
They were only playing on the mid lane, these 2 teams, so.
Yeah, and if the other team jumps into it and you have a strong team fighting comp, you can win games.
Yeah, for sure. Just get away from the picks from Misfits, play safe around that, don't get picked off, and if Nuke Duck are able to carry them through the early game, they show that with the team fight comp, they can pull it off.
Oh, it is exciting. It's cool. It's fun. I'm happy we're getting a game 3.
There were so many fights in this game. It was like, get that replay, maybe that replay.
So hopefully we'll get a just as exciting game 3. Vitality and Misfits Gaming are getting ready for the final fight in this series. We will be right back. Don't you go anywhere.
Triple, spatulas to the face, take him down. Hansama is leaping, hopping, using that martial cadence. The red Warriors take down Steelback. Misfits have got 3. Dutch running for his life, and Joko is just left alone in the river. Misfits may have lost the fight. Alfari's trying to do what he can. Hansama's on the front line. That's a double kill for Steelback. Power Reveal looks for Joko. He's using the exhaust. The Nexus is the target, and Vitality force a game 3. and gentlemen, we're back in Berlin for the decider between Vitality and Misfits Gaming. And after a rough start to the split, Vitality have a chance to pick up a strong victory here in the first series of cross-group play. Win the decider game against Misfits Gaming. They have side selection in Game 3, and they've elected to take blue side stress.
Well, I don't think that that's any surprise on that, because Misfits, although they've looked great in both games, I think that their draft may have been a little bit more solid in their minds in Game 1, where they got the Zac, they got the Rakan, they got Varus, Corki, all of these good things. And it all worked out well for them, but I mean, they were a little slow off the mark at times in Game 2.
Yeah, they absolutely were. And of course, we got to give some kudos to Vitality in Game 2. There was criticism from both you and I around their decision-making process.
Yep.
Their willingness to do things, and they proved on both of those fronts with the comp in Game 2 that Vitality were willing to go at Misfits, start fights, roam, engage, re-engage, and it worked in their favor.
Yeah, as we get closer to the game, we have got a couple of minutes before we get into the game. I think we should look at two of the players that maybe did a little better than we were expecting on Vitality, or at least the ones that we were saying needed to step up. And the analyst has talked a lot about NukeDuck, and we look at Steelback as well as another player who performed a higher in Game 2 of this series, and we've seen pretty much all split long. And I think the Twitch has to be a pick that Misfits have to address now. Maybe you ban that out.
I think so too, and I also think, though, in order to have those performances, you also need that front line to work. NukeDuck definitely pulling a lot of threat. Vander was on point with his lanterns. I mean, the whole squad from Vitality played better in Game 2. Just to give you guys a quick update, we do have a brief pause, as Ignar is just off stage. He will be setting up shortly. And it lets me tell another little story that not everybody is a huge fan of. You know, I'm a fantasy LCS fan.
Of course.
Stress.
Of course.
Talk about it, you know, every now and again.
Non-stop.
Not that often. A new record was broken in fantasy. Power of Evil has already scored 144 fantasy points.
Ooh.
It is, of course, doubled because this is the only series he plays. It's 77 based on the 2 games. And it is the highest single scoring player all split long. And he's on my team. Ha!
But the real thing is, the person...
Thank you, fantasy players!
But the person playing against you at least got 2 points per game.
They did indeed.
Because
they got 2 points per game because PoE is on a 36-game streak.
Yeah.
Where he's given up at least one day.
We'll see if it makes it 37. We're going into pick some bans.
One last thing on fantasy. Vedius has Alfari, Ignar, and Hans Summer, and he's already at 280 points. So for anyone that plays against him, in this case, Dracos, yeah, good luck, mate. We're into pick some bans for the deciding game here of Group A versus Group B. Misfits have already banned away the Xayah, the Galio. Zac and Kennen reply. Thresh is on my mind. And last time,
Elise has been banned out in previous games. So with Zac banned, as you said, Thresh, you would anticipate goes up in priority, but I wouldn't mind actually see Misfits throw a spanner in the works and maybe pick like a Rakan first. Something like this that we've seen them pair with other support, with other AD carries, but that I like. I like this ban coming out. The Twitch is the best pick we've seen so far for Steelback. Get it out of there. Don't let him play it. See what Vitality can bring to the table.
Well, Vitality have said no Thresh for Ignar. Removed that away from him. Ignar, definitely one of the stronger performing Thresh players, and with Elise available, Maxwell instantly going to lock that win in, despite, by the way, having Lee Sin available, but that's also a denial from Joko, somebody who has a wealth of Elise games under his belt.
Yeah, exactly, and now we look at the attention Vitality have to play. They've highly prioritized Rumble in each game and won the laning phase every time because of it. Now, will it be Tahm Kench? Will it be Rakan? Is it going to be that Lee Sin coming through? Or maybe even Kha'Zix for Joko? We'll have to take a look at as we go throughout the draft.
A lot of time to figure that out. First time we're going to see Ashe this series. I think that's clever as well, because it's going to deny it from Misfits. When you've already got an Elise locked in for Misfits, you've got a pretty key ingredient in an early game pick champion. The Ashe would just make that more powerful from longer range, and it's one of the key tools that allowed Misfits to actually win this series last week.
Yeah, it was, and the Varus will be the response coming out from Misfits most likely. As you see, it is locked in. Oh, the Blitzcrank's available.
Oh, indeed.
Oh.
We got some Blitzcranks fans in the audience.
Well, as long as this golem rolls, there won't be any dust on Misfits at the end of this series, but nevertheless, we'll have to watch this one as it goes.
What I'm a fan of are the Blitzcrank from Ignar and Misfits is the fact that Ignore ran it in their loss last week to G2.
Yeah.
And then stuck with it in the third game, where it was a victory. And Stress, while we're waffling about Blitzcrank, Olaf has been locked in here for Joko.
So Olaf, we have seen it's a lot of junglers start to pick up once you go deeper into a champion pool. But when Kha'Zix is normally available, well, while it's available, but we've seen the likes of Rek'Sai we've started to see over in LCK and LPL. Olaf, of course, good for running through fights. Not great, no, Blitzcrank's not super great against an Olaf, where you can just kind of not really hook him, but we'll have to watch how Joko can do. Historically, it has been a decent pick for him.
3 games played, 2 wins, 1 loss on the 2017 season for Joko and Olaf. And of course, if he gets hooked by Blitz, I like it, and all the CC that's already on offer. Shen once again finds himself in the ban pool. Kled was the other phase 2 ban from Vitality. Tom Kench, the response from Misfits. And we need to see what Vander's going to run in the support role. I guess Braum is still up and available if he wants to go that route. Looking at some of his other champion pool, I mean, Galio was banned away.
Play something crazy like
Rakan's still available as well.
Yeah, you could play Rakan. Play something crazy like an Alistar into Blitzcrank. Really give him something that can punish, and it's going to be the Braum. It's going to be the boring pick in the bottom lane. But it's fine, like Ashe, Braum, good engage, good amount of push potential, and you can kind of deny a lot of what the Blitzcrank wants to do. Now, Ignar will roam heavily, look out towards the mid lane, try and get picks over there, but if this is a Corki that comes through, which hasn't been banned, then Misfits have a champion that can very easily escape a Blitzcrank hook.
All right, will they commit to a 3rd game of Corki for Power of Evil, or will NukeDuck look for a counter pick in that regard? When the LeBlanc is banned away once more, Alfari going to be the recipient of Jarvan in the top lane. Something we have seen significantly more of, definitely becoming more and more standard. And mid lane pick for PoE. Safe, reliable, I mean, Syndra's still up, Orianna's still up.
Orianna would synergize well with the Jarvan, of course, and give them decent teamfight presence. And not a whole lot of things you can pick against the Orianna that are going to heavily punish it. The Lucian would be available if NukeDuck would want it, and that is a lane that, you know, a lot of teams have used against the Orianna. You get the early laning advantage and then just push and try and get the side lane presence at the same time. Does decently well at escaping Blitzcrank as well.
And it was banned in both previous games. NukeDuck is feeling it. He's locked in Lucian in the mid lane. And it is a snowbally champion. The analyst desk talked specifically about Lucian earlier in the day and how it is very reliant on snowballs, very reliant on early game. And Vitality, well, actually, they've had pretty good early games this split.
They have.
For the most part.
For the most part. Now, I mean, if you give NukeDuck a kill or 2 early on, with this Lucian, you should be able to do a lot of work. The problem is, if he doesn't dodge out an Ignar hook, if he doesn't dodge out a Cocoon early game, because likely that's where Misfits are going to go, either mid lane or top lane, then Vitality may be crippled from this Lucian in the middle lane. Just like we've seen so many teams be. Like Splice couldn't play around the Lucian. G2 couldn't play around the Lucian. The only European team really that has been able to is H2K.
Let's see whether or not Vitality join those ranks. About 8 hours ago, one of our stats team predicted a 2-1 victory in favor of Vitality. Is he the new prophet or not? You guys jump on Twitter, tell us if you agree. Hashtag VIT win. Will upset league continue? Will we start cross-group play with Misfits going down to Vitality? That's the question we're about to answer. And that's the question you and I get to witness, Stress.
We absolutely do. How much is that team paying you for all of this?
Not enough, I'm afraid.
Okay, we'll see if Misfits can squash the bee, just like a swatted fly, or whether Vitality can sting back for a 2-1 win on this series.
Oh, we're gonna see.
They're gonna have to just lean on some of their good carries if they really want to squash this bug.
Yep, and there's 2 good carries indeed for Vitality. A lot of damage to speak of.
Okay, so Vitality aren't playing into it right now, but
they could be.
Basically, solo queue, what happens is you go to the enemy blue buff with Blitzcrank. One thing you can do in competitive, because people always try and get vision over the Raptors, is you sit 5 people at the Raptors and they never get away.
And of course, go back to game 1. when NukeDuck was moving in to contest those Raptor camp. It was some shenanigans, some evil shenanigans that Vitality were putting together. Unfortunately, no response from Ignar, no lucky hook. He's going to have to go fishing elsewhere.
I thought he was coming back for a second. Look, he's thinking about it. They're thinking whether they want to actually go. And look, Hansama and Ignar now venture back towards the ward, but it's nothing. It's a whole lot of nothing going on in the beginning of this one. But the ward that Vitality initially placed will spot out Maxlaw's starting area on this blue buff. Hasn't spotted him yet because he's been in the bush. But it will. As soon as he crosses out, Misfits are already in the lane looking for that hook. And it's going to be a devastating lane if that hook lands on Ash. Braum can't do a whole lot to defend if it lands early, but look, Vitality wait for the minion lane, minion wave, and just walk into lane.
Yeah, you need multiple levels for Braum to be able to stand behind me and then put up the Unbreakable combo that we have seen a few times already. This split. Alphari, by the way, starting W, that Golden Aegis on Jarvan, expecting some early trading into Cabo. Cabo's once again on the Rumble. He's had very good games on this Rumble. Laning phase has been strong into Alphari. Team fights, most of the equalizers have been pretty good.
Yeah, there's that one.
The odd one has gone a bit awry, but at the end of the day, it's had enough impact for Vitality to force the deciding game.
And I find it interesting that Alphari goes to this Jarvan because won't have the easiest of laning phases into Rumble. You can obviously punish in more all-in trades, but won't exactly be easy to capitalize. And that'll mean Maxlaw might have to come topside. Was playing this Elise, was standing just out of vision for a while, but was spotted by NukeDuck coming through the Raptor area. They know exactly what Maxlaw is.
Yeah, and of course this Jarvan struggles in a fair few lane matchups, but definitely more impactful in the mid-game.
Yeah.
Once you get that Cataclysm down, he's a good ball delivery system for Power of Evil. I mean, so is Maxlaw on the Elise, to be fair. There's options for him. But we need to see from Power of Evil, honestly, a performance of NukeDuck's caliber from the previous game. NukeDuck's Orianna was fantastic.
But whose Orianna has always been impressive.
Yeah.
Whether he's taken Smite, or Teleport, or whatever summoner, Power of Evil you always feel does well on this Orianna pick. It's one of his synonymous.
Come on! Ignar didn't even BM. No laugh, no dance. Control 3. Control 3! Okay,
Maybe he hasn't got it.
We'll wait for it. I shouldn't actually be doing that. The referees on stage will tell me off after game. But Ignar zoning away Steelback and Vanda. This is just really lane dominance. +7 CS already. Yes, there's a wave pushing to Steelback, so he'll be able to catch that up very quickly. But confident play in the 2v2.
Just gotta love the skin choice though, because you get the horn, like the Dukes of Hazzard style horn that comes through. Ignar, however, just gonna secure vision on the bottom side. Vitality have full topside control, and that's where we now gotta look at where Joko is going aggressive to try and deny the Elise gank potential here, but I think Joko might be a little bit late because Elise is already making her way up into that lane.
All right, this is going to be a 2v2. The flag and drag's already caught out Cabochard. He's holding on to the flash. Flashes away from the cocoon. Here comes Joko. Alphari gets first blood. Joko responds, and Maxwell's forced to run away. So kill secured by Joko, the jungler for Vitality, and Alphari, the top laner, with the first blood bonus.
So Maxlaw gets his effect off up in the top side. That first blood should help Alphari get through this laning phase and build effectively against this Rumble. But if Olaf camps him, if Olaf comes back to the top side and Alphari uses his EQ combo, doesn't have flash available. Same could be said for Maxlaw. We're going for round 2.
We are indeed. Cocoon catches onto Cabo. Alphari and Maxlaw. Yeah, they don't want to change. It's always a drop down. There was only ever one Matrix movie made. I refuse to acknowledge the rest. He has a replay of that first blood stress.
Yeah, this one, easy EQ combo on to Cabochard into the rest of the damage following through. A little unfortunate that they didn't get the kill just before Cabo flashed out, but they trade flash for flash. Alphari gets the kill. First blood traded back. And now Ignar's on the roam. Looking for that hook in the mid lane, but here against Illusion, it's not really going to happen.
Yeah, so tough to catch somebody with Relentless Pursuit.
Yep.
And Flash and Exhaust, by the way. Well, there we go. The E's been used. couple of pings onto him. Nukeduck, 10 seconds before the E's available again. Flash hook, flash hook, flash hook. No, no, getting too excited, getting too antsy here.
Yeah, it's not quite the same when you're like, walk in division, walk in division.
Yeah,
that's
also true.
Igna's just like, okay, I've had enough of this. I'm going back to lane.
I'll stress, in the previous game, 48 kills were secured between Misfits and Vitality. It is the tied for 4th most kills in the 2017 season.
Okay. That's a lot of kills.
It is indeed. 48, then 49, then 53, then 54. Those are the records.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's fascinating.
It is. I mean, I'm so glad you're enthralled by this information. And Misfits, they will hope to not do that again, right? They're looking for a more clean game. Find a pick with Blitz or set up an engage with Jarvan.
I love how the meta is at a point where we're like, they want a clean game with the Blitzcrank.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Just get the Blitz hook, get the kill, clean game. Don't need anything else.
I love this
It's
meta.
so good. I'm
very excited about it.
You can just play almost any champion this year. It's great. I do think Blitzcrank is a little underwhelming to watch when it's failing, though.
Yeah.
Because you just have that sense that nobody is really happy. You're not happy, the enemy aren't happy, viewers aren't happy.
Yeah, exactly. The impact of a Blitzcrank with no vision just kind of fizzles.
Yeah, exactly.
Glad we have a vision toggle here. Alfari just walked into the river, and Vitality's control ward will spot out Ignar. I don't think Vitality know Maxwell is inside the top lane, and Cataclysm blocks his entry. Cocoon catches onto Cabo Shard. Venomous Bite comes down as well, and Maxwell and Alfari just double team Cabo. Jump to the mid lane really quickly. Nukeduck is moving forward with that E. Has already used his culling, by the way. That is on cooldown. And Joko with vision control. He's going for another blue buff invade here, Stress.
Yeah, and you know, Joko has been very effective going up against Maxlaw, and Joko's just going to wait. He knows he's got this control warded. Oh, Maxlaw!
Look at the damage. Joko's looking for Maxwell. Maxwell drops down. Command Protect comes up. Shockwave catches onto Joko. Here comes Nukeduck. Culling will be available very, very soon. Flashes for flashes. Ignar's available for support. He's going to catch onto Nukeduck. Shockwave's on cooldown. It was used onto Joko in the pit. Ignar is now running for his life, and Joko successfully invades, gets himself a kill, and steals away a buff. That's actually the 7th of the series. Really good play for Joko in terms of controlling some of those buffs and locking them down.
So this is all the way back to the attempt in the top side. They should have known that something was up because Ignar was on his way, but I don't think they were anticipating Maxwell going into lane that early on. The Blitzcrank maybe gave him a false sense of security, and it was for the kill up in the top side was easy to pick off, but so was this one for Joko. Aggressive onto Maxlaw. Nowhere really to return to, and it's an easy kill. Despite the shield coming through and the shockwave, Joko just too strong. Too much damage early on, and Misfits have to back away from there.
Yeah, and Maxwell flashing fairly late there, I feel. Ended up going on cooldown and still dying. Nukeduck jumps in, piercing right connects the culling. Wow, Power Eagle eating nearly every single shot. And Nukeduck able to completely push Power of Evil away. There's some stats from his game too. Just really, really phenomenal performance. 810 damage per minute on Orianna. Just tells you how involved he was in those 48 kills. Jump to the top lane. Glacial Fissure goes down. You heard the horn, the power horn, Dukes of Hazzard. And of course, it just ends up being a little bit of a fizzle.
Yeah, about as good as the movie they made. Don't watch it. There was
the remake, of course.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Now, as we settle into this game, as it's going to get a bit of a longer game because there hasn't been this big impact in the early game that we've been expecting. Yes, there's been a couple of kills, but this isn't a loose, open game. You have to look now where Power of Evil, where Hans Sama are looking to go with this, and Power of Evil opting towards the Rod of Ages, a little bit more of a tanky, stacking build. Not the usual build that we see out of Orianna's. You see the Morellonomicon going in towards Rabadon's Deathcap most of the time. But this is kind of a Power of Evil special, right? He always has these unique little twists that nobody else quite is doing. You see it every so often, but we'll make him tankier, a little bit more utility-based. We'll see how that actually works out for him, because right now he's going to need Maxwell's help.
Yeah, it's a 2-on-3. The equalizer's been used. Maxwell tried to deliver the shockwave. That's at least a kill into Nukeduck. Now Maxwell's being run down. Alfari's looking for the Cataclysm. He's locked Joko in. Joko can't get across the wall. Ignar finds the rocket punch and the grab onto Cabo shot. Now Alfari's running for his life. Asharo comes down, flies wide. It's a 1-for-2 in favor of Misfits.
Well, that's one use of the Jarvan in response to the Olaf. The Olaf ult will get you out of just about everything, but terrain will block you in. It's enough to get the 2-for-1 trade in favor of Misfits and continue a good early game streak from them, but they needed that to kind of fire back against Vitality, because Vitality had started making swap up towards top side. We're looking to offset some of the aggressive plays that Cabochard has been on the receiving end of, but Misfits now stabilizing a slight lead.
Yeah, of course, Misfits, they maintain that 1,000 gold lead. They've got themselves a Jarvan who's got 3 of the 4 kills, which is crucially very important. And the game is kind of played around the AD carries. We've not seen Hunt Summer or Steelback hugely pivotal yet. That Ash Arrow flew a little wide, and you'll actually see a replay of this one. I say AD carries, I mean the actual role.
Yeah.
Not the champions.
It's okay. we knew what it was. We knew what you were talking about. Nukeduck ended up falling on this one quite easily. It's an easy combo for Maxwell to get the kill, and then Joker's like, I've got this. That really is painful when you see an Olaf getting caged in, but then Misfits just pull back away. The important thing you're talking about with AD carries is if it maintains like this, then Steelback is going to be on one of these back foot rolls where we've criticized Vitality for. If he's just an ult tool with no damage coming through, that's when they haven't looked successful. That's when Vitality have looked underwhelming. And that can't happen to me after seeing the last game of how good Steelback did. This damage per minute, super high, like maybe second only to Cobby on the Twitch.
Yep, which, quite possible. I mean, Steelback's previous record was 748 damage per minute, and he was playing Varus against H2K. So he did even more. I mean, look, again, 24 kills for the team, 48-minute game. All of those things are going to play into his favor for what is a fairly generic stuff, but an interesting one nonetheless.
Well, something that also is interesting is Vitality's lack of vision control once again means that Dragon is going to Misfits.
Yeah, another early Dragon to Misfits, another valuable Dragon as well. May the odds be ever in your favor, is apparently what Misfits are saying, because they got triple Infernals in the previous game, and in game 1 it started with a Mountain as well. They just got themselves another Mountain Drake. But look at the mini-map, guys. Vitality starting to threaten. Ash Arrow is available, and there's a ward inside the Sentinel pit. So if Misfits overstep, they're starting to surround Vitality, and could be up to another team fight. Blue buff says, no, this belongs to Misfits. Remember I talked earlier, Joko has stolen 7 buffs this series already. Looking to make it number 8. Blue buff secured onto Max Law. Flashes used to dodge the Ash Arrow. Nukeduck is going to dash over the wall. Ignar will pick up a kill. There's a hook onto Cabo. He's under the tower, and Power of Evil gets another. Nukeduck's culling does nothing, and it's 2 kills to Misfits.
Vitality going way too far into Misfits territory for a blue buff of all things. It doesn't quite connect for them. Misfits are able to take the fight on the tail end of it, and now they're going to lose the tower in the bottom side. Vitality get pushed away from that Rift Herald, and it means that Misfits are in full control of a 3rd game in this series.
So let me just summarize. Misfits get first blood. Misfits get first dragon. Misfits get tower first blood. They're up 3 kills already, and they've got a team composition that can shine in the mid-game. And this is how the play happened. Good response to the engage from Vitality on the Misfit side.
Yeah, and you can see Ash Arrow again not connecting. It was from range, but still not quite there. And Caboche puts himself just too close to the fire. Max range hook. And Caboche under the tower just completely falls apart. Like Misfits, just a scratch of the head for Caboche. Nothing really more to say about that. That sucks,
because you look at that, you're like, that hook wasn't even for me. I wasn't meant to eat that.
It's like, Steelback, why didn't you take that one?
Yes, Vander, you were on the front line. That was your hook with your name on it. But hooks don't discriminate. They just catch whoever's in front of them.
Yep.
And it ended weaker than it started.
Yeah, it's okay. It's fine.
Tower number 2 falls in favor of Misfits. 15.5 minutes have gone by. And Vitality are 2,500 gold down. Down in every single objective. On the plus side, they also get enabled in the mid game, right? Ash Arrow, plus Lucian, plus Olaf and Rumble. There's a lot of tools that Vitality can use to try and silence the crowd who are trying to put together a Misfits chant.
It's getting there. The Misfits chant is getting there. You know, maybe after a Baron will be all orchestrated in time, but everything for Misfits right now is looking good. They've got side lane control utilizing this Javan. He can fight Nuke or Cabochard, basically whichever one takes a step out to the side wave. Now you can see nearly at that Titanic Hydra point for Alphari. Igna says, look at me now.
This is my Krug. No more the others. Steals away the big one.
Krug life right there.
Here we go. Looking at the minimap, and once again, Rift Herald has started. It feels like Misfits have just really significantly better objective control if they can get this one cleanly. Ash Arrow is available and could come from mid lane. Flash forward means Nuke is forced to flash himself. Ash Arrow from Steelback, still not fired, still not fired. Power of Evil.
On Olaf again.
It's another one. Alphari's locked Joker into the pit. Shockwave picks up a double kill for Power of Evil, and my fantasy is ecstatic.
You mean LCS fantasy, right? Like
no,
getting
my fantasy. Fantasy LCS. I'm going to win. Well, this is a pretty confident game here, Stress.
Yeah, it is. It's a confident game. It looked like Rift Herald was just spawned as well towards the middle lane. That's Inatara in the top lane going through.
Equalizer
Rift Herald cares not for your board.
He's been summoned. Cabochard flashes over the wall. He's able to burn down Ignar. Power of Evil's running for his life, but the Winter's Bite stings and Steelback shuts him down.
Misfits in too much of a hurry to try and get too many objectives. They were pushing top side, recall out with Hans Sammer and Alphari, and then to spawn Rift Herald way far away without pushing the wave up, and really didn't address the fact that Vitality was still standing in the mid lane. So this is how it all started. Couple of problems here for the Doctor of Ergonomics. Ignar at this point couldn't really see Nuke and really had to back away off the hook, but Hans Sammer makes it easy. Just gets that chain of corruption. Then here we go, Alphari once again says to Joko, there's no escape. Easy second kill. And this is where Misfits look a little bit kind of just spread too thin. They spawn Rift Herald, looking to try and go aggressive. Power of Evil can't quite output enough damage now and can't escape away from Cabochard, and it just means Misfits to get a lead, extend their lead, and don't lose it, but get slowed down quite heavily.
Yeah, punished by the engage from Vitality, and I see what you see. I see what you see indeed. The stinger.
Nash's tooth is being completed by... Okay, so let's...
Well, hold that thought. Joker gets pulled forward. He's Ragnarocking and Ragnar-rolling. There's going to be an instant repel from Axler. He jumps down to the honey fruit. Teleport being channeled by Cabochard. He's looking to jump onto the banana bush. And Alphari's got the baby cage. The Cataclysm is available. And who will get locked in? Rocket Grab catches Vanda. Cocoon catches Vanda. Power of Evil with Nash's tooth sinks his fangs in.
Once that extra attack speed, those empowered auto attacks of Orianna, just make sure you go and get it. You can see H2K getting ready for a
Look
big
at Jankos. Jankos is trying to figure out what's going on here.
He's saying,
those hands.
Look, a Mountain Drake, an Infernal Drake, not even SKT would give up this game, just like he tweeted during the last one. Unfortunately, Jankos not quite the prediction that would have gone his way.
Yeah, Misfits, by the way, with the lead at 20 minutes. 25-3 record here in the LCS. This is a significant lead, if ever I've seen one. 5,000 gold. And it's thanks to plays like this, where Ignar, I think he landed 3 hooks in a row. Admittedly, it was like shooting fish in a barrel, but still, it counts.
Yeah, gets one onto the Olaf, and then that kind of turns Olaf's aggression on. Wasn't quite enough for Vitality to be able to continue this fight. So that was the first hook actually landing. Fast forward a little bit more. Easy one on Vanda as well. Right next to him, Cocoon. Everything combos very well for Misfits. They work well off these single target crowd control abilities. And honestly, I think that's really deadly, giving them a combination of this, whether it's the Blitzcrank, the Elise. We've seen the Ashe and the Varus have that kind of effect as well. A little less single target, a little bit more AoE, but still.
Stress, I know Orianna has some ability power.
Yeah.
Scaling in her passive.
Yes.
That clockwork wind-up. I want you to talk to me about this Nash's Tooth and why you think it was locked in. Power of Evil, the man in the middle. Never been one to bow to meta. Nash Shara between the uprights. That's not going to work.
No, not going to work. It's an interesting one, because as you said, the theory is that you get a lot of extra AP onto those auto attacks. I still feel... Oh, as Camelshot gets grabbed.
We may not be able to answer that question. Shockwave on 3! Nature Fisher comes down. The baby cage locks in Vitality. They can't escape. It's a double kill for Power of Evil. And Alfari loses his life. My word, a 5-man cataclysm. Ignar fancies himself another shot. Minions are blocking the way. Where is the rocket grab? He's looking for Nuke Duck. He's fishing for Nuke Duck. He gets it!
The flash into predictive hook. Take a bow, Ignar.
And that's got the Misfits chance flying in Berlin.
Oh, he makes it look too easy. The first hook, Nuke Duck dodges out. Camelshot gets hit by another hook that wasn't meant for him. And 5-man dunk into the damage Malfari. He knows he's dead at this point, and it was all a bait after the shockwave. The autos, they're enough to finish it off. And look, Ignar just lining it up, waiting, stalking Nuke Duck. He knows he's getting it. He can already see the hook. Flash! Got him!
Oh, Berlin, I love you guys! The build-up and the crowd cheer. Well, Ignar's Blitzcrank. Man, this guy is just... Oh, damn it, Dracos. This guy is popping off. Just such a great couple of weeks. And
have you said hella and popping off in the same
I believe that I have. I have indeed. Ignar.
Are you getting ready for Rift Rivals?
Hold on.
Here?
I have indeed. Here I said earlier. Let's see what happens. Joker's Ragnarocking. He's not going to get caught by the rocket grab. Ends up being caught out. Alfari's going to put the Cataclysm down into 3 Hunt Summer. And Nuke Duck going toes for toe. The shockwave, not going to be enough as Nuke Duck is able to flash away from it. Nuke Duck will get caught up by Maxlaw here. Running for his life.
Spider.
Maxlaw takes a volley to the face. He's already used Repel Cocoon. Oh, Steel back underneath the tower. The Steel back sidesteps. Gets out of range. Now Ignar's in trouble. Nuke Duck takes another tower shot. How on earth has Vitality done this? They've won the fight.
They've fractured Misfits throughout the entire fight, and Power of Evil, look at him. He's still so high in health, but hasn't got damage. Get the autos. Where is it?
Go Nash's Tooth. Go. Get those autos down.
That was underwhelming.
Don't know if I'm a believer yet.
Hey, look, Brom, super effective against Nash's Tooth Orianna. Puts the shield up and nothing really happens. So this is how the fight started. We saw a lot of focus here. Hansan has to flash out over the Ashe Arrow just to get himself to safety. Then Nuke Duck picks a fight. He knows he can take this fight as long as he just dodges out the damage that comes from the Orianna. Shockwave well flashed out from, and Alfari had gone aggressive into the backline, did not connect. Maxlaw had turned, peeled away to try and get the kill. Wasn't able to close the gap on Nuke Duck. And from there, honestly, at this point, Misfits just can't really take the fight. Ignar, he's just praying he had his ultimate available.
Yep.
But it wasn't. He'd already used it in the fight. And Vitality fighting back in this team fight quite spectacularly.
Oh, it really is. Look, when we come out of this, take stock of the situation. They're still down 5,000 gold. They got 1 tower to 4. But Power of Evil's on-hit Orianna, is that even a thing? I guess we'll see how the rest of the build plays out. Looks like he's going towards...
He's going Rabadon's next.
Looks like he's going towards Death Cap.
He's going to be like Death Cap Lichbane
that
to
would
finish
be epic,
this build
actually.
out.
That would be pretty epic. Let's see if he does. Having a little bit of fun with it. Definitely winning over some hearts. It's an interesting style. The whole Misfit squad, I mean. Ignore on this Blitzcrank, really good performance. And just saying, by the way, 24 kills in about 24.5 minutes.
You in these
that is half the game time, half the kills
Damn it, Trevor.
of the previous match. All right, let's see if we can keep this up. Blue Sentinel, mine. yells. Sentinel slowly getting bored. Picked up by Power of Evil.
Secures it with the extra auto attack. All that power comes through. The power of Evil.
It is indeed. On Summer, by the way, was close enough for Chain of Corruption, decided not to fire it, and we've kind of devolved into a little bit of anarchy here in Game 3.
I mean, did we want order or chaos?
I actually only wanted chaos.
That's why I picked the chaos icon in client. That's what we're going for. Maybe that's what Vitality and Misfits are running. There's one guy here's picked the chaos.
The rest of the guys
it's like, yeah, I'm gonna be Yasuo, mate.
Order tokens. That's the only thing that felt bad. I wanted chaos to win. Just hate supporting Yasuo.
But then it's Riven is for order, so you can't really like.
At least Riven one tricks are skilled players. Yeah, calling out all those Yasuo one tricks.
I mean, I'm not a Yasuo player, so that's horrible.
All right, steal back. Definitely needs to get better accuracy. Power of Evil. Flashed away from the undertow.
It's about sending a message.
Yeah, Joko sent a message. Hi, bye. Ran past with Ghost and Ragnarok.
So Alfari, however, Guardian Angel has been picked up. That means next time he gets that 5-person Cataclysm and he gets killed, he will come back and maybe get one more EQ combo in a fight. But that's probably about it.
But that's
might
important.
Not survive longer.
See, that's important because Power of Evil can get more autos down. What would actually be next level? What would be next level is Power of Evil win Hurricane, 4th item, and then let Alfari lock people in the Cataclysm, and then he just Hurricane them with his passive to death.
And then we're going to get Zeke's Convergence, we'll get an Ardent Sensor, we'll get everything.
Hey, I'm down. I'm down. If Misfits are keen, they've got a big lead, they have 4 kills, and they're going to pick up another Mountain Drake here. There's no contest from Vitality, and it's another... scaling item, another advantage that Misfits can just accrue.
I love when Power of Evil comes with these ridiculous builds, because you're like, there is no way that is as efficient as the regular build. And then he wins every game that he does this.
Based analysis, 6, 3, and 5. Ignar got the flash available. Rocket Grab is primed, but Misfits don't fancy a fight. Look how they're splitting up on the minimap, because there are 2 large waves pushing towards them, Stress. So the game has slowed down, and it's kind of returned to a little bit of normality.
Yeah.
As Vitality are trying to chase Misfits and punish them.
And speaking of a team whose playstyle maybe hasn't always been normality, Fnatic warming up for their series against H2K today. You already saw the H2K guys warming up themselves. Going to be a hype series.
It will indeed.
But this has been hype. Like this, we've had Blitzcranks roaming the map, getting the surprise hooks on Nuke Duck.
More important,
there's a lot left in this game as well.
We had 48 kills in Game 2. Okay, that is what matters to me. That is what makes me happy. And teams really just commit to the chaos. All right, Misfits, come on now. They need to make a play. They've not really set up around Baron. They've not really pushed super heavily, but it feels like that's what they're doing. Stress, what are the next steps for the Misfits squad?
So for Misfits, they maybe either need Vitality to give them a pick in the way that they have done time and time again in previous games, or for Misfits, it's a case of just starting it off. Orianna will have significant Baron damage utilizing this build, so they may be able to rush it down quite quickly, but the fact of the matter is Nuke Duck will be able to always push back one of the side lanes. You can see Kabashad has his teleport available, so he'll go down there and absorb this Jarvan for a while, but Misfits haven't been able to build off the lead they built Jarvan in the early game for a very long time now.
No, they haven't, but Alfari's Cataclysms have been phenomenal.
Yeah, they have.
He's really been able to find multi-man targets, multiple fights in a row. And as it stands, Alfari is now continuing to shove out this bottom lane. Something I have just been informed by our stats team, Stress. Misfits have secured 10 dragons this series.
Okay.
Do you know how many Vitality have?
2.
0.
Was it
not a single dragon. The Elder was the focus.
Here's the rush.
In the previous game, Cabazgod's going to teleport, but thanks to the Nash's Tooth and Blade of the Ruined King on Hans Summer.
Oh, it hits Maxwell.
All right, let's see. Where is the threat? Glacial Fissure comes down. Maxwell's going to need to rappel up into the air. Chain of Corruption. Not going to split, and teleport used. Equalizer. Ash Arrow. Vitality stepped a wave goodbye to the objective as Baron was secured.
Misfits with a clean Baron. Nothing really that Vitality could have done to defend against that, except for utilizing that TP quicker. They just weren't in a position because of the vision control that Misfits had. So now they're up against the Baron buff, looking at this Jarvan that can push out on the Rumble, on the Lucian. The Orianna's over in the side lane as well. Remember, no teleport on Power of Evil's Orianna. It's a heal on this one. And we're getting late on in the items. Gargoyle Stoneplate now completed for Alphari. If that's a Locket that follows, we saw what happened in Game 2. Even though it was a losing effort, those Locket shields are huge.
Yeah, and of course the Abyssal Mask for Maxlaw. Yeah. That's going to benefit the on-hit damage from Power of Evil. I figured out, by the way, Power of Evil played Corki a couple times. Yeah. He's just in the like auto-attack mid-lane mode. Yeah. And he just replaced the mid-lane auto-attacker with another, that's all. We'll see.
This is like the same build he had when he played Smite. Runeglaive. Like, this is almost the same thing all the way back in the 2015 season.
All right, Ignar's going a little bit fishing. Nobody's biting, though, as Vitality are able to move away. The bottom outer turret was dropped. Mid-inner is the only turret remaining outside of Vitality's base. And Misfits, they're playing this one pretty clean. They got that Baron safely and without real cost. And now they're just protecting this cannon minion, waiting for the next minion wave.
Yeah, just a case of walking the minion in. Jarvan's coming down. Hang on, that arrow landed on Hansama.
It was the key target. Hansama's running for his life. The turn. Cataclysm under the tower. That locks Vander in. Steelback forced to flash away to safety. Nobody's died yet, but the inhibitor turret will. And Misfits, they baited the engage and responded. Fantastic.
Yeah, that inner tower goes down now. Now they're looking for that inhibitor tower in the middle lane, but they're going to back away because there is no wave alongside it. So it's slow and steady for Misfits, trying to advance this lead, but they don't feel comfortable enough to just aggressively go for play after play after play. And again, it's going to give Vitality opportunities to come back in this game.
Yeah. And I'm really struggling with Joko's Olaf at this point. It was picked fairly early on in the draft. Yeah. He's been locked in the Cataclysm multiple times. Didn't really snowball a huge amount. And when you consider other picks were up and available, like the Kha'Zix, like the Lee Sin, you just have to wonder, like, what was the intention? What did they want to look for?
Well, early on, they were trying to take it into the Elise so that you can at least match some of the trading early game. The difficulty with playing Olaf is when the team then goes, okay, I will just play Jarvan in the top lane because it's meta, then suddenly you kind of get hard counted. And that's the problem that you're alluding to that they're running into. So I don't necessarily think it's the pick being bad, but it's so difficult to pull off.
Yeah, and look at the mini-map. Misfits are pulling off the 1-3-1 really, really well. Wave clear
but
in the mid lane.
Power of Evil has to be careful here. Like, he cannot push all the way up to the inhibitor, but Alphari can.
All right, well, Alphari's going to take that one down. Power of Evil's finished the recall. By the way, this will be the first dragon of the series for Vitality. Well, not this time around. Infernal Drake picked up. The opportunity was there. At the cost of an inhibitor in the top lane.
Not worth.
No, we've gone back to level one, game one shenanigans from the Vitality squad. And also, stress, I'm extremely disappointed in both of these teams.
Okay.
The last time somebody died was at 23 minutes, 46 seconds
that's
on the
10
clock.
minutes ago.
It's over 10 minutes without a kill.
Was that the Mad Life hook as well?
It was indeed. It's just shocking.
I mean, maybe everybody's just leaving it because nobody can get a more flashy kill in this game. Maybe that's it.
Okay, we're waiting for the flashiness then. Super Minions top lane means, well, Misfits can push the other lanes and do it.
It's gonna be, look, we're nearly there on Locket Stoneplate again. Yeah. Like, I love that games are going late enough so that we're seeing this, but I think people are going to get really bored of it if it happens every single game.
I feel like it'll get changed soon.
Maybe just a little bit.
Just a thought.
When you give like 10,000 health worth of shield across the team, it's a little bit silly.
It is indeed. But it is difficult to pull off, of course. If there is something to say for it.
Olaf's looking for it as well. This is actually going to be a team fight of just who can not die like with all of the shields for the longest. Like, if your shield survives for the full duration and it never gets...
I mean, we're going to have 4 Lockets in the game because both Ignar and Vander already have this completed. Alphari and Joker are working towards them. And Misfits, their Baron has worn off. They lost or conceded the Infernal Drake a few moments ago. It just feels like a matter of time before they start going for the mid or the bottom lane.
The difficulty Vitality have in this game compared to the last one is they don't have that Twitch, they don't have the Orianna that have that late game power in team fights. They're running an Ashe, they're running a Lucian who can have damage, but you really have to be in a position to constantly output with auto attacks. You cannot really be falling back in the team fight, and considering they are down 10,000 gold, this should be a Misfits win.
Yeah, of course, they're not going to be able to stand toe-to-toe with cocoons, rocket grabs, shockwaves, cataclysms, all these tools that can just lock Vitality down. The one thing that I do want to say, Vitality have played better than I anticipated they would.
Right, I agree.
A team that has struggled for a fairly lengthy period of time, has had glimmers of hope at different times, but NukeDuck is consistently being a threat in Summer. Caboshard is showing on Rumble he has some proficiency, and it's just this macro, these team-based decisions that we continue seeing them fall apart. Vander's caught out. Look at all that CC, by the way. Cocoon, Chain of Corruption, Rocket Grab.
Java arrives.
Down on Fari. It's just going to flag and drag out to safety, and a full channel on the culling. Drops Ignat. Piercing Arrow comes down. You don't really want to hook Vander as long as he's got the wall up. Ashe Arrow goes wide, Steelback not having the greatest accuracy. Steelback is locked in. The hot the equalizer. Shockwave is dodged by a few, but not by Steelback. Caboshard is just dropped down. It's a double kill for Hansama, and Misfits are pouring down the mid lane. Look at the flag drag knock-up flash from Alfari. 3 kills, and Misfits use their lead.
That is going to be the game for Misfits now, securing the win, easily able to get into the fight. Vitality, they'd already backed away from Misfits, but tried to re-engage. Now NukeDuck's going to get caught out.
Ignat with another fantastic play. Flash power fist into the rocket grab. Misfits with the minions are knocking over the Nexus turrets, and Ignat's Blitzcrank was a game changer, but Misfits' confidence in game 3 take down Vitality for the win.
A long series, a fun series, and honestly, at the end of it, Misfits with the result that after game 1 looked all but certain.
Yep.
And after game 2, it looked very shaky because despite being ahead, Vitality were holding on for dear life, and actually getting that game 2 win is such a significant thing.
Yeah, it really is. Handshakes across the board here for Misfits, and the crowd really got behind Misfits and Ignat throughout the course of game 3. Hell yeah, we did, thanks to that guy. And just, big shout-outs. I think still seeing some progression, some development from Vitality. I'm excited to see them put up a fight in game 2.
Yeah.
Not give up, not concede, and their team fights definitely worked out very well.
Yes, the team fights worked out well for Misfits. A couple of shaky moments where you look at their lanes. Paraviva losing lane in one of the games. Alfari struggling a little against Cabo. I think for Misfits, it's kind of a loss, a win that they'll put in the back of their mind and not focus on too much going forward. They'll be looking at the wins like over G2 more than anything, but I think this is maybe a more telling set of games in the G2 series. I think you'll learn more from these than the G2 games.
I mean, you see the huge smiles on their faces, and I agree with what you're saying in terms of the decision-making and some of the messiness. Misfits can definitely afford to clean that up. Anyways, Misfits Gaming, they came out on top in this series against Vitality. Let's send it to the analyst desk for a closer look at the series.
Thank you very much. Indeed, very interesting series overall, and I'm happy it went all the way to 3 games, and we saw some fight from both teams, not just Misfits, who we actually expected to win the series, but also Vitality just showing some fight and not just rolling over and dying. That was nice to see. Unfortunately for them, they lost this game, and I want to talk to you guys about the draft specifically, because, Fisher, I did hear you say when you saw the draft from Vitality, this is not the way they want to draft because they aren't playing to any of their possible strengths.
Right. The draft in itself is not bad.
No.
But I just don't think it fits the team, as you just said, because Vitality against the better teams in Europe have not been able to get an early lead and then snowball it. They can get early advantages, but very often they will then make some mistakes and fall behind. So I think actually the way to go for them is like what we saw in game 2, where you draft a really strong late game, like very late game scaling comp, Twitch, Orianna, these kind of picks. And you kind of rely on this team, like Misfits, to then not be able to just outright beat you in late game team fights. But I think when Vitality go for this kind of draft where they need to snowball early game, they're not good enough at doing that. And it often ends up just very quickly falling apart, and then they don't really have a comeback mechanic.
Yeah, for sure. Lucian mid, as you mentioned, as we did mention, relies on that snowball, did not happen. And I also liked what what Misfits were going for. They went really back to their roots with a pick composition, really, that they enjoy playing, especially with the Blitzcrank, which worked out well as well. So I like the draft for Misfits.
And you also said, Henning, that you liked the way Misfits approached the early game and approached who they wanted to shut down, because it was top lane that they went to visit more often than not.
Yeah, Maxler really put a lot of pressure, helping out Alforia up in the top side, and I think that's really smart because both because it's a Jarvan into a Rumble, but also because the Illusion mid really, if he gets that snowball going, he wants to go to a side lane, and he also is running the exhaust, which means that he could potentially duel a Jarvan, but if you get the Jarvan snowballing, there's no way that Illusion's been able to contest that.
Or Nola.
Well, or Nola, yeah, very true. Luckily here for Vitality, Jogo did get a return kill. Sadly, and for Vitality, second time around, Jogo is not close enough to really help his top laner. And despite Max Law not making it all the way inside the Jarvan cage, it is enough to obviously take down Shot. And it's a really cool point because Jarvan, of course, is a champion in Europe. We've seen some really bad games where he would like fall behind early, just do nothing, be completely useless. But if he gets ahead, he's so powerful at actually moving around the map and joining in these picks with a Blitzcrank, with an Elise. Like, if you get hit by one guy, you can hit by 2 or 3 guys right after.
Yeah, and I quickly want to move on to the next refill because we also have an interview waiting, but I did want to take a look at that Wombo combo again in the mid lane where Power of Evil gets a wonderful Shockwave off and then followed up by beautiful Jarvan.
Shockwave into Alfari being the man to look at right there. 5-man Jarvan also dealing damage to everyone, and that just means the rest of Misfits can easily ignore this tower here and get onto Vitality. And it's not over yet.
No.
It is over.
Yeah, no, it's going to come back to it. So there's one here.
We're going to see some ignore hooks.
Yep.
Wait for it.
Yeah,
wait for it. Shot's like, guys.
Oh!
The signature Blitzcrank pick there, coming out of Ignore.
I don't know if we're going to see
hiding around the corner.
Yeah,
I mean, there it is.
Oh.
And that is just baited, outsmarted, everything, completely predicted by Ignore. Great game from him on Blitzcrank.
Yeah, great game from him, indeed. Great job by Misfits overall. Maybe final thoughts, Vitality. A bit of fight, nice to see. Misfits, maybe some question marks? Or
I don't know. I mean,
not really.
I think Misfits looked pretty good overall. Losing to a full late game comp was not terrible at the end. They should obviously been able to close out the game, but I think Misfits pretty decent.
All right, I'm sorry to rush you.
I
asked the question.
No, you
I asked the question, but the interview's
it's
ready.
Like, I'm going to ask a question, but I don't actually want to hear an answer.
Stop talking. Misfits Gaming's mid laner. He had a great performance against Vitality. Let's hear what he has to say after that win.
That's just truth.
Thank you very much, Shox. I am joined by Power of Evil, the player of the series. Congratulations on that.
Thanks.
As you can hear, a lot of crowd support for you today. Now, I want to talk a little bit about your picks this series. Corki come back into the meta, and then you played Orianna in that last game as well with a very interesting build.
Well, so I like hockey a lot. I played it last split as well, and it just really fits my playstyle. It's like poke, but you're kind of a control mage as well. So you have your range and you have your poke. It worked out first game really good. And second game, I felt like we played really good in the early mid game. We got the dragons, and since we don't have the late game comp, we needed these infernal dragons really badly. And you could just see in the late game, I don't know, there was like one teamfight I trolled really hard, but besides that, I think our teamfights were good, and they just had the late game teamfights combination with Twitch.
Yeah, it happens. Like sometimes the late game of the other team's just slightly better. I'm gonna push you though. Nash's Tooth on Orianna. Like I know Runeglaive was great for you. I know it was a great meta. Why are you building Nash's Tooth?
Well, especially against Lucian or like AD champions mid lane, it's just, I feel like really good build, since if you go to Morello's item build, you get one shot on level 6, Lucian just use Cutlet and just ults you and you're literally 100 to 0 death. And with this item build, you get like early HP, so you can't all in you anymore, so you can pretty much just try to farm up with the Roar. You get enough AP from the Roar, and the Nashos kind of seals the deal because you don't need more AP. So you lose like 20 AP, but you get so much damage on the auto attacks, and since Lucian is like in your attack range, you can deal a lot of damage.
That makes a lot of sense. Let's talk about a couple of the changes for Misfits in this, but you brought Maxlaw on, a couple of tough weeks early on, but you really seem to be finding a groove with him now. What is it that's changed in the Misfits that is helping you win these games?
Well, Maxlaw is really different from Kakao. Maxlaw is talking way more in games. He's shot calling the whole early game, so it's really easy for me especially just to just to hack the right side, know where enemy jungler is because he's just calling and he's around here. So it's really, really easy for me as mid laner, and I feel like from week to week we improve as mid lane jungler synergy as well. So the last weeks we didn't get as many kills together, but today you could see that like one or twice we got like solo kills together, and just feeling really good. The only thing about him is that he's always making fun of my arena item build.
Makes sense. You actually got the most fantasy points of any player this split with the amount of kills you got, so hopefully you've got yourself on your fantasy team. Final question before we toss to a break. I want to talk about Rift Rivals. In a couple of weeks' time, NA versus EU. We've heard Perk say NA isn't going to win a single game across the entire thing. Forbidden thinks it's a lot closer. What are your thoughts?
So I honestly think that EU is way stronger than NA, but you should never underestimate an opponent. Like especially last Worlds, you could see that Russia League just got out of groups and played really, really good. So I would say EU greater than NA.
Have you watched much NA this split?
Yes, I watched some games.
Okay, I don't usually watch wildcard regions, so it's not something I'm usually been tuning into. Anyway, guys, we are going to go to a quick break before Fnatic and H2K fight off on the Rift up next. Make sure you join us then.
Another.
Nice! Well played. Don't hit no flash. Don't hit no flash. Nice look.
Just dropped down to double kill behind Summer. Game changer. And Misfits conquers in game 3. Take down Vitality for the win.
Welcome back to our coverage of the European LCS, where it's time for a highly anticipated rematch between H2K and Fnatic. The last time they met was in the spring playoffs. H2K got absolutely overrun by Fnatic's aggressive style, but tonight we're expecting a much closer series. Let it be known that I asked you guys if you wanted to do the Broxa or Jankos poses, because I thought that was really funny when Stress and Trevor did that beforehand, but you guys didn't want to.
Because they already did it. We don't want to be copycats, especially not copy Trevor and Stress. Like, come on, Henning and me, we are way above that.
Or you don't have the bicep to back it up, but...
I mean, the jacket hides it. It's in there somewhere.
Let's move on to the match, although this is also very interesting, but it is a very interesting one. And as I said, Henning, the last time these two teams met was when Fnatic beat H2K in the playoffs. So how far do you think these two teams are apart in level right now?
Was it 3-0 then? I don't think it's going to be a 3-0, partly because it's the best out of 3, but also because the teams are a lot closer.
That's why we pay him the big bucks.
High-level analysis right here. No, but I think H2K and Fnatic are really close. It's going to be, I'm really looking forward to seeing it. I'm expecting to see a series similar to the Fnatic G2 one, which ended 2-1. And was a very close one.
What particularly in terms of that series? Are you expecting a slow game, fast game, a macro-focused game, a skirmish-heavy game?
Basically a close game with aggressive early games from both teams. I think that Fnatic is going to go for the winning lanes, try to get the counter pick mid, get Caps into a good matchup, and try to snowball winning lanes.
Yeah, well, that's interesting because the Fnatic style has been to put out aggressive moves early, snowball the games as well as they can, split push, but it does seem like they're losing more games with the Cannon, with the Shen. Roccat last week, that wasn't the best showing for them. So, Official, do you think that they need to find some new ideas? Is it time?
Well, I think the style is definitely still good and fine. I just think it's easier and easier for teams to kind of prepare against it because it is very much the same style. They're very clear pick priority as well. Like, if Cannon open, you pick Cannon for Reckless. Don't even swap the top, even if it's a good matchup. So I think teams are just learning more and more what to do against it. Calling, missing AD carry, putting lane wards in the late game so they see Reckless sneak into that lane to try and go for that gank. And these kind of adaptations that Rocket showed, we should see from H2K as well. So it is a bit harder for Fnatic to just consistently roll over teams with it, but I still think it's a good style. I just want to see if they can do more without the Shen specifically.
The Schengen agreement.
Well, the Shen technically, the Kennen and Shen that work so well against G2 because that has been one of the key picks for Soaz, and he needs to kind of find something else.
Yeah.
Yeah, if Fnatic just keeps going for the same style, I mean, if you always do the unexpected, eventually people are going to expect it. And especially a team like H2K, we know Prol is a very experienced coach. I'm absolutely sure that he's going to come into this series with a plan.
But here's the caveat.
Yeah, because I said the same thing for playoffs, in Spring Split. And I'm like, surely H2K have watched this playstyle and they are ready mentally and can communicate enough in-game to kind of prevent these like surprise gangs and Brox's early game from really snowballing against them. And then everything fell apart from H2K. It was so bad from H2K that people after that series said that H2K sucked for the entire spring split based
Which
on
was unfair.
1-5.
Which was unfair.
But it was so one-sided in favor of Fnatic. And I want to trust a bit in H2K's preparation, but they can definitely still fall apart and just get snowballed on.
Yeah, we'll see if that happens, but now there's a debate to be had about, are these the two teams that are currently the best in the league fighting versus each other? Maybe we'll be wiser after this series, but what is sure is that they are the two teams with the strongest early game right now, and that will be very interesting to see how they face off and who is able to snowball better or who is able to obstruct the other's early game.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I think it's really cool that H2K is less now about the slow laning phase into just some tower pushes and more about super aggressive like plays in lanes with Jankos joining in with these lanes here. So they are very fast-paced suddenly, and that's how they get the big advantage. While Fnatic, they trade towers so often. They get the most early towers, and they also give away the most early towers because that's kind of they just want a ton of gold in the game for both teams. Funny enough.
Yeah, just looking at that tower stat, I think it's the most interesting one. Fnatic giving up 1.5 towers at 50 minutes compared to 0.2 from H2K, so that's definitely a big difference.
That's just 2 bricks.
Yeah, and giving up the tower. Giving up the towers on both sides early on also benefits Fnatic's style really well because ganking those silence are so much easier when the tower is already down.
Yeah, absolutely. So we see Dylan Falco there, second week with the team, hopefully.
0% win rate.
Yeah, 0% win rate. Okay, guys, we have to move on to the casters in a second. So predictions and a quick explanation why, Henning?
I said that I think this series is going to be similar to the one where Fnatic played against G2, and I think the score is going to be the same, 2-1 Fnatic. I think that their style is going to be too much for H2K to deal with.
I am, for the last time, going to put my trust in H2K's prep and communication in-game and say they take it 2-1 because I need to see Fnatic show what else they have if that Shen is banned and if they can still utilize the full split push comp without it.
I'm excited to see what happens. We got two of the best teams in Europe ready to fight for victory on the Rift. Medic, take it away.
Thank you very much, Shox. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Aaron Medic Chamberlain, joined here by my partner in crime, Andrew Vedius-Day.
Hello, good sir. How are you?
Are you doing accents already? I was hoping we could wait for a little bit longer before you started saying everything was brilliant. Brilliant. Oh, it's so grand over here.
Can we carry on with the lineups?
Let's see which players are hitting the Rift tonight. Starting on the blue side with Fnatic. In the top lane is Soaz. Their jungler is Broxah. Mid lane Caps, AD carry Reckless. Support Jezzes and their coach, Dylan Falco.
Certainly it sounds like there are a lot of Fnatic fans, but it's going to be a tough time for them as they go up against H2K. With Odoamne in the top lane, their jungler Jankos, mid laner Febiven, AD carry Nuclear, their support Che, and coach Prolly.
Fan favourites seem to be Fnatic at the moment. No real surprises there, Vedius, but I know that you think this is the battle between the two best teams in Europe.
Yep. Right now, I think that Fnatic and H2K are performing the best out of all of our current European LCS teams. Fnatic, when they're allowed to play their style, they seem to be unstoppable. Even G2 could not find answers when they were allowed to get the Shen and the Cannon, which we heard Deficio talk so much about. And for H2K, they just seem so well-rounded. It just seems that when they're put under pressure, that's where they really seem to struggle.
Well, Fnatic have the blue side in game one, already having some bans coming out. Elise being taken away by H2K, Tahm Kench by Fnatic. Now, I think the big question that everyone is asking is Fnatic gonna get Kennen? Is Fnatic gonna get Shen?
I'm pretty sure they'll be allowed to get Kennen. Bear in mind that they did lose with Kennen against Roccat, and while they definitely looked very dominant and still strong in that series, they ended up falling short, and it just felt that coming into game 3, Roccat had found the answers. So what can H2K learn from that series? It seems like banning away the Shen is certainly a development.
And Zakban on the blue side here from Fnatic, not willing to let that go through to the second rotation, means they're probably not going to pick it up first.
They're looking for a Thresh first pick, especially with the Tahm Kench ban away as well. Looks like heavy priority, making sure that Jezzes can have that powerful support on the bottom lane.
There is the Thresh ban, take that one straight away. It does mean Kennen is left open for Fnatic if they want to solidify that power Pokemon down in the bottom lane for themselves. Still a few other options though. Galio, of course, on the card, something we haven't seen too much.
It's Fnatic, Medic.
I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Next you're gonna say, ooh, I bet that's a flex pick. It could also go top lane. Nope, that's gonna be Reckless's AD Cannon. The classic, the Fnatic style, but the Shen has been taken off. The Shen has been taken off the board. We'll have to see how well Fnatic have adapted since their loss without the Shen. H2K now, they have a few options. Lee Sin is available for Jankos. Also looking in terms of power picks, Ashe, very powerful AD carry, very popular over in LCK. In the last few weeks, we have seen her rise in popularity. This could be a good opportunity for H2K to early rotate it, or perhaps they try and grab themselves a powerful support right now, either in the form of Zyra, or maybe in the form of something like a Braum. We've even heard rumors of Tarik.
Actually going for the Caitlyn for themselves here. Nuclear, as you say, has played that Ashe, so was always on the cards. It's going to be a Caitlyn pick, and Fnatic immediately lock in the Kha'Zix for Broxah.
Having chatted with Maxlaw, he says that Kha'Zix is often a very good answer to the Lee Sin, very difficult for the Lee to trade in terms of the early skirmishes. And looking at this Camille, on this patch, she did get a few buffs. The passive's cooldown did end up getting reduced, and she got a bit more damage on her Q as well.
20% more.
20% more, so pretty significant.
And I'm so used to seeing Fnatic play Camille because Kikis played a huge amount in Challenger Series last split. He did used to scrim against Soaz as well, so I'm sure some of that counter has been...
Don't get baited,
Yeah, don't
fans.
do it, guys. Come on, I've fallen for this already. It's Lulu.
The first rule of casting is do not talk about hovers, because the
I thought it was do not talk about casting.
The point of the Camille is that is a flex pick. That is the thing about Fnatic. We've seen Jezzes bring in support, and it can be put up into the top lane depending on where Fnatic want to have their focus. Going for the Lulu means that there's the risk of an all-in bottom lane and answering as a counter, but you provide a lot of peel for your AD carry. Now, in terms of what is left on the board, a safe mid lane pick could be the Lucian or the Orianna. We know that as a mid laner, Febiven has had fantastic performances on that mid lane, AD carry, quote unquote. And you can see just in terms of his stats, he is far and above the average of the rest of the LCS.
And they can still leave the last pick for him as well. He has that counter opportunity if they want. So pick top laner for Odoamne next and then have the last pick. Gragas being banned out alongside the LeBlanc by H2K. Fnatic have taken Fiora off the cards, which could indicate that they want that Camille up in the top lane.
Could very well be. But that's the bait and switch with Fnatic. You never really know. I feel like a safe bet. Oh, they are going to show that respect towards Lucian. They caught a glimpse of his stats on screen. They were like, yeah, no, we'll take that off you. Thank you very much. So I feel like that looking at what's available, Syndra is still a very powerful pick. Febiven has demonstrated his proficiency on that champion too. You could also go for something a little bit safer, a little bit less lane dominant in the Orianna if you wanted to.
That is the Rumble pick for Odoamne up towards the top side. Did, of course, get a few changes on this patch. Sure, we'll talk about those more when we get into the game itself, but still being a priority pick up towards the top lane. Fnatic now need to look towards mid and probably support, although they could still be looking for a top laner of their own. In fact, they could still be looking for an AD carry of their own. I'm going to respect the flex from Fnatic.
Not a flex.
That's still a flex.
That's still a flex. I think that that is a mid lane Galio, a support Camille, an AD carry.
No, he hasn't locked it. He hasn't locked. Don't get baited.
Oh, I fell for my own trap.
Yes. Although Corki would make a lot of sense. Great wave clear, very strong into most picks in the mid lane.
So, the assumption is that this is a Corki mid, Galio top, AD carry Cannon, support Camille, jungle Kha'Zix. That's what I feel.
The only one I'm sure of is
Kha'Zix, yeah.
And Brox even locked it in for himself just to make it even more clear. It could, of course, be a Galio support as well. H2K will be working around this. We have to expect that Corki to be mid, and Febiven, oh, come on, do it. Yes! You beauty! Come on!
Locking in the Zed, Febiven saying, you know what? We have AP damage in the top lane. We've got the Lulu for peel. I'm feeling confident. I'm feeling ready.
Feeling spicy. Remember a former H2K mid laner in the form of Ryu not have the best of time on Zed all of the time?
He was still a really good Zed.
He was still a really good Zed, that's true. Febiven, you're trying to channel his inner Ryu for this game.
So looking at the compositions, when you see H2K, you do see a lot of teamfight and siege power with the Rumble and the Caitlyn. But it's going to be very much about trying to get Zed to a point where he cannot be matched in the 1 versus 1. There are very few answers on the side of Fnatic to be able to deal with Febiven if he even gets a slight lead. So paired up with Jankos on the Lee Sin, I want to see some early investment in the middle lane. Or set up this wingman duo squad of them roaming around the map trying to get him snowballing.
As we are about to get onto the Summoners with Vedius, I want to take your mind on a beautiful journey. Throughout history, there have been stories of great battles. Warriors testing their mettle against mighty foes. Look back to 840 BC, an army of 300 Spartans held back the hordes of the Persian Empire at Thermopylae. In 1066, the French fought the English armies in the Battle of Hastings. In the Third Age of Middle-earth, the Uruk-hai fought the Rohan at Helm's Deep. And today, in Berlin, we see H2K match their wits against Fnatic.
It's going to be fun.
It is going to be fun. It's going to be a great game as we get onto the Summoners with Fnatic going for a composition that has worked for them time and time again. Single-style superstars, you may say, Vedius.
Yes.
In fact, I said it.
That is, in fact, what you said.
Yes.
But what they've done is Fnatic have said, ah ha ha, you may take away our Shen, but we have a Galio that can do the same thing. Reckless can look to be as aggressive as he wants. He can dive into the middle of these team fights because he feels confident that he has the support from Soaz in the top lane. And when you look at that composition, it's a little bit all over the place, right? This is not a conventional composition anywhere else in the world. This is very classic Fnatic style. And you have a lot of skirmish power with the Kha'Zix and the Cannon. Camille, great way for starting off a lot of fights, picking off these isolated targets. And you have a fair amount of wave clear with the Corki. So you have a bit of everything, but not really a clear goal as to what you want to do. Your team fighting is decent thanks to the Galio, but it's still like, it's a very difficult composition to exactly identify like what the true goals is, because like they have 2 AD carries, they have a big tank in the top lane. It's a little bit all over the shop.
They do seem to have a lot of damage just in the lineup as well.
That's for sure, yes.
Sometimes with Galio lineups or Galio compositions, we worry about the damage from the rest of the map, but they've got Kha'Zix, got Corki, who Power of Evil just showed us how much damage that Corki can do.
Oh, for sure.
And then they've got Reckless, who I'm sure will go Frozen Malice and get all of his pure damage items. Across the history of the LCS, Fnatic and H2K have butted heads 29 times. Fnatic slightly ahead, 16 wins to 13 losses for them. H2K will be trying to redeem themselves.
And bear in mind, they were 13-13 when they met in the quarterfinal.
Yeah.
And that is where Fnatic got themselves that 3-0. So H2K looking to get a little bit of revenge, because as you heard Deficio saying on the desk, opinions of H2K are actually very low, and it's largely based on that series. Like, even today, when I made that tweet about how I feel these are the 2 best teams in Europe right now, people are saying, do you guys not remember the last time they met? Like, Fnatic demolished H2K, but this is a very different H2K from what that was. These guys, they seem to have an amazing understanding of how to play around the map, how to set up around the objectives. Just, we need to track Jankos' vision throughout this game, because it is just so impressive the way in which H2K are able to just control areas when they have an eye on what they want to take away.
So let's talk about Jankos as well, because he went for a topside clear, then backed and is now looking towards his blue buff. What does this spell in terms of his early ganking? Is he looking for ganks, or is he just going to power farm himself up?
I think he's looking to try and gank up to level 4. His priority is going to be getting an element of vision towards the bottom half of the map, because Nuclear and Che will naturally be pushing into the Cannon and Camille. But he's not too afraid of early ganks because it's a Kha'Zix. Usually Kha'Zix farms up to 6, gets a point in the ultimate, tries to get that evolution on the Q, and then you have a little bit more damage, a little bit more skirmishing power. But until then, that is where Lee Sin has a little bit more early game power. He has a little bit more tools to set up for early plays, but it's hard, because what lanes can he really gank? There's no reliable CC down in the bottom lane. Mid lane is a Zed, playing up against an exhaust Corki, and in the top lane, it's Rumble versus Galio, so they're pretty much just going to spend their time farming away, not really doing that. So the options for Jankos aren't exactly easy. He's just going to have to find opportunities where Fnatic are a little bit overextended and try and force a play, probably with his level 6 ult.
At the moment, he will spot out Broxah with that Scryer's Bloom, means that he can get control over the Rift Scuttler as well. Lee Sin, if he can land a Sonic Wave, wins the trades into the Kha'Zix. Both these teams thus far undefeated in Game 1 of a series. Both of them, of course, losing 1 series each.
Someone has to lose today, though.
It's true. It's true. Good fact. Well done.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Jankos coming towards the mid lane, Caps will Valkyrie away, and this is one of the reasons Corki, with his buffs, will rise back into meta. He's just so safe in that mid lane.
We don't have time to talk about that, because have a look in the top lane.
Here comes Broxah. Odo's going to get taunted up with the Shield of Durant. Does still have the flash if he wants to get away. The Winds of War comes out as well. Broxah looking for his prey. Jump away, jump back in. Odo is going to be first blood to Fnatic.
We talked about how Broxah probably not going to be looking for many early game plays. But he sees Odo overextended in the top lane. Very pushed up wave. Very easy, without any vision in the river, for Broxah to just walk on up and take that first blood.
And means Odo burns his flash and uses his teleport to get back into the lane. Still seeing triple Doran's here from Soaz. Even with Doran's ring having that mana regeneration made into a unique passive, it's just going to go get all of that extra mana and, of course, the health that you get from it. Jezis jumps in onto Che in the bot lane. Reckless looking for the trade. Tactical sweep from Jezis will force Che down, but Nuclear can just turn around and harass out the Fnatic bot lane.
And the interesting thing about these two teams is that, while sure, for the side of Fnatic, they have a little bit more of a scaling composition, and for the side of H2K, they have the Lee Sin, but not many great lanes to really gank. These are two of the most active teams in terms of the early game, and for Broxah, he is heavily involved in a lot of the first bloods that Fnatic are able to get. This dude is a big contributing factor to the early game success that we often see from Fnatic, and you can see from the drop down, 70% first blood participation for Broxah. Second among junglers in Europe, and Jankos, for H2K, he hasn't really been he doesn't really have the same reputation he used to have of being the first blood king.
Yeah, he's lost that moniker across this split. In 4th position, just sitting behind 3 other people, that's what 4th position means.
Yes.
But yeah, Jankos really hasn't had the impact in the early game that he perhaps had in previous splits, and maybe that's why people are underestimating H2K to a degree as well. You have to remember, H2K have only lost to Unicorns of Love thus far this split, a very strong team, and you look at the other side, Fnatic lost to Roccat, G2 have lost 2 series. They are challenging for that top spot, and they need to prove it over these next few weeks of intergroup play. This is their chance to shine as the best or one of the best teams in Europe.
Well, Yanko is trying to get a bit of revenge on the Broxer.
Yeah, that's a golf clap there, guys. Well done.
But look, Jankos now has control over the jungle because bot lane is pushing, Caps has gone back to base. This gives the freedom for Jankos to get a bit of deep vision down, and with the level advantage Jankos has over his jungle counterpart, he can freely look to continue with his aggression.
I think he got that.
He did.
Look at that, he even raised his arm in triumph as well on the little cap. It's like, yeah, guys, come on.
Small victories, they matter.
Let's talk about this mid lane as well, though, Vedius, because it's Caps into Forbidden. It's a matchup for the ages. 2 of the strongest mid laners in Europe, and Forbidden has gone for a champion that is known to be able to make these outplays. Can he do that into Caps?
Let's not forget that Febiven really made a name for himself on this champion. This is where he earned the reputation of becoming the God Slayer. He solo killed Faker twice on Zed, so this is a bit of a famous, well-known champion for him, and he has for a long time been considered one of the best mid laners in Europe. Ever since there's this big meme, you know, like between us cast being like, oh, are we gonna get 2015 Febiven back? But even in the beginning of 2017, he was still looking good. Upon joining H2K, things seemed to be changing for him. He was a really big contributing factor. And for Caps, he has come into his own this split. He seems to have grown a lot. He seems to realize that it's not his job to be able to carry every game. And since he's stopped trying so hard to be a carry, that's resulted in him being a massive carry, right? Like, he's just been so much more reserved. He's shown so much more respect towards his opponent. And both of them have demonstrated time and time again their just ability to mechanically outplay their opponent. Febiven getting multiple solo kills down onto Exile, Caps being able to outplay Perks once again. These two really coming into their own.
Yeah, and they're actually rated 1st and 2nd in a lot of the key statistics for mid lane as well. Gold difference 1st and 2nd, damage per minute 1st and 2nd, and damage efficiency 1st and 2nd. And what we mean by damage efficiency is some teams like to give their gold towards a certain member, so Fnatic tend to give it towards Reckless, and when that gold goes on that member, you expect them to do more damage for the amount of gold they get. Damage efficiency rates, how much damage are they doing for each bit of gold that they are acquiring?
Yep, and usually when you have a lot of gold, you're expected to do more damage. You can see that for both these mid laners, it's pretty good. It's pretty high, both 1st and 2nd, very efficient values, and these guys know exactly what to do with their gold. So a lot of high praise needs to be given to these 2 mid laners, and it is a large part as to why I do think that these 2 teams are the strongest in Europe right now. So as we transition towards the 10-minute mark, this is where I want to start seeing a little bit more action from the side of H2K. You can see that Febiven working towards what will likely be a very early Ghostblade. Lee Sin already completed the Warriors enchant. Let's see if we can get this Zed snowball. Let's see if he can get to a point where he can move off into a side lane and can start causing pressure for the side of Fnatic.
As you say, 10 minutes in, only 600 gold between the 2 teams. Che coming up towards mid here just to try and get some vision control. It is only a Cloud Drake. We are not as blessed as Quickshot and Stress with their Dragon priorities, all the Infernals and Mountains that they could have. It's probably the EULCS's Infernal quota done for the week already.
Or for the split, could also be the split.
Hopefully not.
We got
as much as I like Cloud Drakes, I don't want to see more of them.
I do like Cloud Drakes.
Give it, like here, an Infernal, you'd have Lee Sin fighting over it.
It is hot enough outside, thank you very much. I could really do with a brisk breeze.
That's just because you're standing next to me. Anyway, Caps in the mid lane, just going to clear out vision for himself.
You even got an applause for that.
Thank you all. Odo's just pushing up towards top here as well. Something we haven't talked about too much is that top lane matchup. Galio, Winds of War, can just push the lane, but Odo seems to be the one with the push potential and push priority in that lane.
So notice that Galio is still stacking Doran's rings, and on this patch, you can no longer stack the passes where you get mana back. However, it still gives you a base value of AP, which just synergizes nicely with Galio's Q. So he has a lot of pushing power. It still synergizes well with his lane. And to be honest, Galio, he's never really been a champion that suffered with mana issues, unlike someone like a Gragas, who may very well fall slightly out of the meta in the next few weeks. But let's see if Jankos...
Jump onto Broxah. That was a superb ultimate from Broxah to get himself away.
Very, very smooth. He knew exactly what was coming. He was going to get kicked into Febiven, who was likely going to squash him. But with the quick reflexes, Broxah able to slide his way out and is able to steal away the Raptors too. So definitely a bang for your buck right there, as Jankos continues to control the bottom half of the jungle.
But the thing is, like, Jankos has had good control over vision and is getting some deep wards into this red side jungle. Fnatic have good vision in the river, so they know Jankos is here, and you can see how safe they play because of it. Febiven actually takes the bad side of a trade there against Caps.
Yep. Very, very rough in the middle lane.
Is that what's expected to happen there?
In terms of this mid lane matchup, it's a very skill shot dependent matchup that we might have to be careful of as a TP happens down bottom.
Double TP is going to come in. There is the Hexing ultimatum onto Nuclear, looking for the trade. Reckless puts the slicing master down, so is the Joy the Favour. Here comes the equalizer. What can H2K do to turn this one around? Reckless burning down. Nuclear and Che have escaped, so is looking for the re-engage. Corky's on his way down, but cannot get there in time. Jesus jumps in, regrets it straight away, and jumps straight on out.
So you can see Fnatic tried to make a play happen down bottom. They don't have the Shen ultimate like they typically do, so instead they have a TP deep within the lane, with which they use to try and get a flank behind H2K. But the fight very well may not be over, as Febiven just pops it to clear out the ward. So what we saw from that play was Fnatic trying to be proactive in the bottom lane. They know that that tower is going to go down, so they try and get themselves a kill so they can get themselves a little bit more control back in what is a losing lane. But unfortunately for them, they just don't have the damage to kill Nuclear, and with the arrival of Odo, they know that they're safe as Jankos makes his way to the bottom lane.
He's looking for the kill here. Will jump across the wall and actually going to get caught out by Reckless. Stunned up as well as Broxah jumps in. That's a dead Jankos. No escape for him. Fnatic secure their second kill of the game. Broxah's looking for more, so as jumps forward with the Justice Punch. Gets the flash, double taunt, Reckless there as well. Nuclear just about surviving, but not for long enough. So as will fall as well. They're going to dive onto Che. Here comes Jesus, and here is the rest of Fnatic. 3 kills to 1 for them.
And this was the play that Fnatic wanted to make happen down in the bottom lane. 3 very swift kills going in the favor of Fnatic, as a brief pause comes out down in the bottom lane.
Well, he paused it on a high, at least, for Fnatic. Yes. H2K perhaps have a slight moment just to regain their composure. We're going to have a look at that play once again in just a second. Before they do, Vedius, I want you to look at it and tell me just one thing. Did H2K stay around for too long?
Ooh, that's an excellent question. I feel like that they were in a prime position to be able to take that tower. It was only a few hits away. The thing is, I actually think that Soaz just played it very well, because rather than trying to wave clear, he actually went for an all-in onto Nuclear.
Okay,
right?
so let's have a look at that.
Yeah, so pay attention here. What you're seeing is Nuclear and Jay are not actually hitting the tower. They're trying to hit Soaz, which means that the entire minion wave gets cleared before Jankos can arrive. So he ends up taking 2-3 tower shots as Reckless arrives back into the lane. So I feel like that you should really give praise to Soaz in the way that not only he gets the double taunt here, but how he also plays the fight earlier on, setting this up to allow the punish for H2K, who you could argue did overstay, but really I just feel like their priority should have been on hitting the tower rather than on Soaz.
It's always difficult when there's a gargoyle standing up in your plate to hit the tower. He also has that Shield of Durand, of course, to get the taunt off. Fnatic taking an early lead here, 4 kills to 1 up. What's their next aim? What's their next objective here? Are they just looking for this bot lane tower and then they'll back away, or is this the start of a snowball for Fnatic?
Well, this is a really good situation for Fnatic to be in, because remember that they invest a lot of resources into Reckless. They often play around him in the bottom half of the map. Right? So once he gets ahead, then they start using him to siege onto other towers, and because of the utility that he provides, they can actually start making things happen around the map before Febiven can get to a point where he is unkillable and unstoppable. So what they'll now do is they'll take the bottom tier 1, likely that they'll just ignore the Cloud Drake. They realize that their bot tower is going down, so they want to try and get ahead on the play. They want to try and get that tempo advantage by moving Reckless and Jesus up to the top side, and then they can start hitting onto that tier 1 in the top lane. The thing is for H2K is they'll probably match it, and you'll end up having a little bit more of a slow lane, but now because of the gold advantage that Fnatic have, they can feel more confident about trying to force a play, especially if Caps utilizes that package and looks for a roam up top.
Broxah was just working his way through a mouse-related issue there. It's not Reckless. He's definitely not an issue for Fnatic at the moment. He's playing Kennen. That's where the mouse joke comes out. Some people call Kennen a rat. I realized I probably needed to explain that joke to make sure people understood it. We are going to get back onto the Summoner's Rift in just a second as we unpause the game and get ready for more action between Fnatic and H2K.
So early lead going in favor of Fnatic. They are currently sitting at a scoreline of 4-1. Now, one thing we didn't take into consideration was the fact that Odo, I'm pretty sure what you're seeing on screen right now is a visual bug, because those TPs were definitely used, and it has not been 5 minutes yet.
No.
So
yeah,
almost
the TPs are not up at the moment.
Yep, almost certain that Odo does not have his teleport right now.
In fact, it's about 2/3 completed.
2/3 completed, there we go. So Odo, he just continued to apply pressure in the top lane. Good answer from Caps to move up, realizing that Featherman was not in the middle lane. So now the swap will come out from Fnatic. Interesting that they've actually kept Caitlyn down the bottom lane to catch this farm. We'll slow things down a little bit for H2K, and they have to be mindful now as Fnatic will reach that top lane first.
It's interesting as well, because on the analyst desk, we were talking about how H2K tend to take towers and not lose towers. Fnatic tend to get kills and not lose kills. H2K tend to have less deaths in the early game. Fnatic here are just showing H2K up at their own early game because they've been able to take that first tower. They've got 4 kills to 1, and they're going to dive onto Forbidden in the mid lane as well. Soaz jumps in, Caps actually flashes forward. That's a mighty amount of damage as Caps kills Forbidden.
Featherman uses his shadow aggressively onto Caps. He does not realize that Soaz is lying in wait right next to him. Therefore, he has to back away. Double buff mid laner, chasing down onto Featherman, using the big rocket to secure that last kill, will result in a mid lane tower going in the favor of Fnatic.
Fnatic actually going to clear out all of those outer turrets now. 3 towers to 1 in their favor. They are 4,000 gold ahead of H2K, and they're going to go for the Rift Herald as well, looking for more towers if they can get it. Proxer has been spotted on a ward here if H2K want to try and contest. Looks like Jankos doesn't want to as he's over by his wolves.
And Fnatic just demonstrating time and time again how effective they are at being able to not only utilize the classic Fnatic comp, but also their ability to get an early lead and effectively snowball it. The solo lane kill was a bit of icing on the cake and has allowed Caps to get a 15-minute Trinity Force, which is resulting in a fair amount of damage.
Oh, Jankos goes in, Caps Valkyries away. The call of the queue for Jankos there. They do stop the Rift Herald there. Boxer was forced
I mean, there's always a bright side, right? I mean, you just lose 3 towers. You do get 1 in return down in the bottom lane.
At the moment, H2K needs to try and come out of this cage that Fnatic have locked them in. They'll be looking just fine if they can do it. They'll be Mr. Brightside indeed. Fnatic just going to continue to gain vision control around this river. And this is something we talked about a lot when we were discussing how this game was going to go, when we were hypothesizing Vedius. We said single style superstars for Fnatic. They are playing the same style once again with not too many changes. And it's working for them thus far. Jez is going to jump in. Hexagol Mason onto Forbidden. Jankos misses the tube. He's going to jump the wall. They're going in for Caps. Exhaust down on Forbidden. Deathmark will proc. Soaz joins the fray. Here's the TP in though. Odo caught out. Gets the equalizer down. Gets 1 kill for himself. Look at Soaz though onto Che. Onto Jankos doing so much work. Nuclear's not here yet. Soaz might continue to chase in. Winds of War. Jez's jumps. Wild Growth comes out. Polymorph as well. H2K settled for the 1-for-1 trade, but Fnatic have not settled yet. Soaz wants to stop the backs. Here comes the Justice Punch, and here comes the Justice for them. Slicing Maelstrom over all of H2K. Absolutely decimate them. Nuclear's atomized, and Che is the only one to run away.
Fnatic dismantle H2K, picking up 4 clean kills and a tier 2 tower in the top lane. Fantastic play, fantastic execution, and a fantastic lead for Fnatic as they are now 6,500 gold lead over H2K.
I have to say, I did not expect Fnatic to be able to snowball it this hard. I knew if they got an early advantage, they play straight into their favor, but the way they have played this game has been sublime.
And it just comes back to the vision, right? Look at all this deep warding that Fnatic have over H2K's jungle. I was praising H2K for their ability to ward early on in the game, but you can just see how Fnatic can do just the same. H2K try to respond in a 4v5 fight without their AD carry, and you think at this point, as your H2K, we're fine. We can just disengage. They're not going to dive us. It's not a problem. So as though it's like, I'm a Galio. I'm tougher than a tower is. I'm going to go in and then Pikachu, I choose you. Multi-man Thunder onto multiple members of H2K as Reckless just cleans up the fight and allows Broxer to get 1-2.
Yeah, sometimes you got to give kills to your jungler, you know, just let them do a
like,
little bit. But look at these damage stacks. Nuclear, even though he wasn't in the fight for such a long time, had the most damage of any member of H2K. And once again, Fnatic start up the Rift Herald for themselves. I've said it time and time again, they're single-style superstars, but if it's working, why change it?
And you can see now how ineffective this Zed is being, because he's not been allowed to get to his core item build, he's not being allowed to move off into a side lane to go for these 1v1s. Fnatic are finding a lot of 4v4s, 5v5s, forcing H2K to fight before they're really ready. Caitlyn doesn't have her item spike, Zed is not a really effective team fighter, and yes, you have the Rumble, but Rumble is so far behind that his contribution is not significant enough to sway things in the favor of H2K.
H2K have the opportunity to take a 5v4 fight here if they pull the trigger. They haven't done it. Reckless was off in the top lane, pushing up the waves once again, something we've seen time and time again from Fnatic. And H2K have just been rocked to their very core by this Fnatic lineup. We said they're a team that does all things well, but at the moment you need someone to do something great. And H2K have yet to show us that.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's almost becoming a repetition for H2K, right? Expectations from us here on the analyst desk, the casters, it's always, we have a lot of hopes for H2K. Like, you go back and you watch their VODs and you're like, these guys are doing everything right. Like, sure, they threw a Baron, but that wasn't necessarily the throw at Baron. It was just the way in which, under high pressure situations, I do feel like H2K collapse. Their communication breaks down and they're not very good at reacting in the moment, whereas Fnatic, they thrive in chaos.
Jess is going to jump straight on his caps as well. There's just nothing you can do as an AD carry.
Nope. Arguably, a little overextended, don't have enough vision, playing against the Galio, but you can also look at it from the bright side for Fnatic, where they found a great pick in the middle lane. Now they're poised to take a Baron if they want.
The thing I love actually as well about the Fnatic lineup is because Camille can use Hextech Ultimatum, even if someone has Flash, can't get away. Here's the equalizer down, Jankos gonna get taken low, Jez is there as well. Joined from the side of the fight, Febiven is there. Now Fnatic get one death, H2K pick up a kill, as Fnatic try to push for that second tower.
Now bear in mind, without the Galio ulti being there to keep Jez's alive, and without the ultimate available from Jez's either, that was a good response from H2K, finding themselves a pick. Fnatic, they got a little bit too overzealous. They stayed a little bit too long, did not respect the picking power and the position that H2K were in to be able to get themselves a return kill, which did result in the loss of Jez's life. And now H2K, they're poised to take down this mid-tier 1. Caps and Brox are hanging around to try and defend.
Febiven will tank up a couple of tower shots, so as once again, as soon as he flanks, H2K have to retreat. They just can't fight up against this massive gargoyle, a 7,000 gold lead for them still. And this Fnatic looks so different to the Fnatic we saw last week. It's strange that they can have basically the same composition, but be able to enact it so much better this week.
And you can see here, once the minion wave is gone, Jez should really have been underneath the tower. Jankos even kicks away Broxer just to secure that the damage is gone. And Odo zones the 3 members away so they can't help Jez's as he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. So a little unfortunate there for Jez's, but H2K, they are able to find something back. But backtracking to what you said, I feel like something we have to recognize is that in Game 1 versus Roccat, it did look very classic Fnatic, right? Like, it was very convincing. And in Game 2, I think the biggest criticism I had was that they were just a little bit too afraid to pull the trigger. They showed too much respect to their opponent. They got a really good early lead, and then they didn't properly use it. And now what we're seeing is they still have that respect, but they are not afraid to pull the trigger. They are just moving forward all the time, and they are not taking their foot off that pedal.
And because they have multiple sources that can pull the trigger as well, last week, Jez's was playing Zyra for a couple of those games, and that meant that he wasn't able to be an engaged tool, whereas here he's got the Camille, got the Hextech Ultimatum, which guarantees a Galio ult, basically. It makes it a lot easier for you. Fnatic will pull the Rift Herald down towards the bottom lane. It's going to be there. It's a big chunk. That's a lot of damage coming out. I think that may have been an auto attack or something as well. I was going to say crit from Caps, but he wasn't even there, so it probably wasn't. Nope. Still a big chunk. Fnatic going to push towards the inhibitor in this bottom lane. They've got Caps splitting towards mid, and H2K are trying to anti-siege. Harold jumps in once again. There's a bit of damage coming out. Soaz onto Jankos. Caps has joined the fray as well, but H2K for the time being will be able to defend. Can they defend the next wave as Fnatic push forward once again? Bebin off towards the side onto Jez as Caps just trying to get those Sheen procs down. Fnatic will retreat for the time being. They did get about half that tower's health.
So Fnatic now lead 6 towers to 1. Their pressure has been unrelenting. I'm a little surprised that they haven't looked to play around the Baron. They've actually gone for the towers, simply using pressure from the side lanes. And I just, again, want to emphasize, look at the vision here from Fnatic. Top side of the map, you can see 3 wards littered around the top jungle. They had that wave pushing in towards H2K as well, and they have 2 control wards in the bottom half of H2K's jungle too, which means that taking that bottom tower was so easy. It was so cleanly done. They pushed at mid, they had top pushing, they had full vision. There was no risk at all with what Fnatic was doing right there, and that is very good League of Legends. So as much as we sit there and say, oh, the Fnatic style, right? They only have to rely on this single style. Like, you have to remember that they still have a very good understanding of the game, and their ability to just break into the base of H2K is very, very clean.
Jay's not in the best of spots here, as Soaz spots it out. Caps them as well. Soaz actually in the midst of the H2K team here. He's going to jump his way away. Heroes exit indeed as Fnatic manage to escape. Just want a quick look at these items here, Vedius. 25 minutes in, Rekkles is sitting on 3 completed items. Nuclear only has 2 of his own and doesn't even have parts of that 3rd item.
Yeah, kind of sucks for H2K. Definitely having an underfed Caitlyn is a rough place to be, and a fed Rekkles is also definitely not who you want to be going up against. So H2K, they're definitely backed against the wall, and when you look at their composition, you have to think that it is difficult for them to find avenues back into the game. But they do have the advantage of a late game Caitlyn, a late game Rumble, and the possibility of Zed being able to one-shot a carry. But when all the damage reduction with the double exhaust is a little difficult to believe.
The anti-siege is great, but this is the reason Fnatic are going for the Baron, because they know those Baron-empowered minions will deal with the anti-siege coming out from H2K, and they can 2-man it. It's just Soaz and Rekkles here, and they'll be able to get that pretty easily. H2K have yet to realize Jankos actually might have a bit of an inkling as he comes across. Flash onto him, he flashes away, gets the blast cone as well to survive. Now, Baron still pressuring down onto Caps, means that Fnatic won't be able to get it for the time being. Good play by Jankos to distract Fnatic.
So Soaz trades his flash for Jankos's, and for H2K, it will keep that Baron alive for just a little bit longer. So as you rightly said, delaying the inevitable for the time being.
H2K have switched the vision in that red side as well. Yep. It's now their vision instead of Fnatic's. They've swept some of it out.
For now. That's only because Fnatic, they have to back. They just started up a Baron, they took a lot of damage. Very good opportunity for H2K to come back. So now we'll start seeing a lot more fighting around these wards. We'll start seeing both teams basically trying to say, we want control over the Baron. And to do that, we need deep vision. Otherwise, taking that Baron becomes a lot harder, because then you have Jankos coming in from the back, the possibility of a steal, a lot of risks associated with doing it blind.
I was about to regale you with the virtues of that ward that Che just placed, and then it got cleared out by Boxer. So
unlucky.
No virtues from it as soon as it gets cleared out.
The great tale of the Baron ward. I died.
The great battles of old.
The end.
This has been a pretty one-sided battle thus far, as Fnatic continue just to get their war machines rolling into the faces of H2K. H2K grouped up as a 5-man mid. Rekkles is top. See Soaz splitting down towards the bottom side. The classic 1-3-1 from Fnatic. H2K will play around this Baron. If they can clear out vision, perhaps they can pull Fnatic into having to face check it.
Now, I can confirm that Odo's TP is in fact up, which is always good. He should really be moving down to the bottom side to catch that wave. But Fnatic, they're applying pressure now in both bot lane and I believe in top 2. Without seeing the wave, I do think that that is actually slow pushing in favor of... it's actually slow pushing in favor of H2K, but there's still a tower there. Remember that 6-1 tower lead in favor of Fnatic. So they may very well go for their second dragon of the game. You can see very low priority on the Cloud Drake, as it is 27 minutes into the game at this point. Misfits had already claimed 4 dragons. So slight shift in priority depending on the Drake.
I've been realizing more and more, Vedius, how my life outside of League of Legends is reflected in my life in League of Legends. Because I've been watching Game of Thrones, building up to Season 7, of course, which is coming out relatively soon. And I realized how much EULCS is like a Game of Thrones at the moment.
Really?
As soon as we get a king, as soon as G2 rise to the front, stabbed in the back. As soon as Fnatic rise to the front, beaten by Rocket. As soon as UOL rise to the front, stabbed in the back as well. It's just time after time, whoever is king, I wouldn't want to sit on that throne.
So basically what you're saying is that whoever leads in European LCS is next on the chopping block.
They are the Starks.
They are the Starks.
Oh, spoilers, sorry guys. Oops. Anyway, H2K going to get vision around this Baron once again. Reckless actually might be looking to blast cone over here. Jesus is on his way as well. They might catch out Che because Che does not realize this. Jumps across. Jez is going to jump in. Here's the TP as well. The setup from Fnatic is absolutely gorgeous. Che's dead. Reckless is dominating and Fnatic are 11-3 up.
Always comes back to the vision. Look at the wards that Fnatic have in H2K's jungle. Che is warding alone. Where's your ward, buddy? You need that wingman when trying to claim control. And without it, that means you lose your support, it means you lose your wards, and you could very well lose the Baron if you're H2K.
Yankus no longer the first blood king, might be looking for a smite, still gets caught up in the slicing. Maelstrom though kicks them away. Is he gonna jump the wall? Not today, say Fnatic. Equalizer does come down, but Boxer still has smite, should be an easy enough secure for him. There we go. Fnatic looking for a bit more of a chase. Nucleus down to half, has to flash. Odo flashes the wall, but straight into Caps' face. Caps says, hello Odo, I want this fight. Looking for the clap. Odo goes golden, but not for long as Fnatic clean up the fight.
Fnatic get themselves the Baron, they get themselves the kills, and they get the cheers of the crowd as they now have everything that they need to walk into the base of H2K.
This is exactly the Fnatic that their fans wanted to see. Absolutely devastating, absolutely dominating, and they're looking for the win.
H2K backs against the walls. Very early on, Fnatic had control. They did not let go of it, and they're going to take game one.
They're looking for the Nexus Towers. Forbidden is here trying to sway them. Che up as well as Yankos, but the Nexus Towers have just fallen. Fnatic say, what's the king to a god? They're going to reign supreme once again as they take game one over H2K.
Very clean game overall from Fnatic. The only real mistake was Jez getting caught out in that mid lane tower siege, but aside from that, I feel like that it's very difficult for Fnatic to be criticized. They knew they needed to make a play down in the bottom lane. They saw a window. Soaz played that bottom lane trade beautifully, baiting H2K in, overstaying. Fnatic get themselves 3 very swift kills. Boom, game is theirs. They root top, solo kill mid. They have full control over H2K's jungle, and it's just step by step by step, 30-minute game, clean play.
15 kills to 3 at the end of the game as well. Not much they gave away at all throughout that entire game one. And you can see H2K and Prolly debating what you do here. Like, how can you take this style away from Fnatic? Is it just too ingrained in their blood? Fnatic do get off to a great start in the series with a powerful performance. Tell us more about their win, Shox.
Well, yeah, I would love to know it. He's got that look in his eye, probably.
Blaming someone for this pick and ban face. Like, Nuclear, was that you? You gave them cannon?
He's like, he can't believe what Fnatic drafted and how they played. Like, skirmished well early. What team is this?
Broxer gang top lane, level 4. I've never seen that before.
Please, all right. Let's talk about the picks and bans and on a more serious note, because now it's all good and easy to say, well, obviously it was bad. But Henning, what did you think when you saw the picks come out? I know the Galio was a big point of contention between you guys.
Yeah, Fnatic pretty much got what they wanted here across the board. I mean, Shen got banned out, but other than that, Fnatic really... I mean, this is what they wanted. I think Lee Sin was a good pick for Jankos. He was trying to set up for some good plays early, so if it could have got snowballing there, that could have been a potential way for H2K to come back, but in the end, Fnatic just played their style.
How do you think, in H2K's mind, did the Zed fit into their composition, or did it fit into their game plan?
I think it's a snowball pick in the mid lane, and just going for the kill pressure in mid after level 6. There are a few picks that gives you as much kill pressure onto a Corki as said, even though it will get pushed in early. So I think that's what you're going for. And if you're able to get snowballing, you can go to a side lane, and there's no one really on Fnatic that can contest him in a 1 versus 1 if he gets snowballing. But as we saw, that didn't happen, and I think I barely saw Forbidden in the side lane through the whole game.
No.
I hated this Zed so much in this draft.
Everything was open.
I think it made it so. I think H2K just didn't do themselves any favors in this draft here. First ban phase where they do Elise, Shen, Thresh. I'm all about the Elise and Shen bans. I don't think you need to ban Thresh when you're trying to trade things for like an enemy cannon. That's why they leave the cannon open, because they're trying to bait Fnatic to first pick it. So when they don't actually remove being in, like, say, the Kha'Zix, and you actually eliminate Brox's champion pool because you get rid of Elise, Lee Sin, and Kha'Zix because you pick Lee Sin yourself, he needs to then normally go Ivern, where he's not able to have the same early pressure we see so often from Broxer that is super important in Fnatic's game plan. They don't do that, okay, fair enough. Then they do not take Galio either on the side of H2K. And I'm glad you tweeted it, because it means that I said this before the game.
You absolutely did.
It's just based, it's not just based
You
on
said
the
it
result.
when the minute the cannon got picked, oh, they should go for Galio.
It's just Source's best champions with cannon is Shen and then Galio. Because Galio's ulti is kind of a little bit like the Shen in the sense.
Mini
Like
Shen ulti?
Yeah, kind of like it's not as global, but you also have some damage reduction on the target and you can join the
Same
fight.
idea.
Same idea, roughly. And Zed is, and Galio, sorry, is just so good against Zed.
Probably
So
should
good
just be
against Zed.
watching this segment.
I just feel like this draft from H2K needed to be executed perfectly, especially the Zed, for it to work. Because Zed, while you talk about he can 1v1 people, most of them can self-peel here. Stealth from a Kha'Zix, ulti from a cannon.
Pesky fly.
There's a fly flying around as well. It also agrees with everything you're saying here.
Yeah.
And then Galio ulti is just also such a huge counter to Zed ulti, because you can always join where he's going on 1v1 with damage reduction. So it's just, they banned Gragas over Galio. Boom.
I was just going to mention that post-nerf Endurance Ring Gragas, top lane really nerfed, so banning that out when Kha'Zix was already picked. So like targeting top lane Gragas over Galio, that's so weird. And Quirky also worked out really well for Fnatic here, gotta say that.
Well, it did. It worked out great in the
Yeah.
end. And then you think, all right, as you say, maybe if they play the composition absolutely to a T, that'll all work out and the Zed will start snowballing and that'll all be great. But it went all Fnatic's way, and it went typically Fnatic's way as well, as we've seen it in so many of these games. So let's take a look at the very first replay where in the bottom lane, and it's almost announced that they're going to come and do this, right, Fnatic? And it happens.
Yeah, I think when Jankas jumps in here, he thinks that Reckless and Jesus has gone top lane to lane swap, but they show up here in the bottom lane and just bursts down Jankas immediately. After this, Fnatic also gets first tower with a good flash from Soas here and a 3k gold lead as soon as this fight's over.
And this is just my favorite thing about Fnatic, is they play these really mobile champions, and they're just so good at playing these skirmishes in the early to mid game. When you make one mistake against them, you can just see how every single member there is on the same page. We're gonna dive forward, we're gonna go for these kills. We know the range we can close, you know, with Camille E, with jumps in, a flash from Galio with Taunton. They execute that so well right after that little jump in from Jankas. And then the game is basically just Fnatic's, because the composition is already better, and that perfect execution from H2K, it's gone.
Yeah, and then they have their foot on the gas pedal and they don't let up. This is what Fnatic does when they get that advantage, Henning. They just keep making those plays and they keep making those engages.
Yeah, they're so good at forcing the fights. They just give them a little finger and they'll take the whole hand. I mean, you can make things happen out of nothing. As I think we have another replay coming up here, as they just keep doing the same thing later on towards the game. Here we see how good of a champion Camille is into set as well. We know Febivin on this set has so much mobility, but when you have the Hextech ultimatum on top of you, there's not much you can do, and Soas coming in on the Galio to counter out the set ulti as well.
And this is just like in the quarterfinal in spring, where now, if you look at the minimap, you can actually see Caitlyn wasn't even nearby. She was running from base. And H2K still opted into this fight after Febivin had actually already disengaged. He got out, he was somewhat safe. They didn't have to go for the TP with Oda Amne. But H2K as a team, they just really struggle with their communication when it's very hectic games. And they gotta make, you know, decisive moves. They don't then say, stop guys, wait, we don't actually need to TP here. Cancel TP, get out, Caitlyn is not there. They fully commit and they lose another fight and they just get further behind.
Snap decision-making seems to be a problem.
Right.
And Henning, before the game, you said, well, if there's any team that I trust in to have prepared something and to have Fnatic figured out if they go for the same plan, it's H2K. So how kind of heartbreaking must it be for them that they're losing exactly the same way that they did some months ago in the playoffs, when actually it should be a totally different match?
Yeah, they knew exactly what was coming. I think that they showed that they had some sort of a plan in the early game. We did see the bottom lane tower taking a lot of damage, so the Lulu and the Caitlyn a good pushing lane. Also was going to scale well into the later game, so if we're able to get first tower there where they push them, maybe lane swap top and just avoid the dual lane of Reckless and Jessus, eventually that's going to be able to be a good dual lane in the later stages, but got punished there when they tried to go for the tower.
Yeah, that's a tough thing. Like, we could see the idea they were trying to do with the draft, you know, put Lulu Kate mid to push in mid, have Zed trying to get a 1v1 side lane away from the Galio, so he couldn't join with ulti. but it's just so hard to execute that draft.
Well, yeah, and my question maybe is, we're like tunneling on, oh, it's exactly the same thing that they fall to, but is it maybe Fnatic that is just better than they were even then? And H2K knew that they could beat them if they were at the same level that they were 2 months ago.
I mean, it might just be exactly as 2 months ago, where it just seems like Fnatic, their play style is just extremely good against H2K specifically as a team, because again, Fnatic shot calling in these early to mid game fights is very clean. They know exactly what to do, and they're all on the same page. And H2K seems to be just so hectic, and they end up then committing to things they didn't actually want to commit to. They get lost in a bad fight or a bad gank, and they just fall really far behind.
You changing your vote yet?
I mean, after watching this, I almost have to go for Fnatic, but I really believe H2K can bring this back and maybe go 3 games, but it's going to be a different kind of draft.
Yeah, let's hope so. Let's see H2K bring out some adaptation, so hopefully we get 3 fantastic games. But for now, Fnatic, they are 1 win away from taking down H2K, and Game 2 is right around the corner.
If I jump in the water, do you jump as well?
Yes, I will help you. If you jump into cups, I will be there for you with my W, Iron Safeguard.
Today, in Berlin, we see H2K match their wits against Fnatic. Also looking for his play. Jump away, jump back in. Odo is going to be first blood to Fnatic.
I can go. I will go back or I'll come back.
Comes the justice for the slicing maelstrom over all of H2K. Absolutely decimate them. Nucleus atomized, and Che is the only one to run away. What's the king to a god? They're going to reign supreme once again as they take game 1 over H2K.
Welcome back to the European LCS studio and this series between Fnatic and H2K. Fnatic have the lead and look on course to take a strong victory here. We are going to get into game 2 in just a couple of moments. H2K have decided they want the blue side this time after they got trounced on the red last.
Yep. They want to try and shake things up a little bit in their draft. Let's see if Fnatic will continue to get the Fnatic-style composition. They managed to draft 4 flex picks, but I feel like it was very conventional for Fnatic. You know, when you see all these crazy stuff, you think, yeah, that's another day in the office for Fnatic.
I mean, when you've got Boxer on your team, you're pretty much flexing all the way to the bank anyway.
Oof. It's very, very true. So let's jump into these picks and bans. Let's see how things shift up coming into game 2, Mr. Medic.
Let's jump on straight in. LeBlanc is the first ban coming up from H2K and Tom Kench from Fnatic last time. Tom Kench banned by Fnatic and LeBlanc actually came through the second rotation from H2K.
I'm expecting another Zac ban to come out from the side of Fnatic. No need to give that away over to H2K. And now if you're H2K, do you ban away the Thresh? Or do you have something else in mind for a power pick? I feel like the Galio is a big proponent for Fnatic's success in game 1.
Shen as well, though.
Shen is another one, too.
There's too many options, Vedius.
There are indeed. Fnatic are guaranteed to get 2 power picks. I'm surprised that they consider LeBlanc to be such a high-value target.
It's going to be Kha'Zix.
Everything is open?
Shen and Kennen open here. H2K and Prolly deciding they can play Fnatic at their own game.
Now, if you're Fnatic, I think you should ban out Thresh. And then no matter what H2K pick, you are guaranteed to get yourself Kennen plus a good top lane.
H2K could pick Kennen. I'm calling it right now. This is my play-by-play prediction.
Oh, well, you're wrong. Then why would they not pick Shen?
Well, it wasn't a good prediction. So Fnatic now looking towards the Thresh.
But it's even better for Fnatic because they are relying on the fact that Nuclear doesn't play Kennen. So they're saying, you know what, we'll take the Thresh, we'll take the Galio, and we'll say, you know what, we'll get Kennen on the next rotation because there's no way you're going to pick it away from us.
Knowing Fnatic, that's probably a flex pick.
Or better yet, they can pick the Kennen now and say, are you really going to pick a Shen and a Galio mid? Or they can do neither. What? Man. Okay, so Jankos, surely this is a Kha'Zix pick. Yeah. Surely.
Well, Kha'Zix is banned, so you're probably going to struggle.
No. I'm not on it today.
Okay, let's reset for a second. The problem is with Fnatic, even when they pick their champions, it's hard to predict what they're going to pick.
Yes.
That is the difficulty. H2K now looking perhaps towards the Warwick for Jankos, something we've seen coming out a little bit more in the EULCS.
Yes, very good skirmisher. Not the greatest in team fights, but really good at delivering Shen into the fray. And his single target damage is reasonable, but really it's about that sustain. His ability to out-trade Lee Sin is very, very good in the early game. So counter ganks are definitely some of Warwick's best success, and it's very easy for him to get into lanes with his W as well.
The Rakan pick makes a lot of sense as well from H2K, jumping onto that backline. Shen ultimate to follow it up, Infinite Duress to follow it up. You've got a lot of dive from H2K. Fnatic now probably looking towards the Kennen. We think maybe perhaps 10, maybe 4% probable, sure, of that.
I think a Kennen would make a lot of sense here.
Yes!
We got one.
Predicted
Up
one.
top.
High five, man.
Nice.
Good job. Now, second rotation of bans for Fnatic. Where are they looking? Are they looking mid, AD carry?
Ooh, so if you're H2K, you want to try and ban away top laners. You want to ban away... The thing is, do you want to ban away the Galio at this point? I feel like it makes sense. You also want to consider taking away some of the big carry top laners like Kled, Fiora, maybe... No, you probably won't ban the Gangplank. Soaz always has a lot of options. He has a very deep champion pool. He still has the Jarvan available to him as well. So given that H2K only have 2 bans, I feel like the best bet to do is get rid of the Galio and the Fiora. And then if you're Fnatic, banning away AD carries. Maybe here they ban away the Ashe.
Nuclear played Caitlyn last game.
Yes.
Didn't have the best effect on it, but Caitlyn Rakan is a lane that works relatively well together.
Kalista, yeah, that's a very good, powerful lane too. They're really avoiding any kind of all-in power down in the bottom lane, forcing Nuclear onto something like an Ashe or a Caitlyn, which they feel better at dealing with because of the all-in power of the Thresh Cannon. Very good answer to these safe sort of farming lanes as well. So Fnatic now, you have first pick. Feel like Syndra would be a very safe rotation. Caps demonstrated time and time again. He's very skilled on the champion, and no reliable answers on the side of H2.
So you're leaving your top lane pick for last and trying to get the counter there rather than having your mid lane pick last and leaving the counter there. You trust Caps that much
into Febby.
He could also just go for another blind Corki, right? Like, he's a very safe mid laner, demonstrated many a time its value.
Especially when you've got another carry on the team like Kennen. You can be safe, you can fall behind in lane, doesn't really matter because you've got Reckless there later on. It is going to be the top lane Gragas we expect. Not so much flex here from Fnatic.
I'm surprised that Gragas is still being picked up from Soaz after the nerfs to the stacking of Doran's Ring. His laning phase is a little rougher because he is pretty mana dependent for his wave clear, and now he gets less mana by stacking it. Still have decent trading power though, and you should hold your own against the Shen up until they get Tiamat, where things start to get a little bit rougher. For H2K now though, with the Syndra still available, I'm looking at it thinking, should be a high value pick for both these teams. But Orion just as safe too, right? You have ball delivery system with the Warwick.
There's so many safe mid
Both options are very safe, yes.
We'll have to see what Febby decides he wants. It is going to be the Syndra, and now we have Fnatic with their final lock. Now, Betty, something we said at the end of the last game was how much H2K are going to change their draft. How much are they going to force Fnatic onto different picks? It doesn't look at all like they've threatened Fnatic's usual drafting style.
Well, the difference is this time Fnatic don't have that top laner to save Reckless. This was how they ended up being defeated against Roccat last week. And with Soaz on this Gragas, his impact certainly can be high in team fights. At this split, he has definitely been stepping up for the team, but I also have seen past Gragas performances from Soaz, and he can definitely go up and down in terms of his impact in these games. So
guess what Soaz's win rate is this split on Gragas?
This split, I want to say it's at 60%.
It's a big fat zero. He's only played one game on it, so it's perhaps a little bit disingenuous to him.
Yeah.
But yes, it's going to be interesting to see how they are able to play around the fact that Soaz can't just join the fight incredibly easily. Odoamne now the one with that possibility. Protect Nuclear, protect Che in that bottom lane, even protect Forbidden in the mid lane as well.
And think about H2K's ability to now force plays down in the bottom lane. The moment Warwick gets level 6, Ashe level 6, Rakan level 6, Shen level 6, oof, spice.
Oof is the noise that Warwick will be making as he jumps in.
Yes, he will.
Now, guys, make sure you join in the conversation on Twitter at LOL Esports with hashtag H2K win if you think they can even out this series at 1-1, and hashtag FNC win if you think Fnatic are still the old kings of Europe. I'm pretty sure we know who the fans are voting for. They all just jump onto Twitter really quickly. Make sure our poll jumps in the right direction. We are going to get onto the Summoner's Rift for the second game of this series. Fnatic were dominant in game 1. H2K will be looking to turn around those tables.
Now remember what Broxah did early game in game 1 with the Kha'Zix. He punished Odo for extending up in the top lane, was able to find himself a very quick kill, started the advantage going in the favor of Soaz, which he then utilized down in the bottom half of the map. He's now on Lee Sin, a champion he became renowned for upon joining the LCS, and now he gets it again. Let's see what kind of early game plays he can make, because if he's going to snowball anywhere, it will be down in the bottom half of the map.
That was a lot of respect from Odo and Jankos there, because Soaz actually body slammed into the pit.
He did.
And it would have been very easy for them just to push forward and try and harass him down. But they didn't know where the rest of Fnatic were, so they couldn't take the risk of getting caught out. Could have been an early flash.
You don't want to go for a brawl against a large man like Gragas this early into the game. Let's see if H2K go anyway.
Fox is going to come forward, so as with the body slam. Odo solo has to flash straight away. Caps came in from the side as well to continue the harass down, and Fnatic take an early advantage in terms of summoner spells.
Oops!
Also pot burnt by Odo.
Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Odo, that is not where you want to be this early on in the game. You were supposed to burn Soaz's flash. This isn't how it was supposed to go.
You were supposed to equalize the force.
The flash.
No, yeah, but it's
I know the reference. I know the reference. I've seen Star Wars.
Is that the one with the Dragon Ball?
Stop.
Yeah, so Odo is going to struggle up towards this top side. We saw Broxah get the first blood gank up there in the last game. He'll be looking for that once again, especially when you've got a Shen without that summoner spell. Let's talk about the rest of the map for the time being, though. Bot lane, Nuclear and Che have been standout performance for H2K, especially last week. Nuclear's Ashe was very, very strong. Looks like they've got the pushing advantage in this bottom lane for the time being. Are they always going to be able to win out this lane?
You have to respect the all-in power that Kennen and Thresh doth have. And around the level 4 mark is where you have to be the most mindful. The thing about Ashe is she's just kind of so good at everything. She has really strong laning presence. She has really good mid-game spike at 2 items. She scales really well because she scales with crit, and she doesn't have to build a huge amount of crit to like hit really hard. She has engage, but her biggest weakness is her lack of mobility, and that is not something that Fnatic lack at all. Corki package, Gragas flank, Lee Sin, Cannon, so many champions are super mobile, and it is super easy to dive onto Febby and Nuclear. Jankos looks for dive.
Jankos jumps in, Caps has to flash away. Febby looking for it, but there's the Valkyrie. Corki is just too darn safe in the early game.
That was a good flash taunt from Jankos. The stun was just a little bit too slow from Febiven. Wonder if the communication was on point, or if Febiven just wasn't quite in the position that he needed to be ready for that play to happen. End up trading flashes though, so they could look for a return gank later on as Febiven and Caps.
Oh, Febiven's actually going to go quite low here. Caps actually getting traded back on one more.
Febiven gets some revenge onto Caps. The solo kill goes to him. Caps, he's the one that uses his dash in aggressively, just like Febiven did in game 1. And it's this time Caps that is punished. Great start for H2K, great start for the mid laner in Febiven.
Let's have another look at this, because this is a solo kill for Febby.
So bear in mind, this is just a bit of poke. He feels that with low mana on Febby, maybe he could win, just going for a bit of trading. He eats the Q, the auto, and then because his basic attacks drew minion damage, minion aggro rather, it ended up in him losing his life.
It's a deficit of playing Corki in the mid lane. You're all auto-attack based.
Indeed you do.
Indeed you do. H2K with the lead in this game, but Fnatic are going to fight for the pride of the Rift in just a few weeks' time. Be sure to check it out on lolesports.com for more on how to join us live here in Berlin. Rift Rivals coming up in just a couple of weeks.
Guys, you are definitely going to want to be there. Some of the best Western teams will be there. Unicorns of Love, Fnatic, G2, some really big powerhouse names that you're going to get to see play, and NA will be there too.
Why are they cheering for TSM?
You guys are shouting Fnatic wrong.
Fnatic. Or H2K. Or H2K. Whoever you want to support, that's good for you. Brox are coming up towards the top side. Odo's flash is almost back off cooldown. And Fnatic's early game has been stymied here by that mid lane kill from Febiven. Was a solo kill for him. Now he is... I think he's got 7 across the entire split. 1 more than Caps.
Yeah.
Does that make him the better mid laner, Vedius? Is this what you judge on?
Solo kills is the determining factor. Or if you kill Faker. That's the other one, right? Those are the 2 determining factors in how good you are of a mid laner. But let's take stock now. We've gone off a little bit. What do we want to see from both these teams in the early game? Well, for H2K, not very much. Very much about the level 6 spike, right? You have the Shen, you have the Warwick, you have the Ash Arrow, the Rakan, quickness. So many ways to start a fight, try and get some early kills down onto the bottom lane of Fnatic. Whereas Fnatic, we did want to see a little bit more proactivity from Broxy. He's now level 5, yet to really exert any kind of presence anywhere on the map. We thought maybe he could go for a cheeky play down bottom lane, yet to venture that way. So he's still taking his time, being a little bit more patient, but definitely the pressure is on for Fnatic. They have to find something early on before H2K
unleash power! That was close.
Not really.
100 HP!
He still had exhaust.
That's true, but he didn't use it.
Because he knew he wouldn't die.
Okay. It's better judge of damage than I am. So as once again going triple Dorans up towards the top side. Not valuing the mana regen that much that it stops him from getting the item. Odo's just going to trade into him. And as you said, at the moment trades are going in favor of Soaz. Odo actually getting caught between the minions here for just a little bit. Will be able to use the Grasp of the Undying to heal himself back up.
Now Broxer does walk over a ward. You can see now. This is more of the vision that I expected from Jankos. Wards littered around the bottom half of the map. We talked about expectations of Broxer trying to gank, and now H2K have the knowledge that Broxer should be bottom side. He walked straight over a ward. They should know that he is here.
Just need to play a little bit safe. Flash in from Jesus. There's the exhaust. Reckless gets the stun down as well, but here comes the Stand United. Nucleus is low and Che's the one with the ult on him. The taunt onto Brox is going to lock him up. Jankos joins the fray as Fnatic have to run away. Jesus with a great play, but Jankos is still on the hunt for blood. He's going for Broxer. Instead, he settles for Jesus, and H2K survive in the bottom lane.
Feels to me like Nuclear and Che were not respecting the possibility of Broxer making a gank happen bottom, but this is exactly what Fnatic needed to do. They tried to make a play happen. Unfortunately for them, Odo gets level 6, but fortunately, no one dies. And if they keep this tower alive, that means that Soros is going to get a lot of free damage, a lot of free farm, and a lot of free gold as a result of Odo teleporting down to the bottom lane.
Yeah. Well, he used the Stand United down, but had already used his teleport as well, yes. So that meant that he wasn't able to teleport back up to the top lane. Reckless on that cannon, 13-5. That's a pretty impressive record all around.
It's not bad, not bad.
I'll take that one. I'm not 13-5 on anything in ranked at the moment, I don't think.
That's okay.
13 deaths, maybe, 5 assists. Tends to be about where I sit. Soaz is going to get the first tower up towards the top side. As Fnatic actually equalize this gold a little bit. They've gone ahead. Even though they lost first blood, they've now taken the early game advantage. And this is something that they had in the last game that they were able to use to great effect.
Yep. Getting that first tower means that Soaz will have a little bit more freedom to try and make plays around the map. They need to try and put more pressure down to this bottom lane now. No summoners available for Nuclear and Che. Caps has got his summoners back up after the solo kill Feathervin was able to gain.
And this is...
was just going to say that the fact that the TP, the ultimate from Shen was forced out in the bottom lane means that it can't actually be used proactively to make a play happen. Nuclear was not level 6, which means that when he gets the arrow, what I would like to see from H2K is try and make a play. Summoners will be down when that ulti is next available. And Fnatic, like, they need to try and use this window now, where that ulti cannot come down from the top lane, when they do have their ultimates to try and make something happen down in this 2v2.
Fnatic once again securing first tower blood top just shows how strong they are at objectives. Both of these teams actually sitting right up at the top of the leaderboards, as they have done in most of the statistics we've looked at. And H2K very strong at getting those dragons and the barons. Their tower ratio, which means the amount of towers they take before the 15-minute mark in relation to how many towers they give up. So they take 2.2 towers for every tower they lose, is the highest in the league. Fnatic just behind, but still very strong performance by them. And actually their early game across this series has been the better of the two.
And bear in mind that these stats do not factor in the previous game that just happened. These have just been from the regular season, but you can start to see why I have this opinion of these two being the top teams. Like, they have a really good understanding of how to play around early objectives, how to properly use a lead, how to usually play the mid game. Like, these teams are very smart. And while definitely Fnatic had the upper hand, it definitely feels like H2K are coming back fighting much better in this second game, as you see both junglers hanging around the bottom lane.
You say that, Vedius, and I can understand where you're coming from, because the flow of the game, the momentum of the game has been in H2K's favor. You know, they countered that dive bot, they were able to survive, they got first blood, but they're sitting just over 1,000 gold behind at the 10-minute mark after having an advantage. They haven't seemed to be able to actually push that advantage, and Fnatic seem to have all the answers.
Sorry, you handed it off just as I was having a drink of
water. I'm sorry, I thought you had finished your sip, and I was ready for you to say
To answer your question, yes. That gold deficit is largely coming from the tower that did go down in the top lane. But you're right, like, for H2K, they're not actually being super proactive as it is right now. And we keep harping on about it, but it's because that's what we want to see. Use the Shen ulti. Let's go, Odo. Make a play down bot. Like,
you're speaking like a play-by-play caster.
They don't have the information to know that Broxer is on the Rift Herald right now, but what they do know, thanks to a bit of vision that they have in the bottom lane, or that they should think, is that Broxer is not in the bottom half of the map. So I feel like this would be a good opportunity. Instead, Fnatic, thanks to the top tower that they've taken, a very easy Rift Herald, and so he can just continue his pressure in the top lane.
Another Rift Herald for them means that they're going to get another tower pretty much. There is a tier map for Odo, and we said in Picks and Bounties at the point at which the Shen starts to push into the Gragas. The Gragas struggles a little bit because of that mana. Rift Herald, of course, will help him be able to push out that lane. Jankos spotted out on a ward, and actually, Fnatic are very scant in their wards across the map, but the ones they have been very effective at spotting Jankos in his path.
We praised Broxer for his early presence in Game 1, and I feel like he's repeating that once more in Game 2 as well. But I feel like both junglers, their vision control has been rather exceptional throughout this series. The big issue for Jankos right now is that he hasn't picked himself up the early trackers. Instead, he needs that wave clear, he needs the Tiamat to try and continue with his wave clear, even though Broxer has actually got a 25 CS advantage, as we see a roam on top.
Ghost has been used. Soaz does have explosive cast and the flash. Going to look to dive back here. Odo's going for the chase. Jankos on the flank. Has the infinite duress. Has the fear. Will make the damage come down onto Soaz. Easy enough kill for Odo. 2-0 H2K.
But 3 members are invested into the top lane, which means Fnatic, they want to try and push in mid. Good answer from Che to catch the wave and deter Caps from pressuring on that tower. H2K, they get themselves a quick kill and allow Soaz or Odo back into the game a little bit.
Did use the infinite duress. Didn't use the unleashed power. Can still use that in the mid lane if they wanted to. It's another Cloud Drake for us here, Vedius. Just a quick shot and stress stole all the good ones.
That's okay. You know, you've got to give them something, right? It's all right, because they don't get to cast with you.
It's true.
It's the trade-off.
Sadly, I'll never get to cast with quick shot.
I don't know if that's a sadly thing.
It is for me. I know, right? Che's going to clear out vision down towards the bottom side. Once again, we see H2K playing a methodical style. It's measured, it's calculated, but last time when they calculated, they weren't able to calculate for the irregularities that Fnatic have, for their ability just to make plays across the map, and Fnatic with this self-called animal style have just been able to continually... Oh, there's an arrow from long range for Bibben. There's the exhaust. The stun comes out. Jankos looking for the chase. The fear, the unleashed power. Caps survives. Hex Drinker is enough to keep him alive.
But it does burn both of its summoners, and 3 members of H2K are now in the middle lane. This is the kind of proactivity we wanted to play, but great shot coming out from Nuclear as Soaz looks to push up top.
Soaz will be bringing this Rift Herald in, and this is the reason that having it on Soaz is so powerful. Jesus checks the bush with his lantern, and Soaz will be able to get the tower in the top lane. So actually, even though H2K are the ones to take the proactive step to make the play, Fnatic were ready, and once again, H2K's calculations are just a little bit lacking. Fnatic with 2 towers, 2 kills down, but 2,000 gold ahead.
Feel like Fnatic just finding answers to prevent H2K from making these proactive moves. They get that early tower by forcing a play down bot where Shen has to ult in. That means that the Shen cannot be used to try and get themselves some kills. They get themselves top tower, that gives Fnatic then the freedom to get that Rift Herald. Then with Rift Herald, you know that the moment Odo ever leaves that top lane, you can take that tower. And sure, they could have kept Odo top lane for 4 minutes, but that just gives Soaz a load of pressure, it gives Broxer the freedom to go into the enemy jungle, get a bunch of wards, it gives him full control over Dragon. It gives Fnatic so much control, and it really does feel like they have been answering the Shen very effectively.
Well, they play it enough, they should know how to play around it as well.
Think so?
Doing it pretty well. Of course, H2K chose this draft. They were the ones who didn't ban out the Kennen, didn't ban out the Shen, didn't ban out the Thresh, left all of these pieces of the puzzle still on the cards. And Fnatic have been able to play around the fact that they haven't got that global by giving Soaz the tools he needed to be able to push in that top lane.
And speaking of tools...
Oh, where are you going with this?
You can see how effectively these wards are being used. Very effective sight tools.
I thought you were going to say a player's name there.
Why would I say that's horrible?
Yeah, exactly.
A player is never considered a tool. They are a person that adds a lot of value to the team, just like you do when we cast it.
Oh, thanks, Vedius. Caps put some pressure down onto Forbidden, does Valkyrie away as well. Let's talk more about those cogs in the vision machine, the tools that H2K have used to gain vision around. They give you
insights, and they've invested a lot of vision around the Dragon area. And the reason for this is what we're seeing a lot of is Che actually roam mid. And you see Soaz
done, but the Stand United comes in straight away, and Jankos is there as well. Taunt onto Soaz. H2K looking for the unleashed power as Che joins the fray. 3-0 H2K.
Very swift response from H2K. The big issue for Fnatic is when they use Soaz to try and make a play, because then Odo can just come to wherever the top lane is. So in the past, what we've seen so far in this game is that Soaz is always punishing every time Odo leaves. But if you're in the same place as Odo, you cannot do the same level of punishment. So Febiven, he gets himself another kill. Now Fnatic, they're trying to make a play onto Nuclear.
So Rakan, Che is actually being pushed away here. by Broxy and Jesus, does dodge out the hook. Eventually, he'll be able to get back down towards his AD carry, but for a couple of moments, it looked like Nuclear could have been on the receiving end of a 3-man gank down towards the bottom side. 17 minutes in, the gold, 1,000 in favor of Fnatic, and let's have a look at this mid lane fight from Soaz once again.
So you can see that already Warwick is in the middle lane, primed and ready to answer. Rakan even roams up from bot. Because of his mobility, he can join in, give a bit of defensive stats too, and add that additional CC if it was warranted. But the biggest thing there was Odo with the ulti. Immediately there to protect his mid laner and buy enough time for the rest of H2K to get that collapse down onto Soaz.
H2K's objectives, something we talked about earlier on, have not been good for them this game. 2 towers down at the 15-minute mark or so. Fnatic are the ones who are moving around those neutral objectives ever so slightly better. And now, let's talk about scaling a little bit, Vedius, because already Forbidden's got a Void Staff and a Morello Nomicon. Yet to see a completed item coming out from Caps. Expect that Trinity Force. But as we get later on into the game and we see these 3-4 item spikes from these carries, who do you give this game to? Who just wins late game?
Oof. Well, in terms of the late game, I feel like you have to give a slight edge over to Fnatic, just because you have another AD carry that's magic.
Jay engages, gets the charm onto Caps. Odo with the taunt as well, and here come the rest of H2K. Suppression after suppression. The Bivin on a killing spree.
It doesn't matter if they scale well if you kill him now, as Broxer decides not to try and go for the finish onto Yankos. He did have the fear stacked and ready, so it could have ended in disaster. But beautiful chain CC there from H2K. Fantastic dive. They're now the ones trying to be proactive with their lead. They realize that Soaz can't really continue pressuring top as he tries to get a gank in mid.
He's got Cask as well, might look for it. Instead, just clears out the wave. Heavy there. Looked for a minute like Reckless and Jesus were going to make their way up, but instead they've gone down towards the bottom side because once again, Che is not with his AD carry. He is instead in the mid lane. Nuclear has been left to farm under tower, and that's why we're starting to see a CS lead in favor of Records.
And this just backtracks to the point that we were discussing earlier. A lot of the vision investment from Fnatic has been invested towards some of the paths in the bottom half of H2K's jungle so they can track where Che tries to roam around. You can see that what we've seen a lot of in the early game is just Che trying to move up into the middle lane, support Yankos and Odo to try and make stuff happen. And that has left Nuclear by himself in the bottom lane. He's had to concede an element of pressure, but they're okay with that. H2K are fine with Nuclear losing a bit of the farm because they'd much rather invest resources into getting Febiven ahead, especially when he is on this Syndra who relies on a big mid-game spike. And when you have that kind of itemization at 20 minutes into the game, that's a pretty good mid-game spike.
It's a pretty big spike for you indeed. H2K trying to come back into this series. Of course, they are 1 game down as Fnatic absolutely trounced them in game 1. It was a dominant performance by them, 15 kills to 3 it ended, and H2K never really looked in it. This game a lot closer, but still Fnatic have the lead and haven't really seen any true tower pressure from H2K. A little bit of a chunk in the mid lane, but top and bot are still standing pretty firm for Fnatic.
And just a bit of an aside.
Oh, hit me.
For those interested in learning how to be a better Warwick, what Yankos has decided to do is actually max his W first into the Q later. Now, I can imagine that some solo queue players at home would prefer to max the Q because it gives you better trading power, it gives you better heal, but in terms of actual value, getting points into a skill, W is the best because it makes it easier to lock down your targets and the attack speed that you get as well. Very, very valuable as an engage tries to happen in mid.
Jez's will get feared up. Rakan rooted chain knocked back. That's the kill for Fnatic. First of the game for them. Odo comes in with a stand united, so it's here on the flank. Fnatic looking for the re-engage. There's the flash. Yankel's knocked down. Slicing Maelstrom slices him off the base of the Summoner's Rift. 2 kills for Fnatic.
Love the bait and switch there from Soaz. He looked like he was walking away. He had a quick sip of his drink to say, you know what? I'm fine. Nothing to see here. Immediately turns around, gets the knock on to Yanko's jungler is gone. Only 3 members of H2K as Fnatic start the Baron.
Unleashed power still available. Nuclear has his flash. Odo's in the front line. Baron low, 1,000 on it. Smited away. They get it. Fnatic now looking for Forbidden. What can Nuclear do? Not much. Caps gets the shutdown. He's looking for the chase onto Nuclear as Odo falls as well. The charm comes out. It's up to the bot lane of H2K. The hook just astray as H2K retreat with 2 members left alive. Actually, Jankos has respawned as well.
And in the blink of an eye, Fnatic suddenly gained full control over the game. They've held onto the gold lead, but it still felt like it was the H2K show. But now with the Baron,
double knock up into the Flea, but H2K just can't do damage to this front line of Fnatic.
Fnatic get themselves 2 kills. The Baron, mid-tier 1. Everything going so smoothly for them. And just what a beautiful fight from the Fnatic lineup. Keep your eyes on the main man, Broxah. His early game impact was not the biggest, but look at this. He comes in from the flank, gets a nice kick onto Che, is able to get out of the fight as well. And then the Gragas, the baiting switch here.
That flash.
2-man knockup, doesn't care who the target is as long as he knocks someone back into that thunderstorm. Means that they have more than enough CC to shred through the members. And H2K with no smite, very difficult to steal. Febiven very low on mana as well. He just tries to get the Baron. Not enough damage, unfortunately, for him. And H2K, they're just forced to retreat as Fnatic walk away with all 5 members. At the end of it, 4 kills and a Baron to top it all off.
And up until this point, we've been saying, H2K, you've got a few kills. Maybe they're able to play this early game a little bit better, but Fnatic didn't care about the kills. They wanted towers, they wanted to keep that gold lead, and then when they could, they pulled the trigger, and now they are 7,000 gold ahead. Rekkles escapes, got a QSS for himself and a lantern from Jezzes. And once again, Rekkles is just unkillable.
Oof, things looking rough for H2K right now. The game has swung very heavily in the favor of Fnatic. And we talked about scaling Medic. We talked about how, as the game progresses, who's going to have the edge. It's very difficult to give it in favor of H2K. This mid lane Syndra, very good at killing a single target. But just look at the mobility that Fnatic have. They have this big, beefy front line of Soaz and Jezzes. They have an extremely mobile Kennen, a Lee, a Corki.
Che's going for it. The charm does land onto Rekkles as well. Forbidden and Nuclear on their way. Rekkles is going to lightning storm away. Jankos cannot hit the infinite duress, but Jezzes can hit the hook. Odo in the backline, taunted back as well. Che's going to try and protect him. Here comes Caps. Explosive cast will knock H2K to the winds. Fnatic want this engage. Soaz once again goes forward. No flash for him at the moment. H2K retreating. Surviving for the time being. Caps and Soaz on the flank once again as Fnatic continue their pressure, unrelenting as it is in this bottom lane, looking for their 5th tower of the game. H2K have none.
So Odo, he's going back to base. He has the TP, but he decides not to go for a flank as Caps starts to push in the middle lane. 2 tier 2 turrets very swiftly go in the favor of Fnatic to extend their gold lead to 9,000. And that was just H2K trying to get something back. They saw a 4v5 opportunity down in the bottom lane. Caps was not there. But again, the mobility, the disengage, the composition from Fnatic just makes it so difficult for H2K to force a big 5v5 and really just stick to the targets of Fnatic.
And we can see time and time again, H2K are trying to engage onto Rekkles. They're trying to get that Kennen, they're trying to isolate him and take him down. And still he remains unkilled. If he doesn't die this game, it will be the 8th time this split that he has remained unkilled throughout an entire game. The 22nd time this season, including Spring Split. That is a godly amount of protection and amount of disengage from Rekkles.
And he built QSS, 3rd item, which is absolutely fine, as an answer to the Ashe ultimate and the Rakan charm as well, and the Warwick ultimate too. So a lot of single target CC. Shen, Taunt as well with the like so many good CCs that you can look to QSS. He's going to be even harder to kill.
There he is. 2 and 3 composition coming out from Fnatic. They've sent Broxah, Jezzes and Rekkles up towards the top side. There's no towers there. They're just playing around the side wave pressure. In fact, no towers outside of the base of H2K. All 6 turrets have been destroyed and removed from the map by Fnatic. H2K looking for mid, but Rekkles is on the flank, as are the rest of Fnatic.
Fnatic continuing to look dominant as they try to force another fight in mid.
Soaz has flash, so does Jezzes. The hook onto Febby, the knockback! The Fnatic wombo combo strikes again! H2K just getting absolutely routed by Fnatic. It's an ace! 26 minutes in, Fnatic are unstoppable!
5-0 in favor of Fnatic. H2K are wiped off the map as Fnatic break into the base.
That was the cleanest, superbest. I can't even think, there's too many superlatives running around my mind to explain how good that was from Fnatic. And it's Jez's once again who sets up the play. He gives his all for this team, even getting McHale's when Reckless already has a QSS. It's all about protecting the team, and Jez's makes the engage and then makes sure Reckless gets out alive.
Fnatic demonstrating that that loss to Roccat was simply a blip. It was a bad week. They didn't show their respect, but this is them showing their full potential. The flash hook from Jez's. He even had flash up. Oh, Featherman had his flash available. No one body blocked the hook. That is the key target you cannot afford to lose. He has all the team's gold. He drops immediately at the start of the fight, and there's nothing that H2K can do as Fnatic just obliterate H2K.
It's such a great wombo combo, and I asked at the start of the series, if you take Fnatic off their single style, are they going to lose? Can teams work out how to beat their single style? Well, at the moment, it seems like the answer is just no. Even H2K, who have great drafts, great macro, great early game, haven't been able to face up against this Fnatic war machine.
I feel like we really need to give a lot of praise to Jez and Soaz this series, because these two key players have been big facilitators in a lot of the plays that have gone in Fnatic's favor. Yes, you always have to look at Caps and Reckless being those big mechanical superstars that always get you the kills, get you the gold, but it is Soaz and Jez's that is setting up the plays. It is the teamwork that we are seeing from Fnatic that just seems to be so far and above so many of the other teams in the European LCS right now. And I did have higher expectations of H2K. I thought that what I saw from the early game and what I've seen from them in past weeks demonstrated the potential of this team and why I considered them a top 2 team in Europe. But I feel like that time and time again, they're failing to live up to those expectations. And right now, Fnatic, they're looking to get themselves another Baron, secure themselves a 2-0 victory over H2K, and make a repeat performance of Spring's quarterfinal.
13,000 gold ahead, a Baron on the cards as well. Hawkshot comes out as H2K realizes this last chance brigade for them. Jankos and Odo off towards one side, Nuclear and Che off towards the bottom. Fnatic are going to go in, so as with the engage, Jez is with the hook once again onto Febby, and Febby just gets isolated and taken down, Reckless on a killing spree. Fnatic looking for more, they'll get 2 at least as Jankos, Odo and Nuclear try to get away, but Jankos just cannot do it. Suppression comes out, but all it does is delay the game. That's the kill, so is teleporting in. Nuclear and Che are going to get caught by Caps and Jez's. Fnatic are going to clean up once again. It's stupendous, it's monumental, it's flawless, it's Fnatic.
Fnatic, 5 kills to 0 once again. 10-0 in the last 2 fights as they close out the series against H2K and sit atop the group.
Fnatic reign once more above the European LCS, 2-0 over H2K.
Beautiful execution, beautiful play. Fnatic looking outstanding in this series.
And I think the question becomes, what does a team have to do to beat Fnatic? Roccat were able to do it by taking...
Roccat.
Basically, yeah, Roccat are the Kingslayers. Whenever a team looks too big for their boots, Roccat comes along and says, excuse me, G2, excuse me.
That's going to be the hype rematch in the next few weeks, but Miserations to H2K, they got dismantled, destroyed. They just did not show up today. Like, Fnatic straight up outclassed them.
I think the question also becomes, with G2 playing EULCS tomorrow, are Fnatic the best team in Europe now? Because at the start we said these are the 2 best teams. Are Fnatic, have they defined themselves as the best team?
Well, what I can say...
Come on, Betty, you can give me more than this.
What I can say is that people in Europe, teams in Europe rather, have not found an answer yet to Fnatic, which has enabled them to rise to the top. They sit atop the throne, in my opinion, right now, because other teams in Europe just haven't found a way to deal with them.
Yep.
And what I'm fascinated to see is the growth of G2 and EULCS in tomorrow's series, because I think that'll be a very good indicator of the strength of Fnatic. Because right now, like, Fnatic look near flawless. Their vision, the side lane control, the way in which they force plays. And again, like, a very small mistake from Soaz. He tried to make a play in mid, didn't respect his channel ulti. Sure, it was a mistake. And in game 1, slight mistake from Jezz. But that didn't snowball the game out of control. That didn't tell them. They reset, they realized they made a mistake, they came back, and all of a sudden, the game was in their pocket once more.
Just great play all round by Fnatic, I think you have to say. H2K will go back to the drawing board. Their draft strategy, their early game strategy just didn't seem like it was enough to beat Fnatic, but sometimes you just can't beat the best. H2K at points had strong moments there. Their early kills in game 2 especially, if they hadn't been losing towers, you could say that they had some shining lights amongst the darkness that is the Fnatic dominance.
Yeah, it was a rough game. Like, my biggest issue with H2K was I felt like could have been a little bit more proactive with the ultimates and the skills that they had. Instead, Fnatic brought it to them. They didn't really give them the opportunity. And I just hope that H2K can learn from this, but that's what we hope every week. So.
That it is. Well, Fnatic got an impressive victory against H2K. Let's leave it to our analysts for more.
More what?
Well, Vetty, you say, I hope H2K can learn from this, but we say this every week. This man has hoped that H2K would learn from it in 3 months.
I said it was the last time I gave them, a chance.
This was the last time you gave H2K a chance. So
Burn
can
me
I have
again.
your word?
Burn me again. I regret getting an H2K tattoo right now.
Where is
wrong
it?
Call. You don't want to know, but it was the wrong call.
Right. And I think we have a very interesting replay. Actually, we're going to pull it up in a second because it kind of shows why you are a bit frustrated with the team that is H2K. Because this is not a replay that's about kills, and that's the whole idea. They don't get any kills. They don't get what they came for, and they lose the whole map for it. So let's pull up that replay, which is much more interesting than looking at me.
So basically, when you have a Shen right now, you need to execute the first few ultis and actually get some sort of advantage out of it. This ulti was used defensively on the bottom side, and then you need to get some kill in return, because right now Source is just going to start hitting your top lane tower. Your Shen is going to fall behind in farm, in experience. So when nothing happens bot lane, because it's a very rushed defensive ulti from Oda, he falls behind, the team falls behind because of this tower. Rift Hell then went down because Oda just got pushed into his tier 2 tower. That gave a mid tower to Fnatic. Then Source pushed down for tier 2 top tower as well. And this one play, this one Shen ulti, ended up costing H2K like 2,000 gold in the early game. And they never really recovered from it.
Yeah, you talked about not learning from your mistakes. I think in that game, the same thing happened with the top lane towers twice. I mean, someone's taking down the tier 2 in a similar fashion as that first one. So even though H2K were able to get 4 kills into the mid game, when they were able to get a solo kill in mid as well, they were actually behind in gold because of the towers.
Yeah, but they did get, obviously we won't show these 4 kills because they didn't have a gold lead, but what does it come down to in that bottom lane? Because they could have just as well gotten 2 kills there, or not. Like, what does that come down to? Is Fnatic so good at that counter play? Are they so good at those mechanics that you can never get those kills? No, I think it's a healthy thought to want to go bottom and get those kills, no?
I mean, I think it comes down to a few things. One of them is ton of credit to Fnatic on the bottom side for reacting so quickly to the Shen ulti and then disengaging in time, with obviously Broxa being pretty far in, but then rushing out. And then the second thing is just like, normally you want to use the first Shen ulti offensively. You want to use it where you're setting up the play. So you time the Shen ulti with like going for a 1v1 kill or maybe a tower dive. So you know exactly what's happening. This was more of a reactive Shen ulti. He was like, oh boy, they're ganking bot lane. Yep. We need a Shen ulti down here. Get down here, or I'm gonna get down here. And then it actually ends up being a situation H2K is not controlling. And that's probably one of the reasons they can't actually very quickly get an easy kill, and therefore not a tower either. And it's hard because it's a problem for H2K, but also really well played by Fnatic.
Yeah, it is. We are waiting for the interview is almost ready, so I quickly just want to run through the other replays that we had heading, because Fnatic, they got everything they wanted. They got off to a great start, and that's when you know it's very hard to stop them.
Yeah, even though the kind of the skirmishing and the early to mid game fights went in the favor of H2K, Fnatic just got the towers, so us getting those 2 in the top lane. And as you said, the Shen ulti being reactive is also the big reason is that he was pushed in to the tower, so us could start hitting the tower as he ulted away. But here we have the fight around the mid lane, and the Ashe arrow whiffs, and this is the point in the game where Fnatic are kind of strong. And just look at this play from Brox's Lee Sin.
Gragas so OP.
Yeah.
This is why they banned Gragas game 1, guys. Because Soas That was a clean engage. That was a clean engage.
So important to get Jankos as well because Baron is up, obviously, so getting the Gragas engaged on towards the jungler was very important there.
I mean, and is that what it comes down to in the end? Like, we are faulting, obviously, H2K because it happens time and time again, but Fnatic in skirmishes, Fnatic in teamfights, Fnatic in coordinations are better than H2K.
And that's it. Like, they are simply better than H2K when it comes to playing these, you know, quick engages, these 2v2 fights, 3v3 fights, and I think it's communication, it's individual mechanics on some of these players, and it's just comfort on the champions that Fnatic are playing every single time, because they stick to very few champions, but the champions are very good for them.
Definitely so. Another win on the board for Fnatic, that is, and we have someone standing by for an interview. It's Quickshot with our player of the series.
Thank you very much, Sharks. That's correct. I'm joined here by Jez's. First and foremost, congratulations on the win. Secondly, player of the series.
Wow.
Dude, why did it look so simple?
I think it was really easy to play because they were playing super passive, especially their bot lane. So there was like literally zero aggression from their play, so it was really easy to read them and just play our game, really. There was like no time where it felt like, oh, we have to react to their play because they just weren't doing anything. So yeah, I mean, like I said, it just makes playing our style and doing our thing so much easier. And I think like that was just like the name of the series, really.
Yeah, it was extremely exciting. We were watching some of the replays here as the analyst desk was wrapping it up, and you caught a glimpse of Soaz's body slam flash engage from game number 2. You had some fantastic flash hooks yourself. How does it feel to know that you won player of the series in a game where really all 5 Fnatic members were kind of stomping?
I felt like I played okay. Actually, I expected to play really bad today because today I had an insane stomach ache. So like the entire day, it was just hurting like crazy. I had to take painkillers before the game. So I was really expecting to like actually underperform and not to communicate as much. But
was it to the fear that maybe another Rocket series was going to happen?
No, I mean, it felt like, I mean, after the Rocket series, like we had like a wake-up call kind of. And I mean, I think against Rocket, we were just really underestimating them, mostly just in practice. We weren't really practicing our best stuff, and we weren't maybe taking it as serious as we could have. So
I got a follow-up question on that, because in game 1, you guys got a lead against H2K and just basically won the game. You know, tower after tower, pushed over. But last week there was a 10,000 gold lead over Fnatic, and you didn't seem to have that same drive. So how is it so different from last week to this week in finishing our games?
I'm not sure exactly. I don't know. I just felt like we weren't really ourselves. I don't know if that was because of the week of practice that weren't like super efficient. But yeah, we weren't really ourselves in second game. Like we didn't close out the game, which we usually we have a really good, easy time doing. But yeah, we had a really hard time in the second game. And then after we lost that game, we had some mental boom. So
mental boom. Let's step away from Fnatic matches last week and this week. Let's talk about the league as a whole. When you think about all 10 teams, there's been a big discussion as we're in week 4 now. Who is the best team in Europe? And why is it Fnatic?
I think currently we're the best. I wouldn't say that like we're by far the best or anything, but I think, yeah, like right now we're the best. I don't know, we're just playing solid, I guess. And I feel like the other teams are just sort of finding their footing a bit. But yeah, like right now, I think we're the best.
Well, it's exciting to watch. We're coming up to Rift Rivals. I've just got 2 more questions for you. Let's look forward, look at that tournament, look at 3 North American teams coming in. A lot of support here in the studio behind yourself and the rest of Fnatic boys. Is the Fnatic style going to be enough to take down the 3 representatives from North America?
I'm not sure if North America are more used to playing against our style or anything. Maybe they'll be super surprised and it'll be harder for them than it is for the EU teams, because the EU teams actually scrim us and scrim like EULCS, for example, who play really aggressive too. So I don't know. It depends really on how prepared the NA teams will be. But honestly, I expect them not to be as prepared. And I think, yeah, we'll beat the NA teams.
Okay, you think you're going to beat them. We heard Power of Evil talking a little bit earlier today. His opinion on EU versus NA. We've quoted Perks saying that NA is not going to win a single game. Where does Jez's think NA versus EU is going to end up playing through Rift Rivals?
I don't think NA is necessarily worse than EU. I mean, I feel like it's kind of equal. yeah, like team-wise, I think the teams are kind of equal. I think like both regions are not that great. So yeah, I mean, I don't know actually.
You know what? I respect the honesty. Both teams, both regions have a lot to improve on. Jez, as I'm going to say, congratulations on the win. Congratulations again on being #1 team here in EU.
Thank you very much.
And player of the series. We're going to head back up to the analyst desk to close out the day.
Thank you very much, guys. Always a pleasure also to hear from Jez's, and we're going to run a couple of replays where he has some mad hooks. He had a great performance. He had a great performance on Camille as well in Game 1, and I think it's actually really interesting because I wouldn't have thought that Jez's would come back to this high of a level in, well, the LCS per se, because he hadn't been playing for a while. Had been a manager role over at Immortal, and a coach role rather over at Immortals.
Right.
So that is quite impressive.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's played so many different roles now in competitive play. Started as an AD carry, became a mid laner, then switched into support. So I think mechanically he's getting much better, which is really benefiting him, because the reason Fnatic picked him up in the first place was because he was very smart and very vocal when it came down to the game. So they're like, we don't care about your individual skill at the moment, we need your like leadership. But he's really built upon that with actually adding more mechanical plays, and we see that from a game like this and the Camille games as well.
Yeah, speaking of that, I think the metagame fits in really well. Like being able to get a support like Camille through the laning phase against these aggressive laners and still not fall too far behind, as well as with the Thresh, I think that fits in really well, so we can go for these sort of aggressive engaging supports. So metagame just fits the Fnatic style in general and Justice in particular.
Okay, if we step away from individual players and just look at the two teams now, we've already said, well, Fnatic, great right now. Their stylists are working, they still have their niche picks, and they're able to do really well. That's all good. H2K, though, what are we taking away from this, Henning? Because we can't forget, you say maybe that the styles are clashing, H2K versus Fnatic. They also lost to the Unicorns of Love. Those teams are in the LCS, and those are the teams that you're going to have to beat to get to that highest level. So is that a worrying trend for H2K?
I definitely think H2K are not going to be happy with how this series went. Gotta say, when looking at their individual players, I think Jankos had some good setups in the early game. Gotta say that the bottom lane looked a little bit off compared to the rest of the team. They often went by themselves and had a bit of a poor positioning in the team fights. We also saw them taking team fights without their AD carry even being there, taking a 4 vs 5. So communication between their bottom lane and the rest of the team looked a little bit off.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to read H2K because they're fairly inconsistent in what they're doing. Like, you highlight some of the good things Jankos is doing, and then you look at Game 1 today where Jankos jumps over that wall in the bottom lane because he doesn't think the bot lane is there.
Yeah.
He dies, they give 3-4 kills, they lose bot tower, and the game is basically over because of a play he was trying to set up. So it's hard because you want to look at Odam, Nefebvre, and these guys and say, okay, they're star players here. These guys can really carry games. We just don't always see it in the big matches, and that really is the issue for H2K because they look fantastic against the bottom teams.
And internationally, like at Worlds, they had some much better games also, so it may be just kind of the way European teams like to play, and that's how Justice was also saying it. European teams, some of them have just a very aggressive style and have kind of a different style, and maybe that's just not what H2K likes to play against, and he said, well, they were too passive overall. So
and we've heard that before.
Yeah.
Definitely, many, many times. Even though I feel like they are trying to change up that style a little bit, it obviously takes time. But yeah, very clearly some of the aggressive European teams are a perfect, it's a perfect style against H2K at the moment.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how H2K evolves, and I'm absolutely sure that they will now, having suffered those kinds of losses. We'll follow that up. And we also want to follow up with what happened earlier today. Misfits Gaming and Vitality, they faced off in a close series in the end. That was kind of opposite day because I had expected this one to go quick, but it didn't. Well, Game 1 did, Henning. Corki went off.
Corki went off Game 1. Other than that, we saw in Game 2 a very good late-game team-fighting team drafted from Vitality, is going to draft towards their strengths. Here we see Game number 1 where Joker got caught out over and over. They didn't really work together as a team. In the end, I think Vitality, they're not going to be too sad. Just look at this fight where they're able to open up with Steelback and having multiple carries on the same team. Rumble actually being really useful even into later stages. And I think Vitality, they're going to be pretty happy with what happened today, even though they lost. So they're going to be coming in with some new energy for the next week.
Yeah, and obviously, if you are Vitality, you're kind of looking at Splice, Unicorns, and H2K as 3 teams in Group B that are currently above you. But you still see some flaws and issues from these teams. While we obviously once again see the Ignore big play, we gotta give that a quick shout out. But I think if you are Vitality, like there are small positive things to kind of try and build on. but it's not enough to say that these guys will just make playoffs. And it might be another split where Vitality needs to say we are happy with a 4th place in our group and not go to promotion tournament, because you are looking at the mysterious monkeys underneath them, who's currently, you know, sitting with 2 new members, and we don't actually know how good the monkeys are going to look like, because Kickers and Amazing just joined. And Vitality want to definitely keep them under them.
That is true. For the side of Misfits, Henning, for me, a big question was coming into this weekend across group play. Okay, who is the best team in Europe? Who might be good? Who's this and who's that? As we see the player of the series in Power of Evil there. How far is Misfits away from being the best team in Europe?
I'd say they're pretty far away, actually, from being the best team. However, like breaking into the top 4, I think they showed last week that they can definitely have the potential to do it. Now I think it's up to them to get the consistent performances.
Yeah, because that game 1 would make you say, wow, great
yeah, for
stuff.
Sure.
But
yeah, they showed a lot of flashes of brilliance both last week and the first game of this series, but then they also didn't show up in game 2. So they really need to get that consistency to become a top team and to be regarded in like the top 4, top 5.
Definitely so. We saw a lot of interesting things today. We had 7.12 and what we'd be expecting. Some key takeaways. Corki is strong, although we've seen him lose and win. But when he gets ahead, he is incredibly strong. These are the core items we saw built, which is not that big of a surprise. There was a static Shiv in the mix from Power of Evil, which we're not completely aligned on, but I mean, he won the game.
Yeah, I think it was fine, and it's good if you want, like, you know, a little bit extra wave clear just for like killing the wave instantly, or also like a little bit upfront burst with AoE burst in the fight. So I think there's a lot of cool variations to the Corki build once you already completed Trinity Force, because we saw Rapid Fire, Cannon, Static Shift together.
Yeah.
We even saw the Blaze of the Rune King as well.
So Hexdrinker.
Hexdrinker in there. We didn't see Gunblade yet. I don't think we're going to see a lot of Gunblade on Corki. I prefer this style. And then you just get a Void Staff in the end, because again, it's 80% magic damage you're doing now. So if you want penetration, it's a Void Staff and not a Last Whisper.
Yeah, for sure. I think that Corki is a very strong meta pick, just so safe and gives that wave clear. Like, he's always going to be able to wave clear and then have that Valkyrie to be able to get away from any sort of CCs that can sometimes punish more immobile mid laners, so like the Jarvan or like the Ashe, or these kinds of picks that can really punish those champions without any sort of escapes. Also got to mention that we're clearly seeing that this is a pick that teams are not too used to. The package is something about the Corki that really takes a lot of getting used to as a team. And we saw 4 games today. Some of them went really long. And I don't think we saw a single really impactful package. And that's saying a lot.
Yeah, we saw maybe like 1 kill coming in from it. And it obviously takes time, as you highlighted. I just like the Corki is a super easy blind pick to go for. Because worst case, even if you're in a bad matchup, like you can go exhaust and you just try and farm up to 6 and just become a bit of a wave clear bot and wait for that package and then try and make a play on the side end. So I actually quite like Corki in that sense.
Yeah, that's what we said when he just became popular a couple of months ago.
I know, and then in a few weeks, oh my God, more Corki.
Yeah, something else we need to talk about. We talked about, the changes to Locket and especially combination with the Gargoyle Stone Plate. Rather, that obviously gave you a bonus health equal to 40% of your maximum health, or with Stone Skin when there's 3 people around 100%, which is great already. But when does this get really OP? And I think I saw it a couple of times today, is when you get that Locket in the mix as well, which already amplifies, the shield amplifies with your health.
Yeah, that's the key thing about the change to Locket, how it now benefits a lot from like scaling due to bonus HP. So full late game, 36% of your bonus HP gets added to that shield. And obviously it hits your entire team. So if you are that massive tank getting like 5 to 6k HP in a fight, you pop that Locket, like you're negating so much damage. You're almost doubling on the HP of your members. And it is extremely impactful. It's used correctly. That is the key part. It is pretty hard because like you need the 3-man Gargoyle Stone Plate into then hitting.
Timing.
Yeah, then you need to hit multiple members with the Locket. So it's not super consistent, but it's just really good when you do manage to land.
And you also need to time it in the fight exactly when you think the enemies will do or pull the crucial ultimates or the crucial damaging abilities. So it seems difficult, but seems a bit OP when it does get going. Today we saw the Renekton once. It was Alfari, I believe, but he didn't. Yeah, he probably did a.
We saw it in Jarvan as well. The
Jarvan today.
I think that's just the item combination that we're highlighting here. Just makes tank top laners go up even more in priority because of this immense shield that can come in. Also, really good with the melee supports. We saw Locket getting picked up on Camille, on Tom Kench in these series. So I think just melee supports and tank top laners even stronger.
We still saw a bit of redemption, but obviously
and we will keep seeing a little bit of redemption, but like on these tanks, getting the early Locket with like a Ruby Sidestone is slightly better. I think for people in solo queue though, if you want to build their Gargoyle Stoneblade and Locket as a top laner, don't rush these items. Like Gargoyle Stoneblade is a great third item, and then Locket is your fourth item coming in. I don't want to see a Jarvan in solo queue with these two items as the first two items. That's not going to work very well.
What are your first two items?
If like, I don't know what, a Jarvan or whatever, like you want a Black Cleaver, you want a Hydra, then you can now go
I just wanted to make it clear. Because they go in and build a Void Staff first, and then...
I mean, that's fine, get some of that Magic Pen.
The Fisher told me to. The Fisher told me to. As the skies open up here over Berlin, I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it's thundering all over.
Insane
thunder. Boom. Yeah, it's pretty insane. And that's exactly maybe what also happened in the standings. Let's take a look after our first day of cross-group play. Proud of that one. H2K all the way down in third position now in Group B.
Well, because you guys didn't play it.
Yeah, well, come on. I was trying to make it more dramatic.
All right. You're right. Henning, time to panic if you're an H2K fan?
Not really. It's still kind of early on in the season, but definitely time to start worrying rather than panicking, I'd say.
Slight worry.
Be slightly worried. And yeah, not too much surprises other than that. Misfits really taking the spot over G2 here.
And Group A.
Yeah. Group A.
You highlighted earlier.
Yeah, I did mention that it's looking slightly better, and after seeing a dominant performance from Fnatic over H2K, I'm even more confident in that call. I think Group A is still stronger than Group B.
And the Fisho, there's someone at home watching who'll be very interested in this question. Is Fnatic the best team in Europe right now?
I mean, I'm going to say yes. Because I think they're showing that, you know, even without the Shen, they're still looking good. I think the Corki mid is fantastic for Caps because he's often the guy who's just sitting in mid lane, adding wave clear plus mobility to join these fights. So I think Fnatic, very happy with the current meta. Melee supports for Jesses as well. It's looking pretty solid. And it's like Unicorns or G2 to maybe try and challenge them right now. And they're playing tomorrow, so we got to see who wins that one.
How much credit has H2K lost for you in terms of how high they are with their performance today?
They actually lost quite a bit for me. I mean, I was regarding them as contending for that first spot together with Fnatic, maybe, as those being the two strongest teams. And right now, they're not really looking like... They are definitely still top 4, top 5, but... They have to keep proving themselves.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. And we also have one of the biggest matchups of the year in store for you tomorrow. The Unicorns of Love and G2 are going to face off in the rematch of last split's finals. It is so exciting. And the Kingslayers Rocket are up versus Splyce as well. Hype.
Yeah, I'm actually almost as excited for Splyce versus Rocket for the first matchup because that is two teams that played really well last week. They showed the upsets, both of them, so Splyce versus Rocket could be almost as explosive.
Both have 2 wins in a row, Splyce and Rocket.
You want to keep that trend going. You know, if you want to aim for bigger spots. Rocket chasing the playoff spot, Splyce chasing the first place in Group B, now with H2K losing. So we might actually have a situation tomorrow where Splyce grabs that first place maybe, and then if G2 beats Unicorns, then all the wins on the side of Group A, except for Splyce alone, just kind of running away from Unicorns and H2K in Group B. Or I guess, that's how you...
All right, cool. Well, very interesting start to cross-group play, I would say, and that makes it it's time for us to log off for the night. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for being on the desk with me, and meet us back here tomorrow for another action-filled day in the EULCS. Have a fantastic night. Stay dry out there.
Just throw it into the lane to kill him into the big on Nuke. Nuke gets caught, gets rooted, gets knocked back, gets charmed. Nuke down for first blood.
Equalizer gets dropped down. Power Dealer gets his 8th. Power Dealer gets his 4th. That's a triple. Looking for the quad. That's a quadra. There's a bird to kill on the horizon. It's Huntsummer because he's down. Huntsummer is leaping, hopping, using that martial cadence. The Red Guardians take down Steelback. Trying to do what he can. Huntsummer's in the front line. That's a double kill for Steelback.
The Nexus is the target, and Vitality force a game 3. Ignar will pick up a kill. There's a hook, and it's a cover. He's under the tower, and Power Weaver gets another.
Nice look.
Plus one? Yes, I will help you.
Comes the justice, slicing maelstrom over H2K. Absolutely decimate them. Nucleus atomized, and Jay is the only one to run away. Once the king to a god, they're going to reign supreme once again as they take game one over H2K.
They love us.
Fevin's actually going to get quite low. Cap's actually getting traded back on wall. Jazz is the hook onto Bevy to knock back. But Fnatic wombo combo strikes again. H2K just getting absolutely routed. Fnatic are unstoppable.
They really lost.
Fnatic reign once more above the European LCS.
No, we're fucking good. We're so good.